Good morning. Can anybody hear me?
This is Tony Cousin.
Come to order, and we're meeting today to consider 38 pieces of legislation. My plan is to call the bills up in the beginning that may have significant debate during the markup. So hopefully we'll do those that are more controversial in the beginning, and then then after that we'll get to the ones that are not likely to have much debate or be controversial. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, today's markup is being held remotely. All members will be participating via video conferencing. As part of our markup, microphones will be set on mute for purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise. You will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. Additionally, I ask you to use the raise hand feature of the software platform when you wish to be recognized, including to give an opening statement or to offer an amendment. After you're recognized to speak, please use the lower hand feature of the software platform so that I know that you no longer seek recognition. During voice votes, you will need to unmute yourself so that we can hear your response. If you'd like to request a recorded vote, please do so immediately after you respond to the voice vote. And during recorded votes, you will need to unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. In responding to the clerk, I ask that instead of just saying aye or no, that you respond with a phrase like, "This is Frank Pallone from New Jersey, votes aye," so that we know exactly who's voting. And that'll provide additional time for the voting member to be identified and made visible on the platform as well. Documents for the record, amendments, and motions should be sent to Chloe Rodriguez at the email address we provided to staff. All documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the markup. So now I'm going to recognize myself for 3 minutes for an opening statement, and then we'll go to Greg. Today, the full committee is meeting for our second fully virtual markup to consider 38 pieces of legislation. As our nation continues to suffer from the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, this committee continues its work to provide real relief to the American people. During today's markup, we will be considering 3 communications and technology bills. One bill, the Bipartisan Phone Act, ensures that phone providers don't give away residents' phone numbers when the houses are destroyed in the wake of a natural disaster like a wildfire. We will also consider 2 bills addressing diversity in the broadcast industry. We'll consider Representative Butterfield's bill that would create a tax incentive for big broadcast stations to sell their stations to women and minority owners. We'll also consider Vice Chair Clark's bill that requires broadcasters and cable companies to once again file equal employment opportunity data with the FCC. We'll also consider today 26 healthcare bills that will expand access to mental health services, combat the opioid epidemic, reauthorize key public health programs, and improve Medicare enrollment. And I'd like to mention just a couple of them. First, the Ensuring Lasting Smiles Act, which requires all health plans to cover medically necessary treatment resulting from congenital anomalies or birth defects that affect the way kids look, develop, or function, often for the rest of their lives. Then we have H.R. 945, a bipartisan bill that would improve access to mental health providers in the Medicare program by covering mental health, counselor, and marriage and family therapist services. And as our nation continues to confront the COVID pandemic, nearly half of all Americans are reporting that their mental health has been negatively impacted due to worry and stress. Substance use and overdoses also appear to be on the rise. And to help address these issues, we're considering legislation to help support patients with substance use disorder and their families, help address mental and behavioral health for students, and provide mental health supports for healthcare providers in the emergency departments. I'm also pleased that we're moving legislation today that will facilitate further research access to marijuana, as well as legislation to help address public health data sharing for our tribes, which have been, as you know, disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. We'll also consider legislation to protect consumers from the flood of unsafe products entering our country from overseas. We'll consider bills that modernize our consumer protection agencies, reduce fraud and scams, and help us better understand the effects of the COVID pandemic on home safety and tourism. And we'll also consider legislation meant to protect the health and safety of racehorses and jockeys. And finally, we'll consider 2 bipartisan energy bills that will expand access to sustainable energy and reform the Department of Energy's management and personnel practices. I'm not mentioning everything because many of the bills, are not really controversial at all. I thank both the members and the committee staff for all the work to get these bills to a place today where we can advance them to the House floor with strong bipartisan support. And I encourage my colleagues to support all 38 of these bills today. Now, again, as I said, the idea is to move these to the floor. We're going to be in session for 3 weeks in person, other than by proxy, after this week. And the idea would be to try to move all these to the floor. I'm not saying that necessarily that's going to happen, but that is what we're going to try to do. So now I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, our ranking member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to everyone. Before I get started, I just hope we'll keep everybody in their prayers that's so affected by these wildfires out west. Overnight, the biggest city in my district went to level 2 and 3 evacuation notices as these monster fires with 30 to 50 mile an hour winds are just doing grave damage. And I know Kurt Schrader's district's affected as well. I want to thank Chairman Pallone for today's markup on 38 bills, and especially our staffs that worked so hard together to get these bills into a good place. I'm pleased that today we can advance Mr. Butterfield's Expanding Broadcast Ownership Opportunities Act. I'm a big fan of that. It will reinstate the FCC's Minority Broadcast Tax Certificate, which the goal is, of course, to increase diversity in the broadcast industry. As a former broadcaster myself, I know firsthand the challenges that smaller broadcasters face in trying to run their businesses successfully, and this program is a proven way to help ensure diverse content stays on the public airwaves. Unfortunately, we were unable to reach bipartisan consensus on several other items, which, if done correctly, could have made major advances in promoting diversity in the media industry. And it saddens me we were unable to find consensus on such an important issue. We're also taking up 26 health bills, a variety of issues important to patients across the country, including 21 pieces of legislation in the public health space alone. We're building upon the 21st Century Cures Act that I know Fred Upton and Diana DeGette did so much work to create in the beginning, along with many others on the committee. But this legislation will broaden access to mental health, addiction treatment, and suicide prevention services, all very, very important. We have a long-term extension for the Pediatric Priority Review Voucher Program, which expires at the end of this month, giving children with rare diseases and their families continued hope. We're also closing gaps in insurance coverage to support children with congenital anomalies and helping children access health care in their own schools. Today's bills also would ensure seniors avoid late enrollment penalties in Medicare. And finally, we're helping improve healthcare data for American Indian and Native Alaskan tribes. I'm also proud that we achieved bipartisan agreements to guide the Federal Trade Commission and the Consumer Product Safety Commission on better protecting our vulnerable communities during this terrible pandemic. This committee has a long bipartisan history of promoting national frameworks to enable our global leadership. I'm honored that Republican members on the committee have heeded my call to promote artificial intelligence and other technologies here today. I am disappointed, though, that we missed opportunities to finish legislation on autonomous vehicles and data protections. We're already seeing estimates that China's economy has grown by 3.2% in the second quarter of this year. Nobody's going to wait for us to act. We need to act. And last but never least, I'm pleased we're moving two important energy bills. First, the Expanding Access to Sustainable Energy Act. This bipartisan legislation would support the deployment of energy storage and microgrid projects for rural electric co-ops. And second, H.R. 8159, a bill I introduced with Chairman Pallone to strengthen the management of the Department of Energy, including with respect to the National Nuclear Security Administration. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Greg. Next we go to Mr. Rush, Bobby Rush, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Energy for 3 minutes. Is Bobby on? Is Bobby on the call? I can't tell. All right, so then if he's not on, we'll move to Ms. Eshu, Chair of the Health Subcommittee.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. As has been said, we're marking up 38 bills. That is a truckload of bills mostly bipartisan, with 26 bills originating from the Health Subcommittee, which I have the honor of chairing. I think that the Health Subcommittee continues to be the workhorse subcommittee, and I'm very appreciative of the work of the staff, and I'm really proud of the members of the subcommittee for all the work that they've done. Importantly, we're going to mark up 12 bills that address the mental health and substance use crisis that we're currently facing during the pandemic and during this economic recession. September is National Suicide Awareness Month. So it's fitting that the legislation that we're considering addresses the spike in suicides, which is, I know families that have endured suicide, and it's a haunting, haunting death. So these spikes in suicide and increasing the funding for it and the coverage of high quality mental and behavioral health care, very important to take up today. We'll consider 5 bipartisan bills to continue and improve important health programs nearing their expiration. And I appreciate the committee's timely action to move these bills despite the demands of the coronavirus. We're also going to consider 2 bills that improve health insurance. The Ensuring Lasting Smiles Act, and I think all of the members of the subcommittee remember the testimony of the family with the child that they brought to us. It's going to help the youngest among us who are born with congenital anomalies, and the Medicare Enrollment Protection Act, which will help seniors navigate the really tricky process of transitioning from private insurance to Medicare. We've also worked to close the disparities in health outcomes by marking up the South Asian Heart Health Awareness and Research Act, and very importantly, the Tribal Health Data Improvement Act. This legislation is going to really strengthen the research conducted by the National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities. As a senior member of the CNT subcommittee, we're considering 2 bills on media diversity. They've been spoken to before by both the chairman and the ranking member, and I'm proud to co-sponsor them. We're also considering Representative Mike Thompson's Phone Act, which ensures that families can keep their landline phone number if their house is destroyed in a national disaster. Why this is ever the case, I don't know. In my congressional district, over 1,000 homes have been lost. We've had 77,000 evacuees. So these fires, as the ranking member stated, are really devastating, and there are so many impacts that come as a result of them. So this legislation, I think, is so important as we're experiencing this horrific wildfire season, including, as I said, the one in my district. So I'm very proud of the work that the subcommittee has done, and I look forward to all of these bills being marked up. I just would like to add, Mr. Chairman, I'm very disappointed that my legislation relative to the impacts of smoke from these wildfires was not brought forward. I've had contact with the ranking member. We're going to work on it. I don't know what happened with the staffs working or not working together, but it was too late to get it into the markup. But it really is important to, I think, to bring that one forward as well. So with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time, and thank you to everyone. It's great to see all of you.
I want to thank Ms. Eshu. And next, we're going to go to Mr. Upton, who's recognized for 5 minutes, the ranking member of the Energy Subcommittee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. In our subcommittee, we've got 2 bills for today's markup. The Expanding Access to Sustainable Energy Act, the EASE Act, going to help rural communities with technical assistance and certainly support from the Department of Energy to expand the use of grid storage as well as microgrid projects. It authorizes DOE to continue working with small electric cooperatives on projects to help advance their grid reliability and their environmental goals while keeping electricity rates affordable for all of their customers. It's a good bipartisan bill. Expecting it to go by voice. I encourage all of our colleagues to join in supporting it. Second bill that we're going to take up is H.R. 8159, a Department of Energy Organization and Management Improvement Act. This bill installs a reporting mechanism to ensure continuous improvement in DOE's management. So the DOE Organization and Management Improvement Act also removes barriers for the department's mission support for the secretary from ensuring that the whole department, including the NNSA, is implementing policies consistent with the secretary's directives. It's ought to make for improved agency performance across all the department missions, including nuclear weapons programs. I would again encourage all of us to support this passage. Plenty of other very good bipartisan bills being marked up today. I would note that we're also marking up H.R. 2075, School-Based Health Center Reauthorization Act. I've been a lead co-sponsor of this over the years. This is going to help reauthorize, provide much needed resources for our school-based health centers. I've got a good number in my district, and they do great work. I'm also pleased to see H.R. 8122 is being considered. The bill, which I co-sponsored with Rep. Castor, authorizes a study on the impact COVID has had on the tourism industry, important to her state, obviously, as well to Michigan, too. So with that, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Fred. Next, we're going to go to Mike Doyle, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Communications Technology, recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this markup. Today, the committee will consider 3 bills that have come out of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee. They are Mr. Thompson's Phone Act, Mr. Butterfield's Expanding Broadcast Ownership Opportunities Act, and Ms. Clark's Enhancing Broadcast Diversity Data Act. The subcommittee held hearings on each of these bills, and they were all reported out of the subcommittee unanimously by voice vote. Since then, we have engaged in good faith negotiations with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle as we have brought these bills before the full committee today. I want to continue to extend my offer to work with the minority in good faith as we move this legislation to the floor. In closing, I hope we can consider all of these bills before the committee today promptly. You all know how much I love spending time with you, and with that, I'll yield back 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle, continuing your effort to be as brief as possible. Next, we go to Mr. Latta, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for holding today's markup. And good morning and welcome to today's full markup. We're going to consider several pieces of legislation that will improve the state of our country's health, media diversity, and much more. From the Communications and Technology Subcommittee, we'll be considering H.R. 3957, the Expanding Broadcast Ownership Opportunities Act, which would help new and diverse entrants achieve their dream of owning a broadcast station through tax certificates. During the years the minority broadcast tax certificate was in effect, we saw a significant increase in minority ownership of broadcast stations, and we expect similar results from H.R. 3957. While there are additional proposals from both sides of the aisle that would increase diversity in the media industry, we were not able to reach bipartisan consensus today. We hope to revisit those proposals, but ask our colleagues in the majority to work with us to advance other legislation to complement this important initiative. Additionally, we will be considering H.R. 1289, the Phone Act, which will prevent consumers from losing their landline phone number after their homes were destroyed by natural disaster, by making changes to the way the FCC manages our wireline numbering resources. While I raise concerns at the legislative hearing about the necessity of this bill, given the existing waiver process to provide relief following a natural disaster, we were able to make some changes so the bill could actually be implemented by the agencies and the phone companies and truly help consumers during times of natural disaster. And finally, we are considering H.R. 5564 as amended by the subcommittee. While we advance the measure by voice vote with the hope of finding a bipartisan consensus for today's markup, we have fallen short of that goal. Consistent with the approach we have taken to promote policies that will improve employment and ownership diversity, we have amendments prepared to improve the underlying bill. There are an additional 35 bills on today's markup, including 3 of my own, the DeBar Act, wrapped into the Compete Act and the Smart IoT Act and the Advancing Unmanned Delivering Services Act. I will speak later and more in depth on these bills, but I want to thank the chairman again for including these proposals in today's markup. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Bob. Next, recognize Jan Schakowsky, Chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce, for 3 minutes.
Congratulations, Mr. Chairman. 38 bills. That's a really impressive number. And it really shows that the Energy and Commerce Committee is the legislative powerhouse in the Congress. And I'm also proud to move 7 bills today from my subcommittee, the Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee. I also want to thank Chairman Pallone and Chairwoman Eshoo for advancing Representative Blumenauer's H.R. 3797 in order to allow for federal funding for cannabis research. On January 1st, 2020, Illinois legalized recreational marijuana, and in the first 12 days, $19.7 million worth of cannabis was sold. However, the researchers at Northwestern University in my district, a leading research institution, have no way to access the cannabis sold at these dispensaries. Instead, Northwestern's scientists often face extreme difficulty in securing and maintaining cannabis and federal funding for the research that's so important. I would also like to commend Chairman Tonko for his work with the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell to advance the Horse Racing Integrity Act. This is a real achievement and a testimony to Mr. Tonko's commitment to this issue. The other 6 bills in the Consumer Protection Committee are on artificial intelligence, senior citizen and pandemic scams to protect our seniors, and consumer protection safety. In particular, I would like to highlight the Consumer Product Safety Inspection Act, Enhancement Act, and thank Congressman Duncan for introducing this legislation with me. E-commerce spending is surging during this COVID time, and Americans are turning to online shopping for household essentials and personal products and equipment, back to school supplies, et cetera. However, e-commerce shipments shipments from overseas, we are finding are failing to have the inspection that they really need, and often contain fake and dangerous products. It is absolutely time that we empower the Consumer Product Safety Commission to collect the data it needs in order to identify and block consumer shipments that are now flouting our consumer protection safety laws and standards. And today, we are going to do just that to protect our consumers. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Jan. Dr. Burgess, I think I skipped you inadvertently after Anna Eshoo, so I would recognize Mike Burgess, the ranking member of the Health Subcommittee, next for 3 minutes.
Great. I thank the chair. As the Republican leader of the Health Subcommittee, I appreciate the inclusion of the 26 bipartisan health bills in the markup today. I know there was an immense amount of work that has gone into preparing these bills for this markup, and certainly want to take a moment and thank the Health Subcommittee staff for working through the technical assistance from the agencies and addressing these outstanding concerns. Our work at Health Sub has been unusual this year, and it's led to a compilation of a wide range of bills for our consideration. Some bills revisit and build on some of the successes of the Support for Patients and Communities Act, which moved through the Energy and Commerce Committee and was signed into law by President Trump in 2018. The novel coronavirus pandemic has exacerbated the opioid epidemic and has posed new challenges for patients seeking treatment. The bills before us today would increase support services for those individuals and their loved ones. In May, I requested the Health Subcommittee hold a mental health hearing. We had a productive hearing on bills to increase mental health services and supports, including suicide awareness and prevention. These bills would help connect individuals with treatment, including emergency departments and schools. I appreciate the inclusion of H.R. 3539, the Behavioral Health Intervention Guidelines Act, a bill that I was happy to work with Dr. Drew Ferguson of Georgia. Public health reauthorizations are some of the most important work that we do in the Health Subcommittee. Today, we are considering the reauthorization of programs to support breast cancer prevention and awareness efforts, stem cell and cord blood research, and school-based health concerns. Additionally, extending the Pediatric Review Voucher Program at the Food and Drug Administration will provide additional certainty and incentives that will drive continued innovation of pediatric drugs. And lastly, we've considered several bills to address narrow issues in the insurance market, both Medicare and commercial. I appreciate the majority's willingness to negotiate on a few of these bills to address concerns on our side of the dais. Aside from health, I'm grateful that two of my bills focused on advancing emerging technologies have been included. The first, with Representative McNerney, will allow the Consumer Product Safety Commission to utilize artificial intelligence in furtherance of consumer safety. And also the Advancing 3D Printing Act will assess the state of 3D printing in the United States to ensure that we secure our place as a global leader in this technology. So I certainly hope we can work together to pass these bills out of our committee and bring them expeditiously to the House floor. And I'll yield back my time.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. I see Mr. Rush, so I'll now recognize Bobby Rush, Chair of the Energy Subcommittee, for 3 minutes.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and say good morning to all of my colleagues. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your indulgence. Through today's markup, the Committee on Energy and Commerce will move legislation that supports the government's delivery of security and assistance to the American people. This includes legislation to strengthen the DOE's through structural improvements relating to the nation's nuclear weapons stockpile and to expand access to clean and efficient energy. With this in mind, Mr. Chairman, I applaud Congressman O'Halloran and Mullen for introducing the EASE Act, which establishes a grant program to expand grid energy storage access within rural communities. Mr. Chairman, I also want to thank you and the ranking member for your bipartisan bill, H.R. 8159, the Department of Energy Organizations and Management Improvement Act, which will bolster DOE's organizational structure to support its mission, which includes the civilian control of the nation's nuclear weapons stockpile. Mr. Chairman, I also am pleased to see the inclusion of the American Complete Act. This bipartisan legislation, which I was proud to introduce with Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers, is an important and necessary step in maintaining the United States global competitiveness and protecting American consumers across the country from online harms that are far too common in this day and age. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I especially want to thank you for including the School-Based Health Clinics Reauthorization Act in today's markup. I'm especially grateful because, as I have stated in a letter to you this past April, funding for school-based health centers addresses one of my top priorities as a member of Congress, namely that we must ensure that communities of color have the resources they require to reduce the racial health gap highlighted by the coronavirus. This is a vital need, and this bill takes an important step in that direction. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Bobby. And then we now have Kathy Rogers, ranking member of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased we're considering the American Compete Act today, which combines 9 bills from the Emerging Technology Bill package introduced by our subcommittee members back in May. This will help ensure America leads the world in technological innovations well into the 21st century. I appreciate the leadership of all the members and staff who've worked on this bill package. Thank you especially to Mr. Rush, Ms. Kelly, and Mr. Soto for making it bipartisan. These are not Republican or Democrat solutions. They are American. It's imperative that we continue to work together for America's global competitive edge in emerging technologies that will raise our standard of living, empower individuals, and create American jobs. We cannot afford to let the Chinese Communist Party beat us in the development and the deployment of technologies like artificial intelligence. Already, we are seeing them use these transformational technologies for evil. The CCP is using technologies like these to control and oppress their own people and grow their global influence too by exporting it to other authoritarian regimes around the world. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make sure these technologies are developed with American values of human rights, liberty, and free expression. Together, we can chart the path forward to a new era of American innovation and encourage the world to follow our leadership, not China's. I'd also like to ask unanimous consent to enter a letter of support for the American Compete Act from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
So ordered.
Thank you. I'm also pleased that we're considering the Combating Pandemic Scams Act by Mr. Carter and Mr. Hudson, which will help ensure scammers are stopped from hurting Americans during this crisis. I thank them for their ongoing leadership. I urge support for these bills. Finally, I'd like to highlight 2 bills that are not part of this markup, the TEL Act and the Internet App ID Act, led by Mr. Duncan and Mr. Kinzinger, which were included in our emerging tech package released in May and aim to increase transparency for American data that's sent to China and for apps developed by China. However, these bills were excluded from this markup due to industry concerns with transparency disclosures. The hesitancy for more transparency is troubling and raises serious questions about American companies' data practices and their connection to China. If an American company sends American information to China, where we know the CCP has unfettered access, the American people should know. If apps that collected information about Americans are owned by the CCP or other state-owned enterprises in China, the American people should know. Given the significant pushback we received, it's clear that there's more to this story, and it's one that we need to explore further. Chair Schierkowski, I hope that we can work together on this for greater transparency for the people, American people, and with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. All right, so now we'll go to members who are not either the subcommittee chairs or the ranking members of the subcommittees. And please raise your hand. I guess that's a virtual hand. to seek recognition to make an opening statement. And, obviously we'll go back and forth between Ds and Rs, and everyone has 1 minute. So let's see who we have here. I see Ben Ray, Lujan, the gentleman from New Mexico, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to Ranking Member Walden for holding this markup. Today, we're acting on 38 bipartisan bills that cover a range of issues important to the people of New Mexico. This includes legislation to reauthorize school-based health centers, strengthen mental health services in schools, and support states' efforts to address substance use disorders. I want to thank Chairman Pallone for working with me to advance my legislation to address scams targeting tribes and tribal members, as well as my legislation with Representative Gianforte to ensure that tribal health authorities can access the data they need to keep their community safe and respond to COVID-19 and other public health threats. Whether it's access to broadband, running water, or healthcare, the coronavirus pandemic has exacerbated many longstanding inequities in our country. Through today's markup, it's important that we take the steps forward, and the committee is doing that important work. There are a number of bills with strong bipartisan support that are not on today's agenda, bills that would make a difference for the American people and the people of New Mexico. And I look forward to working with my colleagues and this committee and the chairman and our ranking member to move those bills forward before the end of the year. Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with all of you. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ben Ray. Next, I see Brett Guthrie is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I would like to voice my support for the COMPETE Act. I want to thank Representative McMorris Rogers and Representative Rush for their leadership, and I want to thank them for including my bills, Advancing Blockchain Act and Countering Online Harms Act. Additionally, and in just a couple of days after our delayed Kentucky Derby, I'm glad that we're marking up the Horse Integrity and Safety Act. My fellow Kentuckians, Leader McConnell and Representative Barr, as well as Representative Tonko, have put a lot of effort into this legislation that includes thoughtful reforms towards ensuring the future of horse racing. And lastly, I'm encouraged by the large number of bipartisan health bills in this markup. This committee has a history of bipartisan legislation that has effectively spurred medical innovation, and I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on value-based agreements and legislation to ensure all Americans have access to innovation such as gene therapy. I appreciate this morning, and I yield back.
Thank you. Next is the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone, and to Republican Leader Walden for holding today's hearing. Today, we're considering 38 important bills that, as my other colleagues have talked about, share good bipartisan support and exemplify how this committee can work together. As the COVID-19 continues to rage on nationwide, this committee is marking up bills that would expand access to mental health services, combat the opioid epidemic, and strengthen Medicare enrollment protections, as well as protect seniors and consumers from COVID-19 related scams. Additionally, we have bills to enhance diversity in the broadcast industry, improving product safety through AI technologies, and an energy bill to improve management and personnel practices at the DOE. Two bills which I'm very proud to co-lead have also been included, which would improve reporting requirements for suspicious orders of controlled substances and will improve and increase the opportunity for very urgently needed medical marijuana research. I'm proud to support all of these bills before Energy and Commerce today, and I thank everybody on this committee for their leadership, bipartisanship, and for being Americans. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dingle. Now, the only other hand that's up here that I see is Darren Soto. Is there any Republican who I'm missing? You could just speak up if you want. Otherwise, we'll go to Darren. All right, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we will include parts of the Digital Taxonomy Act and all of the Blockchain Innovation Act in HR 8128, the Consumer Safety Technology Act. As many of you know, blockchain technology is an exciting new technology to help preserve data, help with transactions, help with the defense of our country, communications. And first we see in the Blockchain Innovation Act that'll direct the Department of Commerce in consultation with the FTC to conduct a study and submit to Congress a report on the state of blockchain technology and commerce, including its use to reduce fraud and increase security. This is along the way to our long-term goal of setting up a blockchain center of excellence within the Commerce Department, and parts of HR 2154, which would require the FTC to submit to Congress a report and recommendations on unfair and deceptive trade practices in digital tokens. This is also along the road to setting up a jurisdiction between the SEC, the CFTC, and the FTC. And I thank everyone for allowing this to be included. And I yield back.
Thank you, Darren. I don't have any other members whose hands are up. Is there any other member who seeks recognition for an opening statement? You could just speak out if you want, because I don't see any more hands up. All right, then we're going to move on to actual consideration of bills. But let me say, pursuant to committee rules, members' written opening statements will be made part of the record. So if you have a written opening statement, you can submit it electronically to the email address that we've provided. But now we're going to move on to consideration of bills, and we're going to start by calling up HR 1289, the Preserving Home and Office Numbers and Emergencies Act of 2019, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
HR 1289, a bill to amend the Communications Act of 1934.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking to make amendments? Ms. Eshoo is recognized.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled H1289, ANS, ANS, FC01.
Okay, the clerk will report the Eshoo Ains.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 1289, offered by Ms. Eshoo of California. Strike all after the enactment.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Ains will be dispensed with, and Ms. Eshoo is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we marked up the Phone Act in the Communications and Technology Subcommittee in March of this year, we agreed to continue working with our Republican colleagues to make the legislation a consensus bill. So my amendment is the result of those efforts, and the product before us is a bipartisan bill that will ensure that Americans who lose their homes in natural disasters don't lose their landline home phone numbers. And as I speak to you today, colleagues, significant portions of California are on fire, including in my district, which I referenced earlier. Sadly, many of my constituents, while some will be returning home because their places have been damaged, but there are so many, over 1,000, that have lost their homes because the fire just destroyed over 1,500 structures, including close to 1,000 homes in my congressional district. So it's these families that this legislation is really going to help. Relevant to this bill, nearly 4,000 structures have been destroyed or damaged across California. That's thousands of families who have lost their homes. And again, this legislation ensures that those who lose their homes don't lose their home phone number. In Mr. Thompson's district, you all remember those horrific fires where entire communities were wiped out. The only thing that was left standing were the chimneys. So constituents of his lost everything. their homes, their cherished belongings, and then piled on top of it, they lost their home phone numbers. We all know, I don't know about you, but I remember my parents teaching me my home phone number in case I got lost. I think you taught your children the same thing. So this amendment fixes that problem in 3 important ways. First, if the president declares or issues a major disaster declaration and a governor designates a disaster area, phone numbers in that designated area cannot be reassigned for 1 year. Secondly, if someone in the disaster area needs more than a year, they can get a 1-year extension. This is important because rebuilding efforts can take a long time. Third, the bill allows consumers who demonstrate that their home is inaccessible or uninhabitable to cancel phone service without a cancellation fee. The bill also prohibits resubscription fees when consumers get phone service somewhere else in the area. So this legislation is simple, it's powerful, and I think it's really necessary. Now, some may ask why we need all of this for a simple phone number. I just went through what my parents taught me. I think yours did too. And I taught my children the same thing. So while many are opting to live with just cell phones, I think it's important to consider who depends on landlines. Older Americans and retirees who often have multiple doctors, caregivers, loved ones using long-held phone numbers. So the bill is carefully crafted to plug a small gap in the law. But I think that this gap is going to mean the world to our constituents for whom it's written to protect. It's common sense, it's necessary, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there other members seeking recognition to speak on the issue aims?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Doyle is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
So recognized, so moved.
I'd like to thank my good friend from California for her leadership on this issue. I know this bill is important to her and to our friend and colleague Mike Thompson, the bill's sponsor, and to many members of this committee and in the caucus from states that are impacted by wildfires and extreme weather events that have caused so many to lose their homes, their livelihoods, and their lives. This bill seeks to restore some small element of dignity to those who have already lost so much. For many, a phone number is like your home address. It's where people know how to find you. And while many younger people have transitioned to mobile-only households, many of the not so young among us still have a landline which friends and family call us on. This legislation aims to take a little bit off the plate of those who have been impacted by a disaster by giving them the assurance that their phone number will be there for them if they want it. I'm happy that we've been able to work together on this legislation and have come to an agreement on the provisions. I support this amendment and this much needed legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Mr. Soto's hand is still up, but I think that's from the opening statement, Darren, right? Unless you want to speak on this? No? All right, and I don't see anybody else's hand up. So does anyone else want to speak on this, on the aims or on the underlying bill, or offer any other amendments? Does someone want to speak?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Is that Tony? Yes, Mr. Cardenas is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Gus Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Communication services are essential, as everyone knows, and it allows us to check up on our loved ones and friends. When disaster strikes, the importance of these services rise exponentially. First responders rely on communications to coordinate emergency response that will protect and save both lives and property. Meanwhile, the rest of us call, text, or message our friends and family who may have been affected to ensure that they are safe and taken care of. HR 1289 prevents a landline phone number from being reassigned after a natural disaster causes physical damage to a household or residence. No American should have to worry about losing their phone number, which connects them to their loved ones in their time of need, in addition to all the other worries they have with regard to their home. But we also must make sure that the requirements we are putting in place are actually achievable with us by the phone companies. It is essential we uphold the promises we make through legislation to the American people. I know you agree. I want to thank the members of the majority for working with us to make sure that this legislation will ensure carriers are able to follow the law, of course, and that our constituents have one less burden to think about after a disaster. I plan to support this important bill, but just want to raise the importance of ensuring that FEMA designates the covered emergency area. They are the expert federal agency that has the infrastructure in place to respond when disaster strikes, and they should be involved in designating a covered area in order for this legislation to go into effect. I have no doubt we can rectify this on the way to the floor and look forward to advancing this legislation today. Well, thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Does any other member want to speak on either the Ains or the underlying bill? Seeing none, we're going to move to proceed on the vote, to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute introduced by Ms. Eshu. I would ask you to unmute yourself so that way we can hear your voice vote response. Ready?
Yeah.
All right. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 1289 will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will signify by saying no.
That the leadership can get together.
Who's that? All right. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 1289 is agreed to. Now the question occurs on reporting HR 1289 as amended to the House. And unmute yourself so that we can hear your response to the voice vote. All those in favor of reporting HR 1289 as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And as a result, HR 1289 as amended is reported to the House. Now, the next bill we have is HR 3957. The chair calls up HR 3957, the Expanding Broadcast Ownership Opportunities Act of 1289, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
So I can just go on and start this.
HR 3957, a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to take certain actions to increase diversity of ownership in the broadcasting industry.
Thank you. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the underlying bill, or if someone wants to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Butterfield is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for calling up my bill today, and thank you for your leadership on our committee. I know you've been laboring under some very difficult circumstances, but I thank you. I thank the ranking member and all of my colleagues. It's good to see all of you today. Mr. Chairman, my amendment is an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Earlier this year, the FCC released updated data on broadcast ownership, and the news was not good. The lack of diversity among broadcast owners is alarming, and it continues to stagnate. And I want to thank my Republican friends. I want to thank Mr. Walden.
GK, I've got to stop you because I didn't have the
What happened?
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
All right. I said that we have to do the report the amendment first, GK. I'm sorry. So I'm going to ask Sharon, would you report the amendment?
Yes, sir. HR, it's an amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3957 offered by Mr. Butterfield.
And without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And now Mr. Butterfield is recognized for 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Mr. Chairman. I think we're doing good under the circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership, and thank you for your willingness to call up this legislation. I know we've worked on it now for a few months, and I want to thank my friends on the other side of the aisle, particularly Mr. Walden, for all the work that you've done to bring this bill to markup today. It is really, really appreciated. Mr. Chairman, earlier this year, the FCC released updated data on broadcast ownership, and the news was not good. The lack of diversity among broadcast owners is quite alarming, and it continues to be a problem. And so I want to thank my Republican friends for their willingness to work with us and us working with them to make sure that we can change this data and to make sure that minority groups will have an equal chance to compete for contracts in the broadcast industry and to own their own businesses. While women make up around 50% of our population, women-owned broadcast stations hover somewhere around 10%. Racial minorities make up about 40% of our population, but broadcast ownership by them also hovers somewhere around 10%. And so while the civil rights era ushered in more rights for women and people of color, some of the damage from the FCC's licensing process has already been done. The FCC's licensing process emphasized criteria such as prior broadcasting experience, which often disqualified women and people of color. And worse yet, Mr. Chairman, the FCC discriminated against African Americans and routinely denied licenses to qualified African American applicants. Though the FCC granted the first broadcast license to a woman in 1922, the FCC did not begin granting radio licenses to applicants of color until 1949. To address the lack of ownership by people of color, the FCC created the Minority Ownership Tax Certificate Program back in 1978. And this program provided tax breaks to companies that sold a station to a minority-owned business. During the tax certificate's tenure, minority broadcast ownership increased. It actually increased from 40 radio and TV stations in 78 to 288 radio and 43 TV stations in 1995. It was a success. Despite its success, Congress eliminated the program in 1995. My bill, Mr. Chairman, and the amendment before us now would reinstate the tax certificate program, incentivizing sales to women and minorities and encouraging investment of capital in minority and women-owned stations. My amendment also requires the FCC to make recommendations to Congress on how to increase the number of broadcast stations owned by women and minorities, and then to submit a report to Congress every 2 years that states the total number of broadcast stations that are owned by women and minorities. Over the past few months, our country has grappled with historic and systemic racism. I'm sad to say that. I believe there is widespread agreement in and outside of this committee that we must and we can do better. This bill is a very small step in the right direction toward leveling the playing field. The tax certificate is a proven success at increasing ownership diversity, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and to support the underlying bill. Again, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, Mr. Walden, and all of my friends for understanding the importance of this issue and working together in a bipartisan way to make significant changes. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. I don't see any Republican with their hand up. Is there a Republican member who wanted to speak on this? Okay, then I'm going to move.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman, my computer shows my hands up. Here.
Oh, you're fine. All right, the ranking member of the full committee is recognized.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move strike the last word. And in the interest of time, I just want to express my full support for this bill and how much I've enjoyed working with Mr. Butterfield and his team to expand Broadcast Ownership Opportunities Act and get it to this place. As he said, it would reinstate the tax certificate program that benefits both established broadcasters and minorities seeking to enter the broadcast ownership business. Unfortunately, I just wish we would have been able to find a way to formally establish the broadcast incubator program, as was originally in his bill. We'll discuss that later on, but I didn't want to do anything that would cause any problems to this tax certificate program. I think there's a lot of good work being done here today. More can be done. And so, again, I just want to thank Mr. Butterfield and his team and the committee staff for their leadership on this. And hopefully we'll continue to make some progress. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Walden. I see Mr. Doyle's hand is raised. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
So moved. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank my good friend, the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, for his work to bring this legislation before us today. Study after study has shown the appalling state of minority and female media ownership in our country. And while ownership is only one part of the challenge we face in addressing systematic racism and inequality in the media industry, it's an important one. Reinstating this tax certificate program as amended is a material step in addressing this problem and will hopefully help to diversify the voices and perspectives that people see in their local media. Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment and the underlying bill, and I would encourage all my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Does any other member want to speak on the Butterfield-Ains? Doesn't look like it. Does anyone else want to offer an amendment to the Ains? Okay. Then we're going to move to proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute by Mr. Butterfield. Again, please unmute yourself so that we can hear your response to the voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. All those opposed will signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We now are going to move, let's see, to final passage of the bill. Amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. So the question now occurs, I'm gratefully reporting the bill as amendment to the full House. Again, please unmute yourself so that we can hear your response. All those in favor of reporting the bill as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. And in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So the bill as amended is reported to the full House. All right. Next bill I have is HR 5564. HR 5564 is called up. This is the Enhancing Broadcaster Diversity and Inclusion by Verifying and Ensuring the Reporting Required by the Statute is Transspiring and Yielding Data or Enhancing Broadcaster Diversity Data Act. Well, that's a lot. The clerk will report the bill by title.
HR 5564, a bill to amend the Communications Act of 1934 to provide for certain requirements.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of HR 5564 will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Is there anyone, this is Ms. Clark's legislation. Did you want to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition. I have an amendment at the desk.
All right, the clerk will report the Clark amendment, or the Clark Ains.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 5564 offered by Ms. Clark of New York.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be dispensed with, and the vice chair is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Last session, I wrote a letter to FCC Chairman Pai to express the need to collect data on workforce diversity due to a failure to collect such data over the past 15 years. This led to the drafting of my bill, HR 5564, the Enhancing Diversity Data Act that passed out of the subcommittee in March. However, in the preceding weeks of that subcommittee markup, we have been hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, thrusting our health disparities under a microscope. And we are now facing a reckoning over these disparities and the structural inequities that have historically and systematically plagued communities of color. It is in the spirit of this moment in our history that I urge my colleagues to support this bill to better understand how well we are faring in employment diversity, which we need more of in the media industry. My bill directs the FCC to finally collect the data it is mandated to do. It also requires the FCC to first finish the rulemaking it started over 15 years ago to determine its policies on whether the data should be publicly accessible. Additionally, it clarifies that the FCC may not use the employment data to review license applications or assess compliance with the agency's EEO rules. And it also ensures that the data is analyzed and not simply reported. Lastly, this creates a much-needed public searchable database regarding broadcast ownership data. Much like employment diversity, ownership diversity can undermine the type of programming offered. We know media outlets owned by women and/or people of color are more likely to offer diverse programming that represents the mosaic of this country. Many of us feel that we are at a critical and crucial moment in history. Broadcast media has the power to shape that history. My bill is a very small step in trying to understand who is making decisions behind the scenes. We are in a prime position to address the importance of employment diversity in the media industry, and so I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Yvette. So I see Mr. Walden's hand up and Mr. Doyle. I'm sorry, guys. I see both Greg Walden and Mike Doyle's hand up, so I recognize our ranking member, Mr. Walden, first.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before getting into the substance of this bill, I'd just like to note our concern about calling up this bill in a virtual setting. While the last markup was held virtually, we had a consensus on all the bills the committee was considering, and debate was limited to thanking members for their work and other non-controversial debate. However, we remain concerned about provisions of this bill and the precedent of this committee advancing a bill without an opportunity for meaningful debate under virtual circumstances. As we raised at the subcommittee markup, we are not the only ones concerned with the requirements of this bill. The courts have held that this type of data collection has led to unfair and discriminatory hiring practices. The FCC currently has an open proceeding that's analyzing this type of data collection, yet this bill dictates the outcome that has clear consequences as ruled by the courts. On a positive note, the bill has been improved to prohibit the FCC from making license renewal determinations based on this data. and from using these data to assess compliance with any of the FCC's rules. So we thank the vice chair of the committee for those changes. However, including those provisions actually now raises the question as to what the purpose of the data collection is at all. I agree that having employment information is important in order to ensure that diverse voices are heard. And having this information in an anonymized format would still allow the FCC to remedy any problems with employment diversity. The only difference with anonymizing that information is that the individual businesses would not be shamed publicly. We could still permit the FCC to access these important facts so we can make informed policy decisions about the media industries. We're also concerned with the impact that required audits will have on smaller or independent broadcast stations. As a former broadcaster, I understand the challenges firsthand about complying with regulatory requirements and trying to stay financially solvent, all while we increase the local and diverse content of a radio station. It's tough, Mr. Chairman. So while I support the intent behind the data collection and the need for additional diversity in ownership and in hiring, clearly, we must also consider the effect of this added requirement on the ability to continue to promote policies that will actually improve ownership and employment diversity and competition in the marketplace as the law prescribes. As always, Mr. Chairman, we are happy to work with you and other members of the committee, but unfortunately, we were just unable to reach a consensus in time before today's markup. And therefore, we have several amendments we'd like you to consider so we can all work toward a common goal, which we share, of increasing diversity in the media marketplace. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Doyle is recognized next for 5 minutes. He had his hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last
So
word.
moved. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank my friend, Ms. Clark, for her work on this bill and on the amendment before us. This legislation corrects an issue that has been outstanding for decades. Congress mandated that the FCC collect data about racial, ethnic, and gender diversity in the 90s. And Chairman Michael Powell opened the rulemaking to finally deliver on this promise. All this bill does is to require the commission to finish the job that Michael Powell started and to do what Congress has instructed the FCC to do for decades, namely to collect data and make it public. The protests that have been happening in our country for the last several months have brought to the forefront of our national dialogue our society's history of systematic racism. This legislation embodies the notion that you can't improve what you don't measure, because if we do not measure this type of data, we will never know where things stand. Looking at the data collected on the dismal state of minority and female ownership of broadcast stations makes it only more important to understand the makeup of the workforce itself. I support my good friend's amendment and the underlying legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to vote for it. With that, I will yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Before we get to the Walden amendments or the GOP amendments, I'm going to see, does anyone else seek to talk about the Ains? I see Mr. McNerney's hand is up. Mr. McNerney is recognized. Well, there's no Republican. Is there any Republican on the Ains? No. All right, then Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word on the Ains, HR 5564, the Enhancing Broadcasting Diversity Data Act.
So moved. The gentleman's recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, at a time when we're seeing a national loud outcry for racial justice, we should all be taking steps to ensure diversity in broadcasting. This legislation is an important part of that. It's critical that the FCC complete its rulemaking on broadcast equal employment opportunity rules, and that the FCC create a public searchable database of broadcast ownership data. As a member who represents one of the most racially diverse cities in the country, the city of Stockton, California, this information is important to my constituents, and all Americans deserve to know the information. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. Again, I don't see a Republican, so we'll go to Ms. Eshoo. is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Eshu, Mr. Griffith has his hand up. Mr. Griffith is recognized first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would yield to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Walden.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I've got some questions for council, if I could, and I thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding. Council, under Section 3 of the AINS, the language prevents the Commission from using annual EEO reports in broadcaster license renewal, transfer, or assignment proceedings, or to assess the compliance of any provision of law enforced by the Commission, including EEO compliance. However, this bill also requires the Commission to collect employment data using Forms 395A and 395B, which were originally designed to assist the Commission in assessing EEO compliance. In light of past court decisions finding that pressuring broadcasters to make hiring decisions based on protected categories is unconstitutional, that's what the courts decided, I'm trying to better understand how this bill ensures that this data collection will not unconstitutionally pressure broadcasters to make hiring decisions based on race, especially considering it requires the use of EEO forms that the Commission previously suspended based on these concerns raised by the courts. We're all in agreement that promoting diversity of ownership and employment in the broadcast industry is an important goal, and I would hate to see any legislation we pass overturned by the courts and further slow the progress that's needed toward achieving this common goal. So, Council, is there any part of the bill that provides oversight with respect to ensuring that the FCC does not, in fact, use information collected under Section 3AC to either review broadcast license applications or assess compliance with any provision of law enforced by the Commission?
Can the council respond to that, please? Better
Yes,
use a minute.
Congressman, to answer your question, as you know, on page 2 of the amendment in the nature of a substitute and paragraph C prohibitions, it specifically states that the Commission may not use the employment data collected using FCC Form 385A or 395B, the two that you referenced, or any successor forms, or any follow-on forms, to review any application for broadcast license, including the renewal of such license or the transfer, assignment, disposal of such license under Section 310B of the Communications Act. The provision goes on to state that the FCC may also not use that information from those forms or any successor forms to assess compliance with any provision of law enforced by the Commission or any rule issued by the Commission.
All right, I thank you for that. So I have a question as to why we choose to collect employment data and not just ownership data. Council, in subsection 3A1D, the Commission is required to analyze the data collected on Forms 395A and 395B in relation to market entry barriers for entrepreneurs and other small businesses. How does the employment data of a broadcaster, the information collected by Forms 395A and B, assist the Commission in conducting its analysis of market entry barriers for entrepreneurs and small businesses?
Congressman, I think that's a question about how the Commission might assess diversity more generally. The bill doesn't specify that. I would defer to the drafters, but the bill says that the Commission should use the data for reviewing those market entry barriers.
All right, so I have some other questions pertaining to the use of Forms 395A and B, which I mentioned the FCC previously had to suspend due to constitutional concerns. Under 3A1D bill, the Commission is required to include an analysis of DEO data collected on Forms 395A and B. Would the Commission be able to name specific broadcasters and reference their specific employment data in its analysis?
So, Congressman, moving back to the previous page of the amendment in the nature of the substitute, in Section 3, subsection A, paragraph 1, subparagraph A, the Commission is required not later than 18 months after the date of the enactment of the Act to, and after additional notice and opportunity for comment, to complete the rulemaking in the fourth notice of proposed rulemaking. In that notice of proposed rulemaking, the Commission tees up 8 discrete questions, many of which dealing with the confidentiality of particular broadcasters, among others. The FCC sought comment on whether the Confidential Information Protection and Statistical Efficiency Act might allow the Commission to keep that information confidential, how such confidentiality would intersect with Section 334 of the Communications Act, whether altering the FCC's approach would be appropriate given the Advisory Committee on Diversity and Communications in the Digital Age, whether Congress's directive that MVPD operators must make Form 395A available for public inspection at their own facilities should be read to suggest an intent by Congress that the Commission itself also make Form 395A publicly available. Whether the CIP-CESA even allows the Commission to keep MVPD's Form 395A information confidential. I can continue on. There are several other questions if you like, but
we're out of time on this.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
we're out of time on this one.
Yeah, I'll yield back to Mr. Griffith, but I do have some other questions I'll pursue on the Republican side when we get there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. So now we go back to Ms. Eshu, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just moved to strike the last word. I won't use all the time. I'm going to be painfully forthright here. I have served on the C&T subcommittee since 1995. So that's 25 years. 25 years where we have not made progress on this issue. I appreciate the questions that are being posed, but you know what? When you strip everything back, this is an effort to get the FCC to complete its work so we can move ahead in this country in the broadcast area. So while I don't want to characterize this as throwing sand in the gears, I think it is throwing sand in the gears. I think that we need to keep our eye on the big picture, and that is, how are we going to bring diversity to the broadcast sector in our country? It's been lagging for decades and decades. So it's good to examine the different sections of the bill. I'm listening. I think the questions are legitimate. I do think that the council have answered them very clearly. But look, at the end of the day, you're either going to vote for making progress in this sector or not. And it is a sector that has lagged behind many others in our country. So I think 2020 is the year that we instruct the FCC to get this done, And that should be a source of pride to every single member of the full committee, regardless of how we're our party registration. We need to get moving. We want to wait another 10 years, 15 years, maybe another 25. I certainly won't be around either on the committee or I don't think in this world. But I think it's time to move. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. I see Mr. Scalise's hand is up. I recognize the Republican whip for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you hearing me over there?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And I move to strike the last word. I sure hope my friend from California, Ms. Eshu, is around for a lot longer. She and I have a lot of work to do to fix some of these outdated laws that we both share agreement on and hopefully can make progress on as well, because 1992 and 96 laws are so outdated for the world that we live in today with technology advancements. But we will continue to do that, Ms. Eshu. In the meantime, I would like to yield time to Mr. Walden, gentleman from Oregon.
I thank you. And I hope you two can get all that fixed too, because I'm tired of seeing your brick phone all the time on display. But
we need to retire that thing.
That's right. And I think we are making progress today with Mr. Butterfield's bill that I've supported and worked closely with tax certificates. And I'll have an amendment soon on an incubator program that was part of his original bill that I think could hold great promise for bringing more diverse voices into ownership of broadcast. But I do think these are important questions to get answered. And this is the first time in 25 years, my friend from California, we've done a markup like this on an issue controversial where there's still some questions that I think are legitimate, as you mentioned. So back to council for my final question. So given that this bill does not prohibit the FCC from referencing a specific broadcaster and its EEO data in its analysis, what are the potential legal implications of not anonymizing the data collected? That's one question. And as I mentioned, past court decisions have noted that the collection of EEO data, such as that captured by Forms 395A and 395B, may be unconstitutional if the collection or use of such data pressures broadcasters to make race-based or gender-based hiring decisions. It's not my view. That's the court saying that this could be unconstitutional. So my question to council is, so given that this bill does not prohibit the FCC from referencing a specific broadcaster and its EEO data in its analysis, what are the potential legal implications of not anonymizing the data collected? That's a question for council.
Congressman, to start off with regard to the constitutional issue you raised, the courts have not invalidated the mere collection of data so that the FCC could determine, for example, trends and report to Congress. They have invalidated some previous FCC EEO rules with regard to other implications beyond the constitutional implications you reference. The fourth notice of proposed rulemaking that the FCC is required to first take public notice of and then comment on and then complete within 18 months and then 1 year after that. So now 2 years and 6 months after the potential data enactment would start collecting the data. That rulemaking proceeding, as I mentioned earlier, once it's concluded, is required to review the implications of whether the commission can keep that information confidential and what potential other impediments may be involved with regard to publicizing that data. Notably, some of the data is already required to be made public in some form. For example, Form 395A is already required to be made publicly available at any MVPD location that houses more than 5 employees under Section 634 of the Communications Act.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I used to fill these out and put them in the public file, so I'm familiar with it. We're just trying to get this right to achieve the common goal, and legislating sometimes means you have to get into the weeds, which we're trying to do here. So I thank council, and I thank Mr. Scalise, and I yield back.
All right, thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back as well. Thank you, Steve. So we're still on the AINS. I didn't see anyone else who wants to speak on that. Is there anyone who wants to speak on that? If not, we're going to go to Mr. Walden, has some amendments. Mr. Walden is recognized for an amendment.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk report the amendment. Which one is it, Greg?
It is the incubator amendment. It's probably the amendment in the nature of a substitute, so it would be, trying to figure out your best reference here.
I have it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, perfect.
It's incubator 02 at the top. Yes.
That sounds right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right, Sharon.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 5564 offered by Mr. Walden of Oregon.
Without objection, the reading of the Walden Amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a few key changes to this amendment that I made based on the feedback that we've received from the majority and other public interest stakeholders. So I want to make everybody aware of that. First and foremost, we've heard the concerns that this program was not adequately directed to promoting broadcast ownership by minorities and women. So we have taken the language language to apply this program to socially disadvantaged individuals. We took the language straight from Mr. Butterfield's bill that we just voted on to reinstate the tax certificate program. That just passed unanimously. That's the identical language we're now using for this incubator program. We wanted to make sure and get it right. This is something there's common ground on, and so we're using that socially disadvantaged language. We've added new requirements in order to qualify for the program that strengthens the measure to ensure a robust, meaningful relationship. For example, there's now a requirement that no officer, director, managing partner, or managing member of the emerging broadcaster may hold a cognizable interest in or be an employee of the established broadcaster in order to foreclose any insincere attempts to game the program. We don't want that. There's also a new requirement that established broadcaster may only incubate one radio station and one television station maximum per market. So there's a limit on that. And finally, we've also sought to address concerns raised about the incentive of a very narrow waiver of ownership rules for established broadcasters that might meaningfully and successfully participate in the program. Despite some diversity advocates arguing that concerns over consolidation can be overcome, we've attempted to address these concerns by creating a new mechanism that would refer any potential violations of antitrust law directly to the Department of Justice. This incentive structure has the backing of advocates for diversity in broadcast ownership and is very narrowly tailored to only those who are meaningfully and successfully carrying out the incubation relationship. We've added numerous strong safeguards to ensure the program will not be gamed by established broadcasters not sincerely bringing new and diverse voices into the market. It also does not preclude the FCC from making a determination that entrance of a socially disadvantaged individual into the market still does not outweigh any adverse impact on the public interest by waiving a local ownership rule in a given market. So by way of history, the concept of broadcast incubator program originated in 1990, back to Ms. Eshu's comments, about 25 years, by the National Association of Black-Owned Broadcasters and by Jim Winston and others who were on the Minority Ownership Task Force under then Chairman Sykes. In 92, the commission unanimously voted forward an NPRM on the incubator concept and had no opposing comments filed. In 2002, 57 national organizations that included virtually all of the national mainstream civil rights organizations organized under the leadership of MMTC, and they endorsed the incubator concept among its top 5 priorities for FCC action to advance minority media ownership. It was later considered in the 2002 biennial review and endorsed by the predecessor to the current FCC Advisory Committee on Diversity and Digital Empowerment in 2004. Now, fast forward to 2012, and MMTC and other diversity and competition supporters continued to flesh out the program and offer incubation activities centered on the financial and operational support of aspiring broadcasters. Unfortunately, in 2013, public interest ideologues filed in opposition to the proposal, asserting that any action that relaxed ownership rules matter its effect on uplifting new diverse voices into the marketplace was contrary to the public interest. Well, it was defeated 3-2 with only Republican commissioners Pai and O'Reilly who dissented and stood up for this proposal to enhance ownership diversity. So long and the short of it is, this has been going on longer than 25 years, and the need is clear. If you want to do something about ownership, which we do, I think, as a committee in a bipartisan way, and get more diverse ownership media in the media world, this is the amendment to support. If you're serious about it, from my perspective, I am. I know Mr. Butterfield had this in his bill originally. I think this makes a lot of sense and would have a huge impact in the marketplace itself. And there's a very strong opportunity here to move forward and get more socially disadvantaged minorities and women into the ownership role with a mentor through an incubator program. I urge its support, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Walden. So this is the Walden amendment to Ms. Clark's-Ains. I see Mr. Doyle's hand is up. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
So moved.
Mr. Chairman, I am opposed to this amendment in its current form. During our subcommittee markup on Mr. Butterfield's bill, I pledged to work with Ranking Member Walden and Latta on this initiative. I agree that we need to do more to ensure that broadcast station ownership reflects the communities these stations serve, and I'm open to looking at a wide variety of pathways to get there, including an incubator program. I agree that this program has merit and that it could help smaller minority-owned businesses by partnering them with bigger businesses in order to get them established. However, what concerns me is the proposed incentive structure. Allowing large station ownership groups like Sinclair Broadcasting to get around media ownership limits as a carrot for helping to mentor minority owners seems ripe for abuse to me. I worry this amendment as proposed would have the perverse impact of actually reducing minority media ownership by allowing these large stations to buy up more smaller stations in a market, closing off opportunities for minority media ownership. We've offered a number of alternative options to Chairman Walden's staff, including tax incentives for these large station groups who already seem to have more money than they know what to do with. All of our offers were rejected. We didn't even get a counter offer from the minority. On top of that, we just received this amendment this morning. So I would say to my good friends, and they are Mr. Walden and Mr. Latta, I'm happy to keep working with you on this proposal or any proposal that will increase minority media ownership, but I can't support this amendment as it's currently written. I would ask that you consider withdrawing your amendment and continuing to work with us on this issue together. However, Mr. Chairman, if the gentleman insists on his amendment, I would have to oppose it, but I hope that he would withdraw it and work with us between now and when we go to the floor. And with that, I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. I don't see.
Chairman,
is there a Republican who wants to speak? If not, I'm going to go to Ms. Clark. No Republican? Okay. We'll go to the Vice Chair. Ms. Clark is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the ranking member for his good intentions. However, you know, in our last markup, as was stated by our chairman, Mr. Doyle, in March, there was a commitment to work on a bipartisan approach to the incubator program. And I believe we could have done so without causing further harm to media deregulation. Unfortunately, we're finding that the minority staff has indicated that the waiver of the local ownership rules was a bright line for them. Quite simply, this amendment undermines all three of the fundamental guiding principles of media law and policy in this country: diversity, localism, and competition. By allowing huge media conglomerates such as Sinclair, as indicated by our chairman, Mr. Doyle, to grow even bigger. It undermines competition by starving out opportunities for new entrants. It leaves new entrants without stations to buy, even if they had the financing and operational expertise. It undermines diversity. Research has shown that further consolidation can result in fewer stations owned by people of color and women, as well as fewer stations airing local news content. It also undermines localism by allowing for even more market concentration, in direct contradiction to one of the amendment's stated findings that, quote, survival of small, independent, and diverse media outlets that serve diverse audiences in local media markets is essential to preserving local culture, end quote. This FCC has already gone further than any other in deregulating media ownership and allowing more market concentration. Quite simply, more media concentration stifles diversity. And I would urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Does anyone else want to speak on the Walden Amendment? All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Griffith have his hand up. Mr. Griffith?
Jeff Duncan.
Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Duncan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield some time to I think the only gentleman on this committee that actually has broadcast experience, and that's Mr. Walden.
Oh, I thank the gentleman. I would say Mr. Long has done his tour of duty behind a microphone or two, but I may be the only former owner. Look, and
my apologies to Billy. Yeah,
yeah, you'll hear about it. I appreciate the debate we're having today on this matter because we share a common goal here about getting more minority ownership. This incubator program is something that's been bandied about for a long time. And to my friend from Pennsylvania, we did feel like we took a lot of the edits. The only one that really remained was this debate over the incentive process, where there wasn't a particular give or take. This is something I think works, and even the diversity groups have not objected to this in large measure as a mechanism to provide an incentive for the incumbent broadcasters to help others become owners. And that's what this is all about. If you cut to the chase, if you want to get new entrants into ownership, this is the hand up. This is the hand out. This is the way you do it. We heard that in testimony before the committee about the importance of this incubator program. There's a way to do this, and we believe this is the right mechanism. We put caps on how many stations. We limit it to similar markets. We give the FCC additional authority and the ability to go to Department of Justice if there's an antitrust issue here. So I think we protected that. I know there's been focus from my friends on the other side about Sinclair. Well, I don't know what Sinclair is going to do or not do, or whether they're going to even participate as an incubator in this process. But I do know that there are a lot of other broadcasters out there with the thousands and thousands of radio stations, many of which are in trouble right now. Who might take advantage of this as a way to help somebody else in and to solidify their situation. Again, this is when you're dealing in small market broadcasts. This is a tough business, and I know 2 stations we bought were in pretty bad shape. And failing them by grouping up, we were actually able to add additional service, including high school sports and news and things that the prior owner couldn't do. They were too small. And so grouping up isn't a bad thing at the smaller end of the scale. And we think we put good safeguards around this. And again, the incentive that we're using here has been suggested by diversity groups for years. And so we use that, and the FCC has the ability to determine whether the addition of a new voice in the public interest outweighs consolidation. We give that authority to the FCC. So if you really want to walk the walk here, this is the amendment to do it on incubator. And you know, again, we adjusted the language for who could participate and how to reflect Mr. Butterfield's language in the tax certificate bill. We've made a number of changes here, and we did counter. So I think this is balanced and fair. I think it makes sense. I think it is something that could really help add to diversity and ownership, which is a goal we all share, I know. And so I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their serious consideration of this amendment. And I would hope that you would not make it a partisan issue and be able to support us. And, you know, this bill will have a path forward and additional opportunities for changes, but we should not leave on the doorstep this incubator program. It should not be left behind. And so, you know, I know we did not want to cause any concern to other legislation. And so, you know, the tax certificate bill moves forward. We think this is an opportunity to combine 2 goals together here and move this forward with Ms. Clark's bill. So with that, Chairman, I would back to Mr. Duncan. It's Mr. Duncan's time.
Mr. Duncan has the time. Who's asking to yield?
Mr. Doyle is asking if the gentleman will yield.
Mr. Duncan? I don't know if he's still there. Mr. Duncan there?
In his absence, I'll yield on his behalf to my friend from Pennsylvania.
I just want to reiterate our desire to work with you between now and going to the floor. And if you're willing to withdraw your amendment, I pledge to you that we will do that in earnest. I think there's a lot of good things about this incubator program that we all like. And I think it would be a benefit. So if you will consider doing that, you have my pledge that we will work and see if we can work through this one issue that has been the line that's holding us up between now and the floor. With that, I'll yield back.
Yeah, and I guess if the gentleman would further yield, because we've heard that there was no movement, and that we should anticipate no movement on this issue on the incentive. Is the gentleman saying he's willing to work with us now on that issue?
Well, is the gentleman saying there's no possible movement on your side either?
No, I mean, we've moved on the definitions and several of the things on the market sizes and all to put the safeguards in. But we're just, I guess my question is, is the gentleman willing to work with us on the waivers as the incentive? Or is that a no?
Well, that is a sticking point on the incentive. And obviously that's why we're at where we are today. I think and I do believe you really care about this program, and I think it's a good program. And I think if we can just get past this impasse we're having on the incentive, this can become part of the bill, and we can bring it to the floor and we can pass it.
Yeah, I guess my view is we've worked in, and I would think you would agree with this, good faith on the other proposals, and basically have worked in all the other issues that the majority raised. This is the last one, and it's one that we feel strongly about, and one that actually was proposed by various diversity groups over time, and so we see that as a solid incentive, and have yielded on the other things. So I don't know that if that's the hang up, I'm not sure we can get there between here and full, unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess our side, our concern is for the broadcasters, not for these big media groups. And I just think the potential for abuse concerns us greatly. But I wanted to make that one last effort to see if there was a way to work for committee. If not, I understand, and I would recommend to public knowledge that they vote against the amendment.
All right, the time has expired. I don't want to let any, if I can avoid, if we can be happy and come to a consensus here, but I don't think so, Greg. Am I missing something?
If the chairman would yield, I think that's correct, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure. This has been a sticking issue all along, and we've yielded. I mean, we're open to working with the majority on safeguards on the incentive, but and having that discussion, I would almost flip it and say if the gentleman, we can vote however we vote on the amendment, but we're willing to continue to work forward on fixing the waiver thing between here and the floor. Because
we can work on anything. We can continue a dialogue as we move to the floor.
All right.
It doesn't seem like you're willing to withdraw the amendment. So the time is well over. Mr. Duncan's time has expired, but I still have Mr. Butterfield and Mr. Griffiths. So I'll recognize Mr. Butterfield for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I certainly won't take up the full 5 minutes, but I want to thank Mr. Walden for his comments. I don't doubt 1 minute his sincerity. He did mention about the public interest group supporting his legislation. Since we've been on this amendment, I've received 3 text messages already. One from Public Knowledge, the other Free Press, United Church of Christ. All of these organizations are going on record as we speak, opposing this amendment. But I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up on this. We have general agreement on an incubator program. That's without question. And I think if we can just continue working through the incentive details, I know they've been difficult, but if we can work through the incentives and try to meet each other halfway, I think we can work out a bipartisan agreement before this reaches the floor. I can only speak for myself. I would pledge to you, Mr. Walden, that I will continue to work with you and make every sincere effort I can to embrace some of the ideas that you have put on the table. I only speak for myself. I don't speak for the chairman, but I certainly pledge to you that I will continue to work with you. Thank you, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And I really appreciate it. We've had a great working relationship on these issues, and I think we are close. I believe that NABOB and the MMTC support our bill, our amendment. And I realize there are some others that are weighing in. Public Knowledge last night issued a pretty harsh statement, but that was before they had obviously seen the language of dealing with social justice and all that we've included. Your language, I don't think they saw that when they issued their statement against the bill. This may be a different timeline than the one you've gotten in text, but the National Association of Black-Owned Broadcasters does support this approach we have. But to your point, I'm happy to continue working. I think we ought to go ahead with the amendment just to keep moving forward here. This is something I hope we can find common ground on, and let's continue the discussion, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Thank you very much, Greg. And I too have confidence we can reach common ground. I really wish we would not go to a vote today. I'll give you my pledge. We will work very closely with your staff to try to get it right. If you proceed with the vote, I certainly respect your right to do that. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, GK. I see Mr. Griffith. Morgan is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether my colleague, Mr. Walden, needs any additional time, but I have enjoyed the discussion back and forth and found that this is the kind of legislating I like, where we sit around and hash out issues. Hopefully we can reach a resolution at some point, but if Mr. Walden wishes for any more time, I would gladly yield to him.
I thank the gentleman. I think I've made my arguments, and so I will yield back.
I lost everybody.
He said he didn't want any time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Griffith. Does anyone else want to speak on the Walden amendment? If not, we're going to proceed to a vote on the Walden amendment. Now, this is an amendment to the AINS. So again, please unmute yourself so that we can hear your response. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye. 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 And all those opposed will signify by saying no. No. The opinion of the chair. Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it that I hear a request for a roll call.
Yes.
Okay.
What's going on here? I'm in a hearing.
Yeah. A recorded I had a request for a roll call. A roll call is ordered. But again, please unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. Those in favor of the Walden Amendment say aye. Those opposed to the Walden Amendment say no. Let me explain. As we call the roll and Sharon calls your name, I would appreciate if members would repeat their name just so we know that you're the one that's voting. Is that okay? So Sharon, will the clerk call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo?
No.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Engel? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle?
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky?
Schakowsky votes no.
Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield?
Butterfield votes no.
Butterfield no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Bob Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney of California votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. We'll come back. Mr. Lujan.
Lujan votes no.
Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Paul Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark. We'll come back. Mr. Loebsack.
Loebsack of Iowa votes no.
Mr. Loebsack votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy from Massachusetts votes no.
Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Tony Cardenas from California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle of Michigan votes no.
Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
Mr. Vesey of Texas votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Ms. Custer of New Hampshire votes yes. No, excuse me.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Custer votes.
Ms. Custer of New Hampshire votes no. My mistake.
Ms. Custer votes no.
Can't take it back.
Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly? We'll come back to her. Ms. Berrigan.
Barragan votes no.
Okay. Ms. Berrigan votes no. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto of Florida votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran, Arizona votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Mr. Walden.
Walden of Oregon votes aye.
Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton?
Votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Shimkus.
Shimkus votes aye.
Mr. Shimkus votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess? We'll come back to him. Mr. Scalise.
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta of Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson.
Mr. Olson of Texas votes aye.
Mr. Olson, aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley of West Virginia votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger. We'll come back to him. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith of Virginia votes aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson of Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
The only Long in Congress votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores.
Flores votes aye.
Mr. Flores, aye. Mrs. Brooks.
Brooks votes aye.
Thanks for all your support and the help on the word
Ms. Brooks
bill.
votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
I vote aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson?
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. You need to unmute, Mr. Carter.
Carter of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Duncan of South Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Giaforte.
Gianforte votes aye.
Mr. Giaforte votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone of New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no. I'm going to go through and call the names we didn't get responses from, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Engel. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
What? No.
I'm sorry. Mr. Welch votes
No.
no. Mr. Welch votes no. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. You're right.
Ms. Kelly.
No.
Ms. Kelly
votes no.
votes no. Okay. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger.
All right, let me see. Is there anyone else who still wants to record their vote who's not recorded? Going once. All right. If not, the clerk will report the tally. Sharon?
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 22 and the nays were 28.
So the amendment, the vote is 22 ayes to 28 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments, Mr. Walden or anyone else? If not, we'll go back to the, Mr. Walden, if not, we'll go back to the Ains.
Mr. Chairman.
Wahlberg, do you have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, let's go to the Wahlberg amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, could we get the code on that amendment, please, at the top, the very end of it?
It's the small business waiver amendment.
Okay, we have it. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 5564 offered by Mr. Wahlberg.
Without objection,
15.
without objection, the reading of the Wahlberg amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we discussed at the subcommittee markup, and again today, we remain concerned with the underlying requirements of this bill that the courts have said led to unfair and discriminatory requirements and hiring practices. To reiterate, Republicans agree that we can and should do more to promote employment and ownership diversity, and have put forth proposals to do just that. However, we need to weigh the need for more regulation with its negative impact on small businesses. Currently, the FCC randomly selects roughly 5% of radio and television stations and MVPDs to audit their EEO obligations, such as required outreach efforts for job vacancies. Despite the hundreds of audits annually, less than 1% reveal violations of the EEO requirements. These audits can create costly burdens for small market stations in rural areas like my own, without creating a discernible benefit and without removing enforcement tools the Commission uses for nearly every other regulation on its books. This comes on top of existing requirements that we are not seeking to repeal, such as hosting job fairs, internships, and mentorship programs, and 13 other outreach requirements established through regulations. Regardless of whether such a station receives an audit, the station is still bound by the Commission's rules and could face stiff penalties from the Enforcement Bureau, where Chairman Pai recently moved the enforcement of these rules if it's found to violate them. Nothing in this amendment would preclude an employee or job applicant from filing a complaint with the FCC if they believe the station or MVPD was violating the rules. What it does is limit the proactive audit of these rules, which is rarely the case in other instances, to only stations with more than 10 full-time employees. Removing these regulatory barriers will better enable smaller rural stations to stay in business, on the air, reporting the local news and providing the emergency alerting backbone so many rely on today. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
To thank the gentleman. It looks like Mr. Doyle's hand is up. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So moved.
I'm opposed to this amendment offered by Mr. Wahlberg. This legislation already includes a small business exemption that was under a Republican-led FCC by Chairman Michael Powell. Currently, stations that have 5 or fewer employees are exempted from this reporting requirement. And to be clear, this exemption was created after going through a full notice and comment cycle at the FCC as part of the rulemaking to establish this data collection process. We've been negotiating these bills for months with the minority and vetting them with stakeholders, and this is the first time we're seeing this amendment regarding exempting stations from audits. I will say again, as I said before to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, we are happy to keep negotiating this issue with you in good faith as we move this legislation to the floor if you agree to withdraw the amendment. If the gentleman insists on his amendment, and that is his right, then I would recommend that all members of the committee vote no. And with that, I yield back my time.
To thank the gentleman. Mr. Johnson, Bill Johnson, his hand is up. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I actually raised my hand because I also have an amendment. I raised it at the wrong time here.
We'll wait for Mr. Johnson's amendment later. Does anybody want to speak on the Wahlberg amendment? That's the issue at hand. I don't see anybody's hand up. Okay. All right, so then we'll have a vote on the Wahlberg amendment. Again, this is an amendment to the Ains. Again, please unmute yourself so that we can hear your response. All those in favor of the Wahlberg amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed will say no.
No.
Aye.
And the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there, who is next? Mr.
I think we're done.
What's that?
All right, thank you.
The Wahlberg amendment is not agreed to, and I heard Mr. Johnson say he has an amendment. So you want to go to yours next, Bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk, have the Johnson amendment, Sharon? Clerk, have the Johnson amendment?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Mr. Right. Clerk will report the Johnson amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 5564 offered by Mr. Johnson. Page 2, line 12.
Objection, the reading of the amendment dispensed with, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation would reinstate an FCC employment data collection process over which we have raised concerns. We all agree that promoting diversity in media is important. And in order to make good fact-based policy decisions, we should have accurate and reliable data. We all agree on that. However, the legislation as drafted specifically prohibits the FCC from using this data for assessing any sort of equal employment opportunity compliance, which I appreciate is included to help alleviate the concerns of the courts. But as was raised during questions for counsel, I'm concerned that publishing this data as directed by the legislation could lead to exactly the type of public pressure the courts held as unconstitutionally leading to unfair hiring practices. While we agree with your underlying objective, we just happen to have a legal disagreement over whether the changes you have suggested in the amendment in the nature of a substitute adequately address the limitations placed on the FCC by the Constitution. So today I'm offering an amendment to anonymize the collection of this data and aggregate the public availability of the data through the database the Ains creates. Making this data publicly available on an aggregated and anonymized basis will still give Congress and the FCC good, usable information to make good policy to promote diversity in the media industry. I would hope that you can meet us halfway here. This is a reasonable amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Chairman Doyle, your hand is up, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
So moved.
I'm opposed to this amendment. The minority did not bring up this issue during the months-long negotiations we've had over this legislation. More to the point, we just received this amendment this morning. This is not a good faith attempt to improve the legislation. The bill is amended before the committee includes a number of restrictions on how the data being collected can be used by the FCC and explicitly prohibits this data from being used as part of commission enforcement actions. The primary purpose for the data is to give the public some insight into the makeup of the workforce of this very important industry, which Congress has mandated for decades and which Republicans and Democrats alike have worked to enact. If this data was to be anonymized, it would serve little to no purpose in providing transparency, as the public couldn't access it. I don't see the harm in this tiny modicum of transparency. And to be honest, in collecting data about broadcast ownership, we were able to come up with a bipartisan measure to address gaps made obvious by the data. If this data collection shows serious gaps as well, I don't know why we couldn't sit down and try to put together another bipartisan initiative here, if the data calls for it. As we're trying to address systematic racism in our country, we need to come to terms with the reality of the situation and not try to sweep inconvenient truths under the rug. I oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back my time.
Thank you. I see both Mr. Wahlberg and Ms. Clark's virtual hand up. Mr. Wahlberg, did you want to speak on this?
Not on this, but I did want to note that I attempted to get a roll call vote, and technology didn't work, I guess, because I tried it twice and was not responded to.
All right, what we'll do is, and for all of these, I'll ask if the Republicans want a roll call before we do a voice vote, all right, so we don't run into that problem again. So you don't want to speak on this. Is there any other Republican who wants to speak on the Johnson amendment?
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Who's that?
It's Greg.
Greg? Yes, your gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, I just want to say I take some level of offense that these amendments are being characterized as not in good faith or not serious, because I think they are serious. I know they're serious. I know we've had a lot of discussions back and forth among our staffs and members, and we're trying to figure out how to improve this and get it right. And so I think, you know, we get along better when we're not characterized whether something's in good faith or bad faith or whatever else on the committee. And I think Mr. Johnson's amendment, Mr. Wahlberg's amendment, my amendment were all offered in good faith within the guidelines of the rules. And in fact, in the case of the incubator amendment, which I again think that program would do enormous good for expanding minority ownership and people that are have been adversely affected or shut out. And these we've taken into account a lot of the input we've received from our colleagues, not only on the other side of the aisle, but out in the world outside of Congress who care about these matters. And so I think Mr. Johnson's amendment is in good faith. I thought Mr. Wahlberg's amendment was in good faith. And so I just hope that we can stay focused on the legislation before us and the good faith attempts by colleagues on my side of the aisle to improve the legislation that Ms. Clark has put forward. I share her goal about getting diversity ownership and improved hiring practices. I think we found common ground on other bills to do that in this area, and certainly there's more work to do. This bill just isn't quite where many of us think it needs to be in the end to both pass constitutional muster as well as to achieve the goals at hand. So with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Clark's hand is up. Did you want to be recognized? You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and have to apologize to colleagues. Had some technical difficulties, kicked off by my Wi-Fi. So if I were here for the last roll call vote on the Walden Amendment, I would have voted no. But I did want to address Mr. Wahlberg's anonymized amendment, Mr. Chairman. So I'm striking the last word. And just to say that I'm opposed to the amendment offered by Mr. Wahlberg, the ranking member. This amendment requires the FCC to report EEO data in an anonymous manner. I know it has been a long time since the FCC collected this data, but let's not forget that when the FCC first began collecting EEO data, the FCC made it available to the public. Also, Section 634 of the Communications Act requires MVPDs to make the forms on which EEO data is reported to be more available for public inspection. Public scrutiny is not a bad thing. I can only imagine, you know, if that information weren't there, how essentially defeat the purpose. I agree that we're trying, everyone is here in good faith, but it's as though we're undercutting ourselves by creating a veneer through which we have to view data. I can only presume that some broadcasters and some MVPDs prefer confidentiality for fear of being publicly being named and shamed for dismal employment diversity numbers. Why create a veil? Either you have good numbers or you don't. And the idea is, so we have the information, we can do better. Nevertheless, this bill appropriately defers to the FCC to refresh the record in its pending rulemaking on this issue to determine whether current privacy laws require the EEO data to be kept confidential. Similarly, this amendment wants the public ownership database to provide the data anonymously. This station data is already publicly available, so we should not be afraid of making the station ownership data more easily accessible to the public. For those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Does anyone else want to speak on the Johnson amendment?
Mr. Chairman, before you proceed, I know Mr. Shimkus is texting me that he's lost his connection, is trying to get back on. I don't know how you want to handle that, but.
Does he want to speak or just vote, or we don't know?
No.
We don't know?
I don't know. He just said he's lost his connection and he's trying to get back on.
Well, I mean, we'll certainly allow him to vote. However, we'll figure it out. But unless he wants to speak, I'm going to see, does anybody else want to speak on the Johnson amendment? That's the amendment that is being considered right now. Anyone else want to speak on it? All right, now, Greg, my understanding is that the Republicans want a recorded vote on this. Would that be correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. This is Mr. Johnson. Request a recorded vote.
All right, so we'll proceed to a recorded vote, and we'll make sure that we get Mr. Shimkus's response, even if we can't hear him. I guess we'll have to figure out how to get a response from him. So we're now proceeding to a recorded vote on the Johnson amendment to the AIMS. A recorded vote is ordered. Again, please unmute so you can respond once your name is called. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the Johnson amendment will say no. And once again, if you would, you don't have to repeat your state, but at least repeat your name before you say yes or no, so we know the clerk can be sure who's speaking. So we'll proceed to the roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Mr. Rush.
Votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes no.
She votes no. Mr. Engel. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Doyle, no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky. We'll come back to her. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield, no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Rep. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor, no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes. We'll come back to him.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. We will return to him. Mr. Lujan.
Lujan votes no.
Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack.
Loebsack Viola votes no.
Mr. Loebsack votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mrs. Schrader, no. Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy votes no.
Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas votes no.
Mr. Cardenas, no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey.
Mr. Veazey votes no.
Mr. Veazey, no. Ms. Custer.
Ms. Custer from New Hampshire votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Berrigan.
Berrigan votes no.
Ms. Berrigan, no. I've got these. I don't have the second page. Hang on. Yeah, it's just, oh, let's see. Yeah. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto, no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Mr. Walden.
Walden votes aye.
Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Upton.
Votes aye. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Shimkus.
Shimkus votes aye.
Mr. Shimkus votes aye.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. Thank you. Mr. Burgess. We'll come back to him. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Latta votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers. We'll come back to Ms. Rogers. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson.
Olson, Texas, aye.
Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley, aye. Mr. Kinzinger. We'll come back to Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis, aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Long.
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon, aye. Mr. Flores.
Flores votes aye.
Mr. Flores, aye. Mrs. Brooks.
Brooks votes aye.
Ms. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen. We'll come back to him. Mr. Hudson.
Votes aye.
Mr. Hudson, aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg, aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Thank you. Mr. Duncan.
Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan, aye. Mr. Giaforte.
Gianforte, aye.
Mr. Gianforte, aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Mr. Pallone, no. Mr. Chairman, I will go through and call the names I didn't hear the first time.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Engel. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Ms. Berrigan. Ms. Berrigan.
She was recorded, I think, Sharon.
Berrigan?
Was she? Oh, I apologize. Yes,
voted
sir.
No, hold on, let me turn on my camera. I voted no.
Yes, you did. I'm sorry. I got you. You're right there. And then Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise. Mrs. Rogers.
Rogers votes aye.
Ms. Rogers, aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen, aye.
All right, is there any other member who needs to be recorded, who we've missed?
Okay.
We'll give you a couple minutes here.
Schakowsky votes no. Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no.
Anyone else? We'll give you another minute or so if anybody, anyone else want to vote who's not recorded? Burgess, you said was on? Oh,
Mr. Burgess is not recorded, Mr. Chairman.
all right. Anybody else who hasn't been recorded that wants to be recorded? All right, if not, the clerk will report the tally.
Is that the same as last?
No, it's 21 yeas, 29 nays.
Oh, I have to.
Mr. Chairman, can I vote yes on that?
Yes, who is that?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Scalise is not recorded.
Mr. Scalise is not recorded. He wants to vote yes.
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's 22, 21?
No, it is, yes, 22, 29, sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 22 and the nays were 29.
Okay, so the vote is 22 ayes to 29 noes.
Yes.
22 ayes to 21 noes, 29 noes. So the Johnson Amendment is not agreed to. Okay. Now, do we have any other amendments to the AINS? The underlying AINS is Ms. Clark's, and of course hers is the underlying bill too. Does anyone else want to make an amendment to the AINS at this point?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Kim Wahlberg here again. Is it possible to get a voice roll call vote on my amendments? Technology, I guess, precluded you hearing my request for record roll call.
Well, I wouldn't normally do it, but you said that you had requested it and couldn't get through?
2 times I requested it, and technology or whatever, you didn't hear my request, and the intentions all along were to get a roll call.
All right, I don't want to preclude it because of technological reasons. So yes, let's go back, but let's Sharon, what Mr. Wahlberg's amendment, just so we all know what we're talking about. This was another amendment to the AINS, correct? And this was by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan about small businesses. Does everyone know what we're talking about here? This was the Tim Wahlberg of Michigan's amendment to the AINS about small business. I mean, he's saying that he tried to get a recorded vote and couldn't. So let's go back. All right, Sharon, you called the roll.
Thank you.
Rush. Mr. Rush.
No on this vote.
I just want to be clear what we're doing here, because there might be some confusion. Mr. Wahlberg had an amendment to the AINS that related to small business. We had a voice vote, but he says that he tried to get a recorded vote and for technological reasons couldn't get through. So we're now taking a recorded vote on the Wahlberg small business amendment. Yes or no, please indicate who you are. Mr. Rush is first.
Rush votes no.
Thank you. Sharon, continue.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes no.
Ms. Eshoo, no. Mr. Engel. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette, no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms.
Schakowsky votes no.
Mr. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield, no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui, no. Ms. Castor.
Rep. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor, no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Ms. Sarbanes, no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
McNerney, no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Lujan.
Lujan votes no.
Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Clark, no. Mr. Loebsack.
Loebsack votes no.
Mr. Loebsack, no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes no.
Mr. Cardenas, no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. We'll come back to him. Ms. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle, no. Mr. Veazey.
No. Mr. Vesey votes no.
Mr. Veazey, no. Ms. Custer.
Ms. Custer from New Hampshire votes no.
Ms. Custer, no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly, no. Ms. Berrigan.
Ms. Berrigan votes no.
Ms. Berrigan, no. My second sheet. Okay, I'll give you this one again. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no.
Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto, no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran, no. Mr. Walden.
Mr. Walden of Oregon votes aye on the Wahlberg amendment.
Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Shimkus.
Shimkus votes aye.
Mrs. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta, aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Rogers votes aye.
Rogers, aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson.
Olson, Texas, aye.
Mr. Olson, aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. Kinley, aye. Mr. Kinzinger. We'll come back to him. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis, aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes aye.
Ms. Bouchon, aye. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores.
Flores votes aye.
Mr. Flores, aye. Mrs. Brooks.
Brooks, aye.
Ms. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Hudson.
Aye.
Mr. Hudson, aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg, aye.
Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan.
Duncan votes aye.
Okay, great. Mr. Duncan, aye. Mr. Gianforte.
Gianforte, aye.
Mr. Gianforte, aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Mr. Pallone, no.
Karen, you skipped Doyle.
I'm
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Is that Billy?
Mike Doyle, how is Mr. Doyle
Oh, Mike.
recorded?
I have Mr. Doyle recorded as voting no.
Mr. Doyle, you never called on me. I was skipped.
Wow. Oh, you know what? I apologize. Yes, I did. I accidentally marked you down, even though I didn't call your name. I apologize.
That's very prophetic of you, because for the second time, I'm voting no.
I'm sorry. So Mr. Doyle votes no.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Ms. Kirk.
Mr. Schrader's not recorded.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Sharon, you want to go over who we missed?
Yes, please, if I could. Mr. Engel, not recorded. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. And then, let's see.
Mr. McEachin.
Mr. McEachin. He was absent.
I don't think he's here.
Yeah, no. And then Mr. Kinzinger.
I don't think he's here.
I don't think he's here either.
Anyone else who wants to be
Everybody else
recorded?
is recorded. Everybody else is recorded.
Anyone else who's not recorded? All right, then if not, the clerk will report the tally on the Wahlberg amendment.
23 yeas to 29 noes.
Same here.
Yeah, 23 to 29.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 23 and the nays were 29.
Okay, on the Wahlberg amendment, the ayes are 23, the nays are 29, and so the Wahlberg amendment is not agreed to. Now, do we have any further amendments? We still have the aims, but any further amendments to the aim?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, who's that?
That's Greg. I've got my hand up. I do have an amendment at the desk that would apply these same reporting requirements on Congress and our offices. The data that is collected on Congress is all anonymized. It is not individualized. But in the essence of working together on this legislation, hopefully as it heads to the floor, I will not be offering that amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walden. All right, so now I'm going to go back to the aims. And Now, this is the amendment in the nature of a substitute that was offered by Ms. Clark, who's also the sponsor of the underlying bill. So we'll have a vote on that. Let's see. We'll proceed to a vote on the Clark amendment in the nature of a substitute. I was going to have a voice vote on that unless unless someone wants to record it. All right. So please unmute yourself so that we can hear your response to the voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no.
No.
All right, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the Clark amendment in the nature of a substitute is passed, is agreed to. All right, now we're going to go to final passage on the underlying Clark bill. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 5564 as amended to the House. Again, unmute yourself that we can hear your response to the voice vote, unless someone's asking for a recorded vote. If not, all those in favor of reporting H.R. 5564 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no.
No. No.
Opinion of the chair is the ayes have it, and the H.R. 5564 as amended is reported to the full House. All right. Next, I believe we're going to 1754. Okay, this is the horse bill. The chair calls up H.R. 1754, the Horse Racing Integrity Act of 2004.
So I wasn't under the impression you wanted a roll call.
Was that who's? Okay, let's proceed.
Yeah.
Chair calls up H.R. 1754, the Horse Racing Integrity Act of 2019. Mr. Tonko's bill. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1754, a bill to improve the integrity and safety of horse racing by requiring a uniform anti-doping and
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
control program.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Mr. Tonko, you have an amendment in the nature of a substitute, but I don't know, does anyone want to speak on the underlying bill, or should we just go to the AINs? Mr. Tonko, you want to, you have the AINs, and you have a bill, do you have an AINs you want to move?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, does the clerk have Mr. Tonko's amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1754 offered by Mr. Tonko. Strike all after the enacting
Madam
clause.
Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment in the nature of a substitute represents a long-sought and hard-won bipartisan agreement on how to finally bring needed and urgent reforms to the sport of horse racing. By striking the text of the original Horse Racing Integrity Act and replacing it with the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act, which is being concurrently introduced on the Senate side today by Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and my fellow New Yorker, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, we strengthen our initial legislation and have a clear path to have this important legislation signed into law. I do thank Chairman Pallone and his staff and the committee staff, subcommittee chair Schakowsky and her staff and subcommittee staff, and Jeff Morgan, the legislative director from my crew, for his countless hours on this effort for all of the hard work. I do thank the leadership of Senator McConnell in getting us to this point, as well as offering my profound thanks to my colleague and good friend, Andy Barr, who has led the effort for reform with the efforts to address this legislation. Back in 2015, when Representative Barr and I first introduced the Horse Racing Integrity Act, we were trying to bring reform and sanity to a broken system that had been tarred by high-profile equine deaths and doping scandals. This is not simply a sports issue. It's an economic one. The horse racing industry generates some $26.1 billion in direct economic impact nationwide, including some $5 billion in my home state of New York. More than 146,000 United States jobs are created from direct spending in this horse industry. Our legislation envisioned a national independent horse racing anti-doping organization responsible for rulemaking, for testing, and for enforcement oversight regarding drugs and medication. By harmonizing disparate rule books and putting an independent, conflict-free regulatory body in charge of enforcing the rules, we would protect our equine athletes and boost the integrity of the sport. The NAES makes a number of changes to strengthen our underlying bill. Most importantly, responding to feedback we heard during our subcommittee hearing, the revised legislation would require the creation of a national racetrack safety program, establishing safety standards for training and racing, racetrack surfaces, injury-related data analysis, safety violation investigations, hearings, and sanctions. Adding a racetrack safety component to the bill would help make the sport significantly safer for our equine athletes and jockeys. Additionally, the AINS contains a compromise on the issue of LASIX, which was hotly debated at our subcommittee. The legislation would phase out the use of LASIX over a 3-year period by allowing for states to request an exemption for non-stakes, non-2-year-old races. There would also be a committee impaneled to study the issue further, and only by a unanimous vote with affirmative findings that LASIX is neither performance enhancing nor a detriment to the sport of horse racing would further add to the carefully crafted compromise on a delicate issue, and certainly would prompt to alter the section that threatens the underlying legislation. We also worked closely with the Humane Society and other stakeholders to ensure that the federal preemption language contained in the legislation relating to medication control and racetrack safety would not affect unrelated state and local laws dealing with animal cruelty now or in the future. While no legislation is usually deemed perfect, the agreement represented in the AINS has the support of the overwhelming majority of not only the horse racing industry, including all of the tracks hosting Triple Crown races, but also major animal welfare groups like the Humane Society. This is truly a win-win-win for the industry, for sports fans, and for our equine athletes. And I urge all of my colleagues to support the AINS and the underlying bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Mr. Schrader from Oregon.
Right. Is there anybody on the GOP side that wants to speak? If not, I'll recognize. I guess Ms. Schakowsky had her hand up first. So Ms. Schakowsky is recognized for 5 minutes. Jan?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to strike the last word. I'm hearing feedback. Does anybody else hear that? No? Okay, I'll just keep going then. I would like to speak in support of HR 1754, the Horse Racing Integrity Act, and the manager's amendment filed by my friend and colleague, Mr. Tonko, who deserves a lot of credit for this. This bill is vital to the health of equine athletes, jockeys, and horses themselves and horse racing itself. The AIMS, a product compromise, will improve the safety and integrity of horse racing. Compromise is hard to find between stakeholders with diverse opinions. This amendment is a compromise. The amendment includes important provisions improving safety by establishing minimum standards for racing surfaces. So we're talking not just about medications like pre-race inspections, equine medical medicines, and requires requires safety stewards. This back, no one's hearing it, huh? I have a whole background thing. Huh? Okay. Anyway, the amendment ensures that horse racing integrity and safety authorities have more representation from horse. See. You know what? I can't hear myself, so I'm just going to finally end with this bill will help achieve our overreaching goal to provide the health and welfare of racehorses and jockeys while strengthening the integration of the sport itself, the integrity of the sport itself. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I also want to thank all the activists that were involved in making this happen, and all of the parties on both sides of the Congress and on both sides of the aisle that finally brought this to fruition. The Humane Society was a special help, and I look forward to its passage. And I yield back.
Thank you, Jan. We were able to hear you.
Yeah, somehow I think I'm up here on the board twice, and it causes a feedback.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an echo, but we could still hear you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I have Kurt Schrader and then myself, but is there any Republican who wants to speak? All right, then we'll go to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The intent by my colleague from New York is law. I don't think any equine veterinarian like myself or others would argue that we need to make sure horse racing is clean and safe for these horses at the end of the day. But HR 1754, the Horse Racing Integrity Act, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute falls very, very short, actually puts the horse's life in danger. As a veterinarian, I'm very frustrated and very disappointed by the lack of veterinary involvement, not only in the process of creating this bill, but also the lack of veterinary representation in the final product. There is no one more authoritative and understanding of what the horse's needs are, their health care needs, than the equine veterinarian. The new Horsemen's Racing Integrity and Safety Authority created by this bill is entrusted with developing and implementing a horse racing anti-doping and medication control program and a racetrack safety program. And no one knows this better than veterinarians. Very concerned this bill does not prioritize the medical expertise of veterinarians. Indeed, the majority of the board is made up of lay people that have perhaps good intentions, but virtually no expertise at all in what equine medicine is all about. Not only is there no guarantee that a veterinarian will be on this new authority, but practicing veterinarians actually in the field, both at the racetrack and back home taking care of these horses, are specifically excluded from the authority board altogether. The conflict of interest section essentially eliminates the ability for veterinarians and other experts to serve on this board and its related committees. That is unacceptable. In addition, I've got significant concerns about the prohibition on race day furosemide, Lasix. I mean, this medication is critical to preventing exercise-induced pulmonary hemorrhage that most all horses have at high speeds that these guys race around the track. It would actually make things worse for these horses by banning this medication. I understand there's a committee that could look at this and take years to get at it, but it is specifically excluded from young horses and stakes horses, the quality animals that perhaps we want to make sure have those protections right up front. The intent of this legislation to achieve uniform standards across the country, I think we all agree, is a great one. We need this expertise and this help. but we can't do it without the veterinary or medical advice being at the table on an ongoing basis. So while well-intended, this bill falls way short of its goal, and for these reasons, I'm going to oppose the bill, and I thank you and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I see our colleague from Oklahoma's hand is up. Mr. Mullen is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to echo just about everything my good friend on the other side of the aisle, Schroeder, just said. And just understand, too, this trumps states' rights. States are well equipped to handling this. All of our tracks and all our regulatory bodies are different. There's a whole lot I can say about this, but just keep in mind, I'm going to yield back, but I will be requesting a recorded vote on this.
Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen yielded back.
Mr. Chair.
So next I see, who is that? Mr. McNerney? Jerry is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. Basically, I'm going to yield my time to Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Tonko, I can't hear you. You have to unmute.
I think, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Let me just say that I appreciate and respect Representative Schroeder's concerns with the legislation, and will continue to work to earn his support as we move the legislation to the floor. Our legislation takes seriously the need to incorporate the veterinarian perspective into the creation of the new Horse Racing Safety and Integrity Authority. In fact, in the legislation, veterinarians are specifically listed as one of those designated equine constituencies that collectively will be represented, Mr. Chair, on the authority board, as well as the Anti-Doping and Medication Control Committee. In short, they are an important and respected voice at the table in our new authority. Similar to other professions such as owners or trainers, veterinarians who want to participate in the authority would be subject to strict conflict of interest provisions, and I think for good reason, to ensure that they don't have an active interest in any of the covered horses. These conflicts of interest provisions were to ensure the perception of the board as an independent panel, free from active racing entanglements, that are looking out for the best interest of the sport. Additionally, on the Lasix issue, we already compromised significantly so that the issue of Lasix from our original horse racing integrity, which would have immediately labeled or banned the use of the drug on race day, and the majority of members on this committee already co-sponsored our initial bill with these stricter rules. So we have compromised. The compromise legislation represented in the AINS certainly install instead of phases out the AIDS, I should say, instead phases out the use of Lasix over a period of 3 years, a significant concession. So the cornerstone of any successful anti-doping and medication control program is prohibiting racehorses from competing when they have been administered medications and foreign substances that affect performance. Anything to the contrary would create an uneven playing field. So the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act rightfully phases out the use of Lasix during the first 3 years of the horse racing anti-doping and medication control program. State racing commissioners may be exempted from a prohibition on the use of Lasix within 48 hours of a race start for covered horses not 2 years old and racehorse competing in stakes races. So during that 3-year period, an advisory committee comprised of horse racing, anti-doping and medication control industry experts will conduct a study of the effect of Lasix on equine health and the integrity of competition itself. Upon completion of that study, the authority may, via unanimous consent of all board members, modify the prohibition on the use of Lasix within 48 hours of a race. Start if 1, the modification is warranted, 2, if the modification is in the best interest of horse racing, and 3, if Lasix has no performance enhancing effect on individual horses, and finally 4th, public confidence in the integrity and safety of racing would not be adversely affected by the modification. Any weakening of this paradigm, lowering the bar for permitting the use of Lasix in the future, or disrupting the balance of the advisory committee, would undermine public confidence, I believe, in the sport, as well as the coalition of support that we have been able to build for this bill. So potentially that would threaten the industry altogether. By phasing out the use of Lasix, we avoid any potential health issues associated with the administration of Lasix in horses that have been using the enhancement for a long period of time. So I really do appreciate the concerns, but we have struck here a really good balance. And might I suggest that sports fans have many, many choices, and they're very discerning. And if we do not move forward with a bill that has a great compromise, has a great balance, that provides for integrity and safety, that protects the equine athlete and the jockeys in the sport, that enables the industry to be shined in the eyes of the sports fans, we're going to fail in the attempt. So I think this is great legislation that both Andy Barr and I have worked on for 6 years and more, and getting all sorts of input and feedback. We believe this makes the sport much safer, and certainly shines the integrity of the sport to the discerning fans in the sports world. So I encourage my colleagues on the committee here to support the bill, and with that, Mr. Chair, yield back.
Mr. McNerney's time has expired. So we'll now go to Mr. Shimkus. A hand was up, I believe, the gentleman from Illinois, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This really is an interesting bill, and probably a challenge for many of us who feel we've got 2 good friends who have a conflict here. Of course, my chairman of my subcommittee, Paul Tomko, who I really appreciate and love and have great respect for, but also, our vet, Kurt Schrader. I would like, if I may, with my time, ask Kurt to respond, ask him if he had an amendment that he would offer, or how he would envision addressing his concerns legislatively on Paul's bill. Usually, if we were in the chamber, I would just walk behind the chairs and grab Kurt and say, hey, what's up? How can this be fixed, or can it be? Or I'd go over to Paul. We can't do that, obviously, virtually. So, Kurt, can you pop up on my time? And is there something that could be offered that would fix this legislation in your view?
Thank you. If the gentleman will yield, I'd be glad to. Thank you. Number one, I think there needs to be more involvement from the veterinary community in the crafting of the bill. The fact that the non-equine experienced element of the authority is in the majority, I think is a huge problem. I think it's excellent to have lay people on here, but I do feel that people in the industry should be at least equal, if not predominate, on a board that is talking about the health and welfare of these horses. I don't know of any stakes breeder or trainer that's going to put their horse at risk. And yet they are specifically excluded from the opportunity to use potentially life-saving medication like Lasix or furosemide. It is not an enhancing drug. It is something that allows athletes to compete at the top of their game. doesn't give them an edge. It just prevents this microhemorrhage from occurring in the lungs. I think that's important as a veterinarian. Paul, with all due respect, is trying to put the cart before the horse. He says, let's do this big study and then do it. I would suggest one of the things you should do is for at least the next 3 years, allow furosemide, which is the standard in the industry now, to be used and do the study. And 3 years from now, if there's an opportunity to show that there's something that the veterinary community has not figured out yet or hasn't come to our attention with regard to a problem that Lasix would cause, that maybe then it should be removed rather than do it the other way around. And again, I think it's really important to have folks that are active in the industry. I mean, the way you can have veterinarians on the board, sure. It could be a dog and cat veterinarian. You know, it could be somebody that deals with cattle. It could be someone that deals with the pony club and has no experience with performance horses like our thoroughbreds. So I think you need to change that makeup a little bit too. I'd be glad to work with the sponsor of the bill to see if we can get something done here, but I don't think the bill is ripe for prime time at this point, and I yield back.
Well, thanks for claiming my time, and someone maybe could bounce back to Paul because I really don't have that much time left. I would say from my venue, because I've got a racetrack that I can just see from the porch of my house. Although it's a challenged industry these days with gambling and boat gambling and all the casinos has really hurt the sector. So my concern is we don't want to hurt it more. My other issue is being from rural America, we deal with vets who deal with large animals. With beef cattle and the pork and the like, and they are and we have this fight between the interest groups and the vets on a lot of issues when we've done the ag drug AGUFA bill, which I helped push early in my career, which is the user fee for that. So this is going to be a tough vote for me. Both good friends. If there's a vote called, I'm probably going to be with you, Kurt, and hopefully you and Paul can work things out. And with that, I'll yield back my time.
Let me thank Mr. Shimkus. I'm going to recognize myself next for 5 minutes. I just want to say, as Mr. Shimkus said, many of us have horse tracks in our district, and it's, very much a part of our history locally as well as across the country, and that's certainly true for me. Not very far from my Long Branch office where I am now is Monmouth Park, which goes back to the 19th century, and unfortunately we don't have the original track as you do, Paul, because the temperance movement and the anti-gambling people closed it down in the 1890s or the early 1900s, but it was revived again after World War II, and we're very proud of it. And it's a tradition that remains very popular. And just statistically, in 2019, there were more than 36,000 thoroughbred horse races in the United States, with wagers exceeding $11 billion. And more than 30% of U.S. households claim a horse enthusiast who watches or participates in horse events. According to the American Horse Council, the horse racing sector generates $15.6 billion of economic activity nationally every year, helping support almost 250,000 jobs. But the integrity of the sport is undermined if its star athletes, those are the horses and jockeys, are endangered. And we had a recent wave of deaths at California Santa Anita Park, which made that clear. So at a Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee hearing earlier this year, we heard from a diverse panel of horse racing experts and stakeholders, including some from New Jersey. And while their perspective on the bills offered, we heard their perspectives on this legislation, they shared a general commitment to work towards finding a consensus solution. And that's exactly what Mr. Tonko did. He actually worked diligently with Senator McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, and stakeholders. And this amendment is a result of that. It's basically establishes uniform standards for anti-doping and medication control and racetrack safety for thoroughbred racehorsing. And of course, the beauty part of it is that this could pass the House and then pass the Senate and be signed into law. So that's why I do want to move it today, because of the work that Paul and Mitch McConnell did together on this, which is kind of a special thing. But I do want Kurt and I do want Mr. Schrader and others to know that, as we move forward to the floor, we're certainly going to keep working on this. And so we hear what Kurt said, and I hear what you said, John. But we do want to move forward, and I hope that we can get bipartisan support and move this forward. And I want to thank, again, Representative Tonko. He's worked so hard on this and came to a solution that I think could actually become law this session. So with that, I'll yield back. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? We're now on the Tonko Ains. Does anyone else want to speak on either the Ains or the underlying bill? Do I see anyone's hand up? Greg, were you going to say something now? No?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move strike the last word.
Yes, the gentleman's recognized.
Just real briefly, I think we all care deeply about the health of horses, and I appreciate my colleague from Oregon's comments. But I really want to give a shout out to Andy Barr and to Mr. Tonko for their work on this and the work that has been done over on the Senate side too. And I intend to support this going forward. I know there's a difference of opinion here, but I think it's time for this issue to move forward. And I intend to support it, although I think we'll probably have the Ains go by voice, but we will want a roll call on the final, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back. I think it's still muted there, Frank.
Keep going back and forth here. All right. So thanks, Greg. So I'm going to move now to the Tonko amendment in the nature of a substitute, unless someone else either wants to talk on this, the underlying bill, or has an amendment to the Ains. Doesn't appear to be. What Mr. Walden said is we'll have a roll call. We'll have a voice vote on the Ains and then a roll call on final passage. That's my understanding.
Chairman Plone? Yes.
That's who's asking to speak?
This is Congressman Mullen.
Wayne, yes, go ahead. You're recognized.
Are we able to have a recorded vote on this?
What Greg suggested, Mark Wayne, is that we have a voice vote on the Ains now and then a roll call on final. But you can ask for whatever you want.
Well, I'll request a recorded vote on this.
You want a recorded vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then we'll move to that. The issue is, if there's no further debate, we'll proceed to a recorded vote on the Tonko amendment in the nature of a substitute. Again, please unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. Indicate your name. You don't have to say your state. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed to the amendment say no. And the clerk shall call the roll on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Sharon?
Sorry, I can't.
I hear you.
Am I unmuted now? I'm sorry.
You're fine. Yeah.
Couldn't get it to unmute. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Mr. Rush? Votes aye. Ms. Eshoo?
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Engel? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes aye.
DeGette, aye. Mr. Doyle?
Doyle votes yes.
Doyle, aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky? She's trying to make.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Very good. Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Butterfield?
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield, aye. Ms. Matsui? Matsui votes aye. Ms. Matsui, aye. Ms. Castor?
Rep. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor, aye. Mr. Sarbanes?
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes, aye. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes aye.
McNerney, aye. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Lujan.
Lujan votes aye.
Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark. We'll come back to her. Mr. Loebsack.
Mr. Loebsack votes aye.
Mr. Loebsack, aye. Mr. Schrader.
There you go.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader, no. Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy votes aye.
Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. We'll come back to him. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes aye.
Ms. Dingle, aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey.
Aye.
Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Ms. Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer, aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly, aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan. We will come back to her. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes yes.
Mr. Soto, aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Mr. Walden.
Walden votes aye.
Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Shimkus. We'll come back to him. Mr. Shimkus. We'll come back to him. Mr. Burgess.
No.
Mr. Burgess. No.
Voting.
Mr. Scalise.
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Latta.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye. Latta votes aye.
Okay, I had two members, I think. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta, aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Rogers votes aye.
Rogers, aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie, aye.
Close to Kentucky Derby.
Mr. Olson.
Olson, Texas, aye.
Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley, aye.
Mr. Kinley, aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes no.
Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis, aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Long.
Long, aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes aye.
Bouchon, aye. Mr. Flores.
Flores votes aye.
Flores, aye. Mrs. Brooks.
Brooks, aye.
Ms. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter. We'll come back to him. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Mr. Duncan? Aye. Mr. Giaforte?
Gianforte votes aye.
Mr. Gianforte? Aye. Mr. Pallone?
Votes aye.
Ms. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go back through and call the names I didn't hear responses for.
Yeah, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Engel? Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark? Mr. Schrader? Oh, I'm sorry, he voted no, never mind, excuse me. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters? I thought I saw him.
Thank you, guys.
Peters votes yes.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Berrigan? Ms. Berrigan? Mr. McEachin? Mr. Shimkus?
Sharon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Shimkus is texting me that he's lost connectivity again. He would vote no if he could get connected. But I know
he's having problems.
I mean, can't we count him as a no? No, we're not allowed to.
No, but we haven't finished yet. Maybe he'll get back.
All right, let's try to get him back on.
Let's see.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty. It's Peters. How am I recorded?
Mr. Peters, I have you recorded as voting aye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Mr. Carter?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Aragon also has lost connection.
All right, well, let's see. Who else haven't you called, Sharon?
Mr. Chairman,
Who's still missing?
Mr. Carter is the last one I hadn't called twice.
Did we hear Mr. Carter? Are you there? Buddy?
And we've been informed, Mr. Chairman, that there were technical difficulties for Mr. Shimkus and Ms. Berrigan.
All right, so why don't we just wait a few minutes here, because I like to get them recorded. So let's just wait and see if we can improve things here for a couple of minutes. We have time.
Okay.
I guess we have all day.
Just give us a few more minutes here. We're trying to see if we could reconnect them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have.
Berrigan is on?
Berrigan is
now on, Mr. Chairman.
Berrigan votes yes.
Ms. Berrigan votes aye.
And both Mr. Carter and Mr. Shimkus are having difficulty getting on. I know, Mr.
I would just as soon take a couple of minutes if people want to use the bathroom or something. Why don't we take I don't know, hold on one second, let me see. I mean, nobody's had a break here. So maybe that we'll just do that, but give me a minute here to see. Let's see, what time is it? It's like 2:35 or so. Why don't we, what do you want to do? Why don't we take a 10-minute break? You can use the bathroom or something. We'll reconvene. We'll just stand in recess until 2:45 and see if we can get these guys back on.
Mr. Chairman?
Who's that?
Pardon us, Mr. Chairman. May I make a recommendation?
Yeah.
Instead of recessing, I don't know, within recess, we can actually record a vote. How about if you just keep the roll open for the next 10 minutes in case they reconnect in those 10 minutes, they can record their vote.
All right, that's a good idea.
Mr. Shimkus is here.
Oh, he is. All right, go ahead.
I just,
Mr. Shimkus?
Thank you. I just got back on. I have been having trouble all day. So Shimkus votes no.
Mr. Shimkus votes no. I'm sorry about the technical problems.
No, it's not your fault. I think it's on my end, so it's, you know.
I know, but.
Okay, is Mr. Carter trying to vote as well? Is he there?
I believe he is trying to reconnect, yes.
Why don't we do what Tony said? We'll
keep the roll open.
Stay the roll call open for 10 minutes, and then at 2:45 we'll start again. We're not in recess, but we won't do anything other than wait for them till 2:45. And if you want to use the bathroom or something, to take a 10-minute break. But I'll stay here, and we'll keep the roll call open to see if we can get Carter and Clark too, I believe. And
So, Mr. Chairman, we're 4 bills into 38 bills, and we've been here over 3 hours. So
yes, but I knew that Mr. Doyle would. I know that you like to get moving, but I believe we only have one more bill that's in the controversial debate category, and then after that, we're going to do the things that really should go fairly quickly. At least that's my understanding.
Yeah, I saw Buddy Carter was in a car. He could be in a dead spot somewhere. I mean, last time I saw him on here, he was in an automobile.
Yeah, that's true. I saw him in the car too. Oh, well, you don't have to go anywhere. I'm staying. I just want to give them an opportunity. I have Carter and Clark. Why don't you see if Greg, if you can see if Billy still wants to vote.
Buddy,
interim, and do the same with Ms. Clark.
I will see if I can reach him, Mr. Chairman.
Try to reach him.
We're 3 hours in, and I think Doyle did most of the talking.
Oh, you're suggesting that Doyle was taking up time and now shouldn't be complaining?
I've been brief, okay? I've been brief, and I haven't called for any roll call votes, so.
All right, gentlemen, let me just explain to everybody that this is live and with the public on, so we probably shouldn't be too cute.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's seeking to be recognized?
It's Burgess from Texas.
Yes.
I was going to ask the clerk how I was recorded.
How is Dr. Burgess recorded, Sharon?
Mr. Burgess is recorded as voting no.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Is that Ms. Clark?
That's Buddy Carter. Georgia.
Oh, Buddy. All right.
Hey.
How would you like to vote?
I vote yay.
Sharon, Mr. Carter is recorded as aye.
Recording Mr. Carter as voting aye.
All right, then we're done. Now we're going to call if the clerk would report the vote.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that vote on the Tonko Ains to HR 1754, the yeas were 46 and the nays were 5.
Okay, on the Ains, the vote is 46 aye, 5 no. And so the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 1754 is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 1754 as amendment to the full House. And we are going to have a recorded vote. And so the clerk will call the roll.
Hello.
Sharon?
Rush. Mr. Rush?
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshu?
Eshu votes aye.
Ms. Eshu votes aye. Mr. Engel? Ms. DeGette? Mr. Doyle?
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. What if people are taking me breaks? Ms. Schakowsky?
Schakowsky votes aye.
Mr. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Butterfield?
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield, aye. Ms. Matsui?
Matsui votes aye.
Matsui, aye. Ms. Castor? We'll come back to that anyway. Which one? Mr. Sarbanes?
Sarbanes votes aye.
Sarbanes, aye. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney, aye. Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch, aye. I was trying to tell you what the concept was. Mr. Lujan?
Lujan votes aye.
Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko needs to unmute his microphone, please.
Sharon, there are a few.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye.
Thank you.
No problem. Ms. Clark? Mr. Lobsack?
Loebsack votes aye.
Mr. Lobsack? Aye. Mr. Schrader?
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardinal? Took a break, I think. Mr. Ruiz?
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters?
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey?
I just have to.
Ms. Custer?
Ms. Custer votes aye.
I just have to do this one.
Custer, aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly? Sorry.
Kelly, Robin needs to unmute.
She's offline.
All right, well, we'll go
I'll come
back.
back to her. I'll come back to her.
I vote aye.
Oh,
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Berrigan?
Miss Berrigan votes aye.
Ms. Berrigan, aye. Mr. McEachin? Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Hold on one second, would you please?
Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto, aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran, aye. Mr. Walden. Where'd you go? Mr. Walden, you have to unmute.
Well, yeah, sorry, Walden votes aye.
Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Shimkus.
Shimkus votes no.
Mr. Shimkus, no. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta, aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers, aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson.
Olson, Texas, aye.
Mr. Olson of Texas, aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes no.
Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis, aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Long.
Long aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon, aye. Mr. Flores.
Flores votes aye.
Flores votes aye. Mrs. Brooks.
Brooks votes aye.
Mrs. Brooks, aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Hudson.
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Walden votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg, aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Duncan.
Duncan votes aye.
Duncan, aye. Mr. Gianforte.
Gianforte votes aye.
Mr. Gianforte votes aye. Mr. Engel. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
All right,
Ms.
thanks.
DeGette votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Rep Castor votes yes.
Ms. Castor, aye. Mrs. Clark. Ms. Clark, rather.
I need to change my vote. This is Mark Wayne.
Mr. Mullen is recorded as
Aye.
aye, wants to change it to no. Is that correct?
Yes, I need to change it to no, please.
Okay. So Mr. Mullen is off, aye, and on, no.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Veazey.
Aye.
Mr. Veazey votes aye.
And Sharon, you don't have me recorded.
Sorry, I don't. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone.
Votes aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Is there any member that still needs to record their vote? I don't think so. Any member who still wants to record their vote? All right, Sharon, let's, what's the report? Report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote final passage, the yeas were 46 and the nays are 5.
So the vote is 46 ayes to 5 noes on HR 1754. And HR 1754 as amended is reported to the full House.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Now, the next one I have is the HR 1379. The chair calls up HR 1379, the Ensuring Lasting Smiles Act, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
HR 1379. A bill to amend the Public Health Service Act, the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the underlying bill or to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute? The Smiles Act. Oh, I guess I have these. All right. So I'll recognize myself to strike the last word. I want to express my strong support for Mr. Peterson's bill, the Ensuring Lasting Smiles Act. This is important bipartisan legislation that will require insurance companies to cover medically necessary treatment resulting from congenital anomalies or birth defects. About 3% of American children are born with congenital anomalies or birth defects that affect the way they look, develop, or function, often for the rest of their lives. And these children require serious medical treatment that is often not covered by health plans. Insurance companies deny coverage resulting from congenital anomalies either because it's deemed cosmetic or because the treatment involves dental services. However, the treatment is critically important and medically necessary. Kevin Kozer testified in front of our committee about his family's longstanding struggles to get his son Cannon's medical treatment covered. Cannon was diagnosed with ectodermal dysplasia, a congenital disease that affects development of the teeth and other body parts. Without prosthetic teeth, Cannon cannot speak properly or eat normally. And children like Cannon often have their claims denied by insurance companies on the basis that their claim is outside of the scope of the medical benefit. But children born with cleft palate also often have their care denied because it's deemed cosmetic. So HR 1379 would ensure that children like Cannon get the necessary medical treatment they need. I want to thank the parents and the children who have advocated so tirelessly for this bill. HR 1379 is co-sponsored by 310 members of Congress from across both sides of the aisle. It's an important common sense bill that will close an insurance coverage loophole that has persisted for decades. And so I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back. I do have an Ains. I don't know if anybody else wants to talk about the underlying bill. Otherwise, I'll go to the Ains. Anyone want to speak, or Mr. Walden? Or Mr. Walden is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's go ahead and speak on this. I'd like to strike the last word in support of the bill. This bill will ensure patients and their families have coverage for treatments and procedures caused by congenital anomalies such as cleft lip, cleft palate, and ectodermal dysplasia, among others. Right now, these families find themselves fighting just to maintain coverage for their child's condition, coverage that they should have under the law. So first and foremost, this bill helps patients, and that's why I'm supporting it today. I believe every member on this committee wants to fix this problem, and it has strong bipartisan support in the Congress, as it should. I'm concerned, however, that we have not given this bill its best chance for ultimate success. This committee did not deal with the estimated increase in healthcare premiums, nor have we addressed concerns the language in the bill as drafted is overly broad and could capture a wider range of mandated services than the drafters intended. Again, to the supporters of this bill, we are with you, but we will need to face these issues if this bill is to pass the Senate and become law. That being said, I want to reiterate my support for the Ensuring Lasting Smiles Act, and for the patients and the families who have tirelessly advocated for its passage. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would be happy to yield to the gentleman from Texas, the ranking member of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Walden. Just to reiterate that during the Health Subcommittee markup, Chairman Pallone, you and I engaged in a colloquy. I was on behalf of our Republican leader to make some changes, some small changes, before bringing this bill to full committee markup. I think Mr. Walden just addressed those. But those changes would simply clarify what the bill would not mandate, that the bill would not mandate coverage of services outside those intended, and it would give the bill the best possible chance to pass the Senate and become law this year. So it's certainly disappointing that we haven't made any of those changes before the markup today, but it is my hope that we can continue to work together in a bipartisan fashion and make those clarifications prior to this bill coming to the floor of the House. And I yield back to the ranking member.
Mr. Walden, do you yield back?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Is any other Democrat? I mean, I'll address Dr. Burgess's comments when I move to the Ains. Does anyone else want to speak on the underlying bill on either side, Democratic or Republican? If not, we'll move to the Ains. Ms. Eshu is recognized.
Chairman, just very quickly, there are very few bills that we take up that have more than half of the House of Representatives as co-sponsors of the legislation. That's an eloquent statement about this bill. When we had our hearing in our Health Subcommittee, every member on both sides of the aisle was deeply moved by the testimony, the family, what they had endured, what's not covered and why, and the unfairness of it. So I think that this is a major step for so many in our country. And I don't want to repeat the positive remarks that have already been made. But I think every one of us can go home and talk to our constituents about this particular bill that Colin Peterson has authored and that we moved through the Health Subcommittee. It's an excellent bill. It really is. And I just am, it really takes my breath away that the insurers have done what they've done in terms of their interpretation of this. But we have the opportunity at hand in a few minutes to pass this out of our committee, and hopefully it will go to the floor, and that especially America's children will be protected by it. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank the chairwoman. Anyone else want to talk about the underlying bill? All right, well, let me move to the Ains, recognize myself to discuss to move an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Sharon, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. I have it.
The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1379 offered by Mr. Pallone. Strike all after the enacting clause.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment in the nature of substitute will be dispensed with, and I recognize myself in support of the Ains. Let me just say that this amendment makes several technical changes to the bill, but I don't think it addresses the cost concerns that Greg Walden mentioned or the other suggestions by Dr. Burgess. But again, our intention is to try to move all the bills that are reported to the full House today in the next few weeks. But we still will work to address both Greg and Mike's concerns and others that have come up in the context of the bills that we either reported out or that we're about to report out. So I didn't want anyone to think that this is the last opportunity before we go to the floor. But this amendment in the nature of a substitute ensures that insurance plans cover all items and services that are medically necessary to treat congenital anomalies or birth defects. It would ensure that insurance companies provide coverage for congenital anomalies that is no more restrictive than coverage for other medical and surgical benefits covered by the plan. H.R. 1379, again, Colin Peterson's bill, is important legislation that would require individual and group market health plans to cover medically necessary treatment resulting from congenital abnormalities. And as we mentioned, over 300 members of the House have co-sponsored it. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of this substitute as well as the underlying bill. And I yield back at this time. Would anyone else want to speak on the Ains? Morgan Griffith, do you?
I have an amendment at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you want to amend the Ains? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone else want to speak on the Ains? Mr. Gianforte, gentleman from Montana, is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I appreciate that we're moving to advance this important bipartisan legislation and other bills today. I have some prepared remarks I'd like to enter into the record, if I could, without objection.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay, and I'll leave it there so we can move along and yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ains before we move to Mr. Griffith's amendment? I don't see anyone. All right, so I'll now recognize Mr. Griffith for an amendment to the Ains.
And I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk have Mr. Griffith's amendment.
Yes, sir. Amendment.
Go ahead.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1379, offered by Mr. Griffith of Virginia.
All right, without objection, the reading of the Griffith amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I, like so many others, was moved by the testimony that we heard, and I support the concept of ensuring lasting smiles. And it is clear that insurers have, based on what we've heard, they have interpreted the current law or the rules that they are governed under too narrowly. But the bill we have before us today currently covers more than craniofacial, oral, or maxillofacial, congenital anomalies or birth defects. And that's what everybody has been talking about. The current language covers all congenital abnormalities or birth defects, except those that are truly and exclusively cosmetic.
Did you get the time on that?
This amendment focuses us on the serious problems and conditions the bill and its title seeks to address, without being so broad as to doom the bill to ultimate failure. You have heard others talk about, the expense and the cost and so forth. And if you're thinking about a cleft palate or a cleft lip or the ectodermal dysplasia, those numbers are so small that the cost is not high. But when you throw in all congenital abnormalities, you would include my wife, who, as many of you may remember from a previous hearing on this, I discussed, because she was born without either one of her fingernails on her index fingers. Under the definitions in this bill, she would qualify for whatever surgery is available for prosthetic fingernails, et cetera, et cetera. Now, she's not so vain that today she cares, but her fingers are deformed on the very ends because of the damage over the years, because the nail actually protects you a great deal. The problem is you start throwing in issues like that into a bill that's supposed to take care of these very severe situations where people can't eat, where their mouths are deformed, where it requires multiple surgeries. And the cost of this bill goes right through the ceiling. Ultimately, I believe, weighing this bill down to a point where it will not ultimately be passed by both houses and signed into law by any president, or in the alternative, we pass it and everybody pretends that this is not going to be a big problem, and we end up causing insurance rates to go up, because if you're covering everything except for a birthmark, which is in essence what you're talking about, this bill is way too expensive. I want to take care of these folks who have the conditions like the ectodermal dysplasia, the cleft palate, the cleft lip, etc. And I believe that this amendment that I propose to you all today does just that. I know we want to take care of every little problem, but when you start to realize the cost of replacing something like the fingernails, and she got all the rest of her fingernails, just the index fingers, but it still causes her problems. And technically it is defined under this, although it's not something that has been a major impediment in her lifetime, but it would be covered by this bill. And that gives you hundreds of thousands of people in the United States who would be affected. I think I blipped out. Am I back?
No, I can hear you. You're fine.
We still hear me. Okay. The bottom line is I do ensure trying to take care of these problems that the bill originally focused on, but the language is too broad. And I would hope that we would amend it so that we can give this bill a better chance of ultimately becoming law. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Eshoo is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to make clear what this bill and its aims requires. First, it requires that the covered treatment be considered, quote, medically necessary by one's doctor. Secondly, it explicitly excludes cosmetic surgery. Based on his amendment, my friend, Mr. Griffith, believes that the bill should be further limited to only craniofacial, oral, or maxillofacial conditions. So let me explain why this is a poor idea. This amendment would put Congress between doctors and their patients by determining which part of the body should have medically necessary treatment covered. It's not clear to me why Mr. Griffith has decided that craniofacial or oral conditions are worthy of coverage, but for example, congenital cataracts are not. Congenital cataracts. Let me share a story from a family in my district who have a baby named Rosie. This is from an email that was sent to my staff and is being shared with their permission. Quote, approximately 1,300 babies born in the United States each year have congenital cataracts. My daughter Rosie is one of them. Rosie had surgery at Stanford at 6 weeks of age with Dr. Lambert. Dr. Lambert has been performing these surgeries for many years, and this is his area of expertise. He's known nationally for his research on congenital cataracts and contact lenses in infants. Following surgery, Dr. Lambert and an infant optometrist fitted Rosie for her first contact lens. Glasses are not an option because they're not powerful enough. My husband and I were shocked to learn that these lenses are not covered by insurance and cost $200 per lens. The lenses are changed often as the baby's eye grows and vision develops, and the lens can pop out and be lost. Rosie is now 11 months old, and we have spent over $4,000 on lenses. Most families simply cannot afford this. To be clear, without these lenses, these babies are blind. Let me repeat that. These babies are blind and have no chance of ever developing normal vision, unquote. So today we have a chance to help the Rosies out there and her family and all the other families by passing this legislation, which would require the coverage of these medically necessary contact lenses. But that won't be true if my pal, Mr. Griffith's amendment passes. So that's why I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Yes, we are purposefully including medically necessary, but no cosmetic surgery in this. I think in this great country of ours, that these anomalies that especially children have in our country, that we are big enough, large enough, good enough to cover. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Two.
The gentlelady yields. Thank you. I would vote for the Rosie bill too. The problem is that I do think that we're going too far. And further, one of the reasons I believe that we have 310 co-sponsors on the bill is that it was sold as lasting smiles, and people don't realize it's going to cover, in things including, fingernail replacement. And so I would vote for the Rosie bill too. I do think there are areas that we need to go into.
Taking back my time,
yes,
do you have data on what you're saying, Morgan?
Yeah, the language.
Data on it?
Are you asking me if I have data on the costs? Or are you asking me if I have data that the fingernails will be covered? Because the bill clearly covers my wife's condition. She was born
what you're suggesting in your amendment.
I'm sorry, data on my amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what was originally sold to most people. is that this was going to take care of problems like cleft palate and the ectodermal dysplasia. That's the way it was originally sold to me. I was very supportive, and then I read the language and realized it was far broader than what was originally sold to the members of the House in general.
Yeah, well, reclaiming my time,
Yes, ma'am.
reclaiming my time, I don't think the Congress should get between doctors and their patients. The bill requires that covered treatment be considered, quote, medically necessary. So if you don't have confidence in our nation's physicians, that's maybe where you are. But we need to be very clear about what's in the bill. So I'm not going to thank you for your amendment, but I'm happy to share some of my time with you. I really urge the members of the committee to vote for the bill.
I thank the gentlewoman. I see the ranking member had his hand up. Mr. Walden is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to yield to my friend from Virginia so that he can answer the gentlelady's comments and make any other comments that he wishes to make regarding his amendment or the underlying text of the bill. So I recognize Mr. Griffith. Yield.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the gentlelady giving me some of her time. We are friends and we do get along, generally speaking. We just disagree on this one. But the bottom line is the bill says, and look, I get it, doctors are going to make these decisions, but the bill says functionally improve, repair, or restore any body part to achieve normal bodily or body functioning or appearance. It does take out specifically cosmetic. But in the case of my wife's situation, I mean, I'll tell you, it was the first question that her father asked me when I called him to say that our son was born. Does he have all his fingernails? This is something that technically it's caused her problems. She has it's not as big as ET, but she has these bulbs on the end of her fingers. And so a doctor would rule, if the insurance is going to cover it, that it would be something that would be necessary to achieve normal body functioning or appearance. I mean, it's very clear, and she was born that way, so it's congenital. It clearly fits the definition, and that's my concern. And the bill was originally designed or sold as, I think it was designed that way, I don't think anybody was trying to do anything, as lasting smiles. If we're going to change it, or if we're going to go with taking care of everything, then that's a different issue. But I think that every member needs to be aware of that. And if that's what you want to vote for, that's fine. That's what the bill does. And like I said, if we took these individually, I know that takes time, but we certainly spent a lot of time here debating other things today. If we wanted to have another bill that dealt with the cataracts and the contacts, absolutely. I think we would all vote for that. My concern is there are so many different types of congenital issues that are maybe considered minor. My wife has functioned just fine without those two index fingernails. But there's so many of those that we suddenly burden down this very well-intentioned bill with a huge expense either to the consumer or ultimately we may have to pick that cost up. And so I want to make sure that everyone votes
with the gentleman
with that in mind. Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Well, the time is Mr. Walden's. Mr. Walden, you yield
I yield back to Mr. Walden.
Yeah, and in the effort of comedy here among members, I'm happy to yield to the gentlelady, my friend from California.
Thank you, Greg. Mr. Griffith, if Mrs. Griffith chose to have a correction with what she was born with, what would be wrong with that? You already said it does, it does impede, but she has not chosen to have any surgery. I think it's important to address something that is congenital. I know your complaint is that it's broad, but I think it's important to be broad. No, that's fine. Thank you.
That's a good question. Let's go. I would yield to Mr. Griffith now to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walden. And the answer would be is that what we're requiring here is that it be included in the insurance, every insurance policy that's issued out there. And as a result of that, we would be, she might be able to have it done. It would not be cheap. And we are now asking everybody with insurance to pay part of that cost. And were y'all able to hear me? I lost y'all.
I can hear you.
You could hear me, okay. But the bottom line is we would be putting this into the cost of every insurance policy. And at some point, people are going to say, is it really worth it? Obviously, she's functioned well. And is that a cost we want every American family to have to share? That's a question. It's a basic question.
Reclaiming my time.
Thank you.
Reclaiming my time, Ms. Griffith. So your point is this isn't an issue between doctors and patients. It's between Congress mandating a coverage for insurance products. Is that correct?
The gentleman is absolutely correct. Thank you, sir.
The cost associated with that, and for which we may not have a number right now. Is that accurate?
That is correct. It is correct, and I believe that number to be huge.
All right. All right. There you go. I will, I'll yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walden. I'm just going to yield myself a minute or so. I oppose Mr. Griffith's amendment because, in my opinion, it will narrow the scope of the bill to only craniofacial, oral, or maxillofacial congenital anomalies. And I think that the bill is intended to help individuals with any congenital anomalies or birth defects, including those with eye defects. We initially considered language to narrow the scope of the coverage. However, parents of children with congenital anomalies who have been relentless advocates of the bill correctly noted, in my opinion, that narrowing the scope would leave out many kids with other forms of congenital anomalies. And I just think it's unfair to pick and choose that some kids with those anomalies have their medically necessary treatment covered and others don't. And I also wanted to note, as Ms. Eshu said, that the bill specifically excludes coverage of any cosmetic surgery to reshape normal structures of the body to improve appearance. It only requires coverage or treatment of those anomalies that meet medically necessary criteria. So I understand what Mr. Griffith is saying. I don't think we should narrow the scope the way he suggests. And I think we should pass this the way it is because it ensures medically necessary treatment of all congenital anomalies. Now, again, we're on the Griffith Amendment to the AINS. So does anyone else want to talk about the Griffith Amendment at this point? Anyone else? All right. Then we'll go to a vote on the Griffith Amendment, okay? You want a recorded vote, Morgan? Yes?
No.
There's a note that says you do. You do or you don't?
Yeah, I have thought about it, but unless somebody else wants a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman, I think I've made my point, and folks know how I feel about it, and I think we can avoid a recorded vote in this case unless someone else wants it.
All right, then we'll go to a voice vote. Please unmute yourself so that we can hear your response. All those in favor of the Griffith Amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all those opposed will say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The Griffith Amendment is not agreed to. Do we have any other amendments? Otherwise, we're going to go to the AINS. All right, we're going to go to the AINS. I think we're going to do voice vote on this too. So let's go to that. Question now occurs on the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute introduced by myself. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1379 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 1379 is agreed to. And now the question occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 1379 as amended to the full House. I guess we're okay with a voice vote on this, unless anybody says, okay. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 1379 as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. Continue to chair, the ayes have it, and HR 1379 as amended is reported to the full House. Now, the next bill that I have is HR 945. The chair calls up HR 945, the Mental Health Access Improvement Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title.
HR 945, a bill to amend Title 18 of the
Madam
Social
Clerk,
Security
without
Act.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Is there anyone who wants? Yes, who is that?
This is Morgan, sorry. I have an amendment in the nature of substitute at the desk.
All right. The clerk will report the Griffith-Haynes, if you have it.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 945 offered by Mr. Griffith of Virginia. Strike all after the enacting clause. And
Madam Chair, without objection, the reading of the Haynes will be dispensed with, and Mr. Griffith is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your efforts to work on this bill and move it forward in a bipartisan fashion. This is a great example of both sides coming together, negotiating, perhaps making a few compromises, and the result is a product that has potential to help Americans across the country access mental health assistance when and where they need it. As a co-sponsor, I'm very glad we're able to come to a mutually agreeable place and look forward to seeing this move forward on the full House floor. That being said, I will yield back my time, but I'm happy to explain it. You want some time?
Would the gentleman yield?
All right. I would be glad to yield to my colleague, Mr. Burgess.
Well, thank you. I think the gentleman from Virginia, and just wanted to speak on his amendment, the nature of a substitute, and point out that I do appreciate the willingness of the majority to accept recommendations from some members on our side of the dais to address their concerns over the scope, cost, and program expansion. The edits made will narrow the scope of the bill to address the attempt of to address some of the cost concerns and align with services and limitations of other professionals, and provide program accountability and what services Medicare could potentially pay for, as well as a study to evaluate if the program expansion is having the desired effect. There are fundamental remaining concerns that some members still have with this bill and who think this program expansion is premature, and a better approach would be a more in-depth analysis, or even perhaps having MedPAC look at the issue again. Since the last time they did so, they recommended against this expansion, concluding that while increasing access to mental health services in the Medicare population is important, this policy would not increase access in target areas such as rural communities where access is most limited. I do appreciate the willingness to move to address some of the concerns raised by some of the members on this side of the dais before including the bill in today's markup. But with that in mind, I will yield back to the gentleman from Virginia.
And I yield back, Mr. Chairman, unless someone else wishes time. I yield back.
Thank you, Morgan. Does anyone else want to speak on this bill? Ms. Eshu is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. This bill was introduced by our colleague, Mike Thompson, and its passage is really a priority for me. Seniors suffer from a wide range of mental illnesses, from Alzheimer's and dementia to anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder. But according to the National Academy of Medicine, older adults are consistently underserved when it comes to behavioral health care. Seniors are also at a higher risk to COVID-19, meaning millions of older Americans have gone months with minimal social contact. We all know that. That's been out in the press since the beginning of this year. So during these trying times, I think it's imperative that we expand the pool of qualified mental health professionals who are eligible to treat Medicare beneficiaries. A list currently restricted to psychiatrists, psychologists, clinical social workers, and psychiatric nurses. That's where the limits are today. Mental health counselors and marriage and family therapists comprise 40% of the mental health workforce, and they're licensed to provide medically necessary behavioral health services in every state, but they're not eligible for Medicare reimbursement. So that goes to the heart of what this bill seeks to accomplish and for whom. So by offering Medicare coverage of the services of the mental health counselors and marriage and family therapists, this bill, H.R. 945, would significantly increase access to mental health care for seniors at a critical time in our country. That's really what the heart of this bill is. I think that each one of us that vote for this will be on an honor roll. Our country is really going through hell. And seniors, with all of the things that I described, are subject to and are enduring also what I described. So I think H.R. 945 would be a blessing to them. And we can accomplish it in a far less expensive way. And the bill details that. And that's why I would urge everyone to support it. I think it's an excellent bill. I'm proud to support it and speak on behalf of it. And I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a Republican who wants to speak? If not, I'm going to go to Ms. Schakowsky, has her hand up. Ms. Schakowsky is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
So moved.
So I am pleased that we are advancing many critical bills to strengthen mental health services. But I do want to say we must remember that by 2030, the number of psychiatrists in the United States is projected to decline by 20%. That is why Representatives Mark Wayne Mullen, Judy Chu, Jason Smith, and I introduced H.R. 884, the Medicare Mental Health Access Act, to allow psychologists to be able to utilize the full scope of their practice in all Medicare treatment settings. So while my dear colleague from California, Ms. Eshu, said that Medicare, psychologists are included, but they must operate under a psychiatrist. So that limits the ability to really have access to the health care that is needed. As co-chair of the House Democratic Caucus Task Force on Aging and Families, I have been championing this bill since really the 111th Congress to make critical improvements that would provide more care to seniors. And what Anna Eshu outlined is absolutely true, now more than ever. During this unprecedented time, we see that she mentioned the social isolation, the loneliness. The Congress needs to now step up to improve access to mental health services for Medicare beneficiaries. We can do so by passing H.R. 884 and removing the outdated and unnecessary restrictions on psychologists' ability to provide the full range of their services in a timely manner. Let me just point out that the bill I'm talking about would not change psychologists' scope of practice or make them medical doctors. These are some of the myths that are actually being pushed by some of the in the psychiatrists. Would not create prescription authorization for psychologists, would not allow psychologists to stop consulting with a beneficiary's physician and would not change Medicare's reimbursement rate for psychologists. It would just give them more breadth to practice to the full extent of their licenses. And this bill has been endorsed by the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the American Nurses Association, the American Psychological Association, the Center for Medicare Advocacy, the Kennedy Forum, run by our former colleague, Representative Patrick Kennedy, and would also, there are 30 other organizations. I would like to list them all on the record. And it's very disappointing after all these bipartisan efforts to get psychologists to be able to practice to their full extent of their license, to not even have this bill being heard today. And I'm very disappointed with that. I do want those put into the record at the end of of our session. And I yield back.
Thank you, Jan. So we're still on the Morgan Griffith Ains to the Mental Health Access Act, HR 945. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ains? Okay, does anyone have an amendment to the Ains? If not, we'll go to a vote on the Ains. All right, there's some, no one has their hand up. Okay, so we'll proceed to a vote on the Griffith Amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 945 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the Griffith Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 945 is agreed to. And now the question occurs on favorably reporting HR 945 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 945 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 945 as amended is reported to the full House. The next bill is, the chair calls up HR 2564, the Medicare Enrollment Protection Act. The clerk will report the title of this bill. Karen?
HR 2564, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to provide a special enrollment period under Medicare for individuals enrolled in
Thank you,
COBRA.
Madam Clerk. Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Does anyone want to speak on the underlying bill? If not, I think we do have an Ains.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have the Ains at the desk. This is Congressman Schrader.
All right, the gentleman from Oregon has an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report Mr. Schrader's amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Yes, sir. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2564 offered by Mr. Schrader. Strike all after the enacting.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Schrader Ains will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Oregon is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Walden for bringing this important bill before the full committee. I really appreciate the strong bipartisan work both of your teams have put in to prepare this bill to move forward today, and for the support in doing so. Also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Gus Bilrakis, for lead this effort to help address a simple fix to an unintended problem that some of our seniors encounter when they enrolled in COBRA, mistakenly missed enrolling in Part B at age 65. Currently, folks face lifetime penalties based on the number of months past the age of 65 that they go without enrolling in Part B. Further, if their COBRA coverage ends any time outside the yearly Medicare enrollment period, they may be forced to go without coverage altogether, while further accruing penalties. This is not common sense when well-intentioned folks are maintaining health care coverage through COBRA. The solution before you today provides all Medicare eligible individuals a one-time special enrollment period that includes the time period they enrolled in COBRA and the 2 months immediately after the conclusion of that coverage. We have strengthened the policy by clarifying the rules around maintaining COBRA coverage while being Medicare eligible to ensure that our seniors that choose COBRA for their health care do not otherwise face reductions in their benefits or coverage. And finally, the bill improves notification on the interaction between COBRA and Medicare. There are many reasons an individual may choose COBRA coverage, whether it's because they wish to keep their current network of providers or receiving COBRA as a retirement package, and those are all good reasons. I first introduced this bill many years ago after the Great Recession hit, causing widespread layoffs and forcing thousands to retire early. For some, that coverage spanned their 65th birthday, and when their COBRA expired, they were forced to wait until the next Medicare enrollment period, delaying coverage for as long as a year and incurring higher premiums for life. It's one of the issues I've worked on for a long, long time. This bill is generated by a constituent who went through that exact problem back almost 10 years ago. As we're currently facing another risky employment market, this bill is very timely. I want to thank the stakeholders who have spent the last decade committed to finding a solution to this issue. I won't spend a lot of time on the history. I think it speaks for itself. And all my colleagues have heard me talk. It's long overdue. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm proud that we're moving on this common sense bipartisan bill and yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Kurt. Anyone else want to speak on the Schroeder-Gaines? Mr. Bilirakis is recognized for 5 minutes. Gus, I can't hear you. Got to unmute.
Sorry, move to strike the last word. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank the lead sponsor for working on this. This is so important. This is why we're here, to help our constituents. While the transition from private health care to Medicare should be easy, patient-centric, and properly reflect the need for worker flexibility due to the various challenges associated with exiting the workforce in today's economy. Unfortunately, current law does not meet that standard. Today, if an individual is eligible for Medicare when they sign up for COBRA, their COBRA benefits will be secondary to Medicare. If, though, they may not have actually signed up for the Medicare, creating a potential severe pitfall in which COBRA carriers can recover any benefits that may have been mistakenly paid as primary coverage, leaving individuals on the hook for large out-of-pocket costs despite faithfully paying their premiums. Additionally, some individuals may find that because they opted into COBRA coverage to extend the private coverage they received under their employer for up to an additional 18 months and missed their original Medicare Part B enrollment window, they now face a lifetime of higher Medicare premiums as a penalty and delayed start to their Medicare coverage. That's just plain wrong. HR 2564 fixes this, and again, I thank Mr. Schroeder for doing this, and I'm so happy to co-sponsor the bill. It empowers the Medicare eligibility to make the healthcare decisions that best fit their individual needs without fear of a lifetime penalty by establishing a special enrollment period for Medicare eligible beneficiaries who missed their enrollment period due to COBRA continuation coverage. I appreciate the bipartisan work again of Congressman Schroeder, and I'm happy to join him. And I urge my colleagues to join us in passing this crucial legislation to help seniors avoid this vicious fight from COBRA. I thank the chairman, and I yield back.
To thank the gentleman. I see Chairwoman Esch's hand up. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. Just very quickly, bravo to Mr. Schroeder. Around here, we all know that tenacity goes a long way. And he's been working on this for a long time. And you're finally being heard, listened to, and now we're going to give you a pat on the back, I think. So bravo and congratulations. This is really going to eliminate one of those seamless webs that people get caught in when they shouldn't. And when they get caught in it, it's costly. And so thank you for your tenacity. It's a great bill. Let's all vote it out. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlewoman. So we're on the Schrader-Ains to HR 2564 Medicare Enrollment Protection Act. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ains? Anyone want to offer?
If I could offer a few words, Jan Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
You know, I just want to take a second too. I associate myself with everything that Anna Eshoo has said, and congratulations, Kurt. I too have had many constituents who have been burdened with this, and I want to emphasize for life. This is forever. If you make a mistake and you don't sign up in the timely way for Medicare, then you have to pay a penalty that continues forever. And so thank you for, as Anna said, your tenacity and for making this happen. I want to thank Mr. Bilirakis for his words too. We can do this, and thank you so much for bringing it up.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else on the Ains? If not, we're going to move to proceed to a vote on the Schrader Amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the Ains to HR 2564 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2564 is agreed to. Question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 2564 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 2564 as amended to the House will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 2564 as amended is reported to the full House. Next bill is the chair calls up HR 8158, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to waive budget neutrality for oxygen under the Medicare program. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
HR 8158, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is not considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I don't think we have any amendments. Does anyone want to offer an amendment? Does anyone want to speak on the bill? Mr. Lopsack?
Yes, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman, and thank the committee for agreeing to mark up this bill today. I'd also like to thank Representative Kathy McMorris-Rodgers for working on this bill. We've been working together on this issue for quite some time. It's very important for both of us, especially in districts like ours that are very rural. This legislation would waive the DME oxygen budget neutrality requirement that is currently in place and which disadvantages rural districts like mine. This requirement was originally passed long before I came to Congress and before the DME competitive bidding program was established. Since oxygen reimbursement in competitive bidding areas is set by auctions, the budget neutrality requirement forces CMS to cut reimbursement in non-competitive bidding areas, which can result in reimbursement rates in rural areas like mine that end up even lower than competitive bidding areas. So we really need to pass this bill to ensure that folks in rural districts have access to home oxygen equipment, affordable home oxygen equipment, and this bill is one step to ensuring that is the case. I very much appreciate the committee taking up this bill on this markup today. And again, I thank Kathy McMorris-Rodgers for her cooperation on this bill, and I look forward to working with her until the end of my time in December. And I want to thank all of you folks as well, and I urge all of you to vote for this bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on the bill? Mrs. Rogers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So moved. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For seniors, people with disabilities, people with chronic medical conditions, access to durable medical equipment is fundamental. But this equipment cannot save lives if it isn't made available to those who need it most, especially in rural communities where we know barriers to access to healthcare already exist. To address this problem, as Mr. Lobsack just mentioned, we've been working on legislation, HR 8185, which would waive the budget neutrality provision for oxygen under the Medicare program. This bill will help provide greater access to care for some of our most vulnerable. And I am grateful to have this brought forward today. Thank you, Mr. Lobsack. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter a letter of support for HR 8155 from the American Lung Association. With that, I yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. I thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on this bill? If not, the question now occurs on reporting HR 8158 to the full House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 8158 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Convening the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 8158 is reported to the full House. Chair next calls up HR 2075, the School-Based Health Centers Reauthorization Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title.
HR 2075, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize school-based health centers.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is not considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Does anyone want to speak?
Mr. Chairman,
It was giving.
move to strike the last words, Congressman Sarbanes.
Mr. Sarbanes is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the markup today. These are all very, very important bills. I'm thrilled that among them is HR 2075, which is the School-Based Health Centers Reauthorization Act. I was privileged to introduce this bill along with our colleagues, Representatives Stefanik, Tonko, and Upton. I want to thank them for their co-sponsorship of the bill. Obviously, it is bipartisan, as are many of the bills that we've heard today and marked up. It would reauthorize federal support for school-based health centers through 2024. These are critical resources, as we all know, at the community level in our schools, taking advantage of the fact that we have a captive audience in our children in these schools. We ought to provide as many health resources as we possibly can and give them that opportunity. There's critical primary and mental health services that are offered in particular to vulnerable children and youth throughout the country. There are 80 school-based health centers located in the state of Maryland, where I'm from. There's over 2,500 of these across the country. I'm sure every member of the committee, the chances are, has one or more of these school-based health centers located in their district, serving over 6.3 million students. And many of these are in underserved communities, and about a third of them are in rural areas. So very important coverage across all parts of the nation. Where you see the access to school-based health centers, you also see that negative health outcomes decrease. Asthma morbidity, and the rate of hospital admissions, for example, and you see positive outcomes increase. So educational outcomes, school performance, graduation rates. So providing these health resources very much goes hand in hand with maximizing the educational opportunities that are available to our young people. It's hard to imagine a more timely occasion for reauthorizing school-based health centers than the one we're in right now, which is the coronavirus pandemic. We know, obviously, with the back-to-school situation happening right now, that schools are on the front line in terms of managing the pandemic. School-based health centers are going to be right at the center of that response. And I think this is exactly the right moment to be doing this reauthorization. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my fellow committee members for your support of this bill, and I obviously urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on this bill? Hearing none, we will move to a vote. The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 2075 to the House. All those in favor of favorably reporting H.R. 2075 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 2075 is reported to the full House. Next bill is, the chair calls up H.R. 4078, the Early Act Reauthorization of 2019. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4078, a bill to reauthorize the Young
Madam
Women's
Clerk,
Breast Health
without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Anyone want to seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, it's Susan, yes. Ms. Brooks is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to Ranking Member Walden, Ranking Member Burgess, Chairwoman Eshoo, for bringing this bill to us today. I'm proud to support the Early Act reauthorization along with the leader of this bill, Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, someone who was actually impacted by breast cancer at a young age and luckily is a survivor. This is an important public health bill to ensure that young women throughout the United States understand the importance of breast health and the value of regular breast cancer screenings. This bipartisan bill increases the resources and ensures that there is more public awareness about breast health and educates healthcare providers to ensure early detection of breast cancer. It supports initiatives and research to help identify high-risk women by collecting more family histories and educating patients about early warning signs. We all know someone who's battled cancer, and it's taken away far too many of our loved ones already. And in 2017, breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer type in the United States and the #2 deadliest. So the science is clear. Early detection is the single most effective way to stop these cancers before they become deadly. So I'm proud to co-lead this Early Act reauthorization because I do believe it saves lives, and I urge all my colleagues to support this bill and yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on this legislation? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. Question now occurs on reporting H.R. 4078 to the full House. Those in favor of favorably reporting H.R. 4078 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. The chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 4078 is reported to the House. Next bill is the chair calls up H.R. 4764, the timely reauthorization of necessary stem cell programs, lends access to needed therapies, or Transplant Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4764, a bill to reauthorize.
Madam Chair, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed since the bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Any member seeking recognition to speak on this bill? Ms. Matsui is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Thank you for calling up the Transplant Act today, and thank you to my colleagues, including my co-lead Representative Bill Rockus, for the support of this important legislation. This bill will reauthorize funding for the C.W. Bill Young Cell Transplantation Program, operated by the National Bone Marrow Program, otherwise known as Be the Match. It will also reauthorize the National Cord Blood Inventory. Every 3 minutes, someone is diagnosed with a blood cancer or other blood disorders. These programs provide hope to thousands searching for a match to life-saving bone marrow or cord blood transplant. This year, there is a new sense of urgency for this timely reauthorization. We've seen how Be the Match's status as a designated operator of the national program has helped bone marrow couriers mitigate travel bans and border crossings to continue to facilitate transplants during the pandemic. We must act swiftly to preserve this critical designation and ensure patients with otherwise fatal blood cancers continue to have access to a second chance at life, both during and after the current public health crisis. I urge my colleagues to advance this legislation out of the full committee today so that we can consider the bill on the floor before the program expires at the end of this month. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else want to speak on the Transplant Act? If not, we'll move to final passage. The question now occurs on reporting HR 4764 to the House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 4764 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 4764 is reported to the House. The chair calls up HR 5855, the Bipartisan Solution to End Cyclical Violence Act of 2019, and the clerk will report the title.
HR 5855, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Does that?
Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Does anyone want to speak on this bill? No? Okay. If not, we'll move to reporting the bill. The question now occurs on reporting HR 5855 to the House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 5855 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 5855 is reported to the House. Chair now calls up HR 3131, the South Asian Heart Health Awareness and Research Act of 2020. Clerk will report the title.
HR 3131, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to provide for research and...
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Any members seeking to speak on this bill?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike last word.
Yes, Dr. Burgess is recognized.
So I want to be clear, I appreciate the intent of this bill, but I am concerned about the flexibility. Historically, Congress has valued flexibility, providing the NIH and CDC the opportunity to determine where research is most effectively directed. I am concerned that HR 3131 is pretty narrow, specifically requiring the agencies to direct research resources toward a particular population, and worry about the precedent that this bill will set. With that reservation, I'll yield back my time.
I thank Dr. Burgess. Now, I do believe we have an Ains on this one. Is Ms. Schakowsky, are you offering the amendment?
I am. Here I am. Yes.
So the clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute by Ms. Schakowsky.
Yeah.
Karen?
Yes, sir. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3131 offered by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois. Strike all after the enactment.
All right, Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman from Illinois is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me for the purpose of offering an amendment to HR 3131, the South Asian Heart Health Awareness and Research Act. Last year, I was proud to join Congresswoman Jayapal and 15 of our colleagues as an original co-sponsor of this legislation. The bill aims to address the disproportionate impact of heart disease, including the relation of type 2 diabetes among our nation's South Asian population. Studies have shown that South Asians in the United States, meaning people who immigrated from or whose families immigrated from countries including India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal, are experiencing a dramatic rise in health disparities in their communities. They have 4 times the rise of health disparity of heart disease than the general population, a higher chance of having a heart attack before age 50, and our ethnic groups with the highest prevalence of type 2 diabetes, a leading cause of heart disease. The amendment that I'm offering today strengthens the bill by authorizing the Secretary of Health and Human Services to oversee and award, quote, heart health promotion grants to, unquote, to states for awareness initiatives, educational materials, and training workshops in communities that are disproportionately impacted by heart disease, such as South Asian communities in the United States. The amendment also authorizes HHS Secretary to conduct or support to conduct or support research on cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and other heart health related issues among all at-risk populations, including the South Asian community. Finally, the amendment will create a more robust online clearinghouse for data on existing heart health research and treatment options. The legislation authorizes $1 million per year over the next 5 years for grants to states, and $1 million per year over the next 5 years for the additional research and data collection. So I am very hopeful that this legislation will take a huge first step in reducing significant cardiovascular health disease, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on this legislation? Actually, on the AIMS at this point. Anyone else want to speak either on the AIMS, or if not, on the underlying bill? All right, then we're going to move to a vote on the AIMS. All those in favor of the amendment by Ms. Schakowsky in the nature of a substitute to HR 3131 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. The chair, the ayes have it, and the Schakowsky amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3131 is agreed to. And the question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 3131 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 3131 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 3131 as amended is reported to the House. The chair now calls up HR 7948, the Tribal Health Data Improvement Act of 2020, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
HR 7948, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act with respect.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I have an Ains for this one, so let me recognize myself, and then we'll see if anyone else wants to speak. This bill, the Tribal Health, I'm sorry, we have to report the amendment. Madam Clerk, will you?
Yes, sir.
You have the amendment, and can you report it?
Yes, sir. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7948 offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey. Strike all.
Right, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and now I recognize myself. The bill itself, the Tribal Health Data Improvement Act, is the bill that was informed by our full committee tribal hearing. Remember, we had the full committee tribal hearing back in July, and during that hearing, we heard from Native communities nationwide about issues with tribal epidemiological centers. These centers have had issues for decades when it comes to collecting data from state and federal partners, and those issues are only further exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. So I want to applaud my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working together on this Tribal Health Data Improvement Act. The bill reaffirms that tribal public health authorities are entitled to access public health data. The Ains increases the authorization level for the National Center for Health Statistics, ensures the safety of the data being shared, and makes technical and conforming changes to the bill. Improved data sharing is crucial to formulating strong public health responses, obviously, to current and emerging health threats among Native populations. And so I yield back. I don't know if anyone would like to speak on the Ains. Mark Wayne, the gentleman from Oklahoma, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I just have an amendment at the desk. I was going to wait till I had an opportunity to speak on that. That wasn't on your amendment, sir.
All right. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ains? If not, we'll move to Mr. Mullins' amendment.
Mr. Chairman, Tom O'Halloran.
Oh, yes. Mr. O'Halloran is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to thank the chair and Chairwoman Eshoo, as well as Ranking Member Walden and Ranking Member Burgess for agreeing to move this critical legislation in this markup. I also want to thank my colleague, Representative Gianforte, and Representatives Lujan, Rogers, Mullen, and Ruiz for leading on the critical effort. This legislation directly addresses shortcomings that hindered Indian country's response to COVID-19 in July. This committee invited tribal members to address the urgent needs of our tribal communities, and this is an important step to ensuring that tribal communities are able to respond to and public health challenges, not just COVID-19. I look forward to continuing this work with the committee to help address other long overdue challenges, specifically related to sanitation and clean drinking water, broadband, and public health, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. O'Halloran. Let me clarify something. This bill itself is sponsored, I guess the main sponsor is Mr. Gianforte, and many other members who represent tribes are co-sponsors on the committee. Mark Wayne, I think you were supposed to call up the Ains, rather than me.
Yes, so I was going to say that, so I really don't have anything else to say, but Chairman, I appreciate it.
Well, why don't we just, can I ask unanimous consent to substitute my name, Mr. Mullins' name, for my name as the sponsor of the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Any objection to that? If not, so ordered. So now we're talking about the Mullen amendment in the nature of a substitute. And why don't I recognize you? Mr. Mullen.
Sir, you had the exact same talking points that I had, so you did a great job. And it came from the chairman, so we're good to go. I appreciate it.
All right. I see Mr. Lujan's name is up. With Mr. Lujan, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and Representative Gianforte for working with me to introduce the Tribal Health Data Improvement Act. And I also want to thank Representatives O'Halloran, Ruiz, McMorris Rogers, and Mullen, and the National Indian Health Board for working with us on this important bipartisan effort. By law, the tribal epidemiology centers are entitled to access the same data as any other public health authority. And it's unacceptable that despite the urging of tribal authorities and members of this committee, TECs are still not receiving this vital public health data from CDC and state health departments. Back on June 23rd, CDC Director Redfield committed to me that he would share important COVID-19 data with all 12 TECs. And I appreciate that CDC has followed through with that commitment. However, TECs and tribes still do not have access to other important data sets, which are key to protecting public health beyond COVID-19 and some of our communities facing the greatest health disparities. The Tribal Health Data Improvement Act reaffirms and clarifies that HHS and state health departments are required to share data with tribal health authorities. This amendment to this bill also includes additional funding to make this happen, and it requires HHS to develop a data sharing strategy to prevent this injustice from continuing, to ensure that data security and data sharing agreements with states no longer serve as an excuse for not following the law. Today's amendments requires a report on best practices and guidelines for these agreements. Just like any state health department, tribal health authorities have a vital mission to protect the health of the people they serve. This legislation will help tribal authorities succeed in this mission while ensuring that the federal government upholds its trust responsibility and lives up to obligations to be better partners in promoting health in tribal communities. I urge my colleagues to pass this legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lujan. Does anyone else want to speak on the Mullen-Ains? How about the underlying bill? No? Okay. So we will proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute introduced by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7948 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed will say no. The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute by Mr. Mullen to HR 7948 is agreed to. Question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 7948 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 7948 as amended can signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 7948 as amended is reported to the House. Chair now calls up HR 5373, the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency Reauthorization Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title.
HR 5372, a bill to reauthorize the United States Anti-Doping Agency and for other
purposes. Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the bill? I do believe we have an Ains. Mr.
Chairman.
Mr. Guest.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's H5373/Ains01.
Clerk will report the DeGette amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 5373 offered by Ms. DeGette. Strike all after the enacted.
Objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be dispensed with, and Ms. DeGette is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill, the United States Anti-Doping Agency Reauthorization Act of 2019, reauthorizes the Anti-Doping Agency, or the USADA, through 2029 and gives the agency the funding certainty it needs to help set up and police a world-class Olympics Games hosted in Los Angeles in 2028. The bill also requires the USADA to devote a portion of its funding to safety and clean sport initiatives for young athletes to ensure that these athletes are protected from those who would pressure or coerce them into using performance-enhancing drugs to gain a competitive advantage. Finally, the bill facilitates coordination of anti-doping information between the USADA, the FDA, DOJ, and DHS to better respond to and prevent the use of performance-enhancing drugs at all levels. Based in my home state of Colorado, down in Colorado Springs, I've seen firsthand the great work that the USADA does to be a leading voice on high-level reform efforts that help clean up global sports. Now more than ever, we need to make sure that the United States remains the leading voice on clean sports throughout the world, and we can do that by supporting this legislation. This particular amendment brings the language of the bill in line with the text that passed the Senate Commerce Committee earlier this year. And so it's very important to make these technical changes to this bill. I want to thank my colleague Mike Thompson from California for introducing the bill and co-leading the effort to reauthorize the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency. And I also want to thank Representative Johnson, another one of our co-sponsors, and I would like to yield the remainder of my time to him.
Bill, you're recognized. She yielded to you.
Okay, I'm here. I wasn't expecting that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Walden, and Congresswoman DeGette for the opportunity to briefly address this amendment in the nature of a substitute for the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency Reauthorization Act. And thanks, Mr. Chairman, for bringing our legislation to this markup today. This legislation reauthorizes USADA funding and positions the agency to continue its work as the global leader in ensuring safe and fair competition. It includes a special focus on clean sport training for young athletes and their coaches, and additionally enables USADA to better coordinate with federal law enforcement. The amendment, in the nature of a substitute, will make technical corrections and ensure that USADA has the resources it needs to do its best work when the Olympics return to America in 2028. And I urge all of my colleagues, everyone here today, to report this legislation favorably to the House floor. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And I'll back as well, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlewoman. I see Mr. O'Halloran's hand is up. Mr. O'Halloran is recognized.
Put it down, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. You don't want to talk. All right. Anyone else want to speak on the DeGette aims to this U.S. Anti-Doping Agency reauthorization? All right. If not, then we're going to proceed to a vote on the DeGette amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5373 will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the DeGette amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5373 is agreed to. Question now occurs on favorably report H.R. 5373 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 5373 as amended will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 5373 as amended is reported to the House. Chair now calls up H.R. 2281, the Easy Medication Access and Treatment for Opioid Addiction, or Easy MAT for Opioid Addiction Act. Clerk will report the title. Have that one, Sharon?
H.R. 2281, a bill to direct the Attorney General to amend certain regulations.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Don't think we have, oh yeah, we do have an Ains on this. Would anyone, who's offering the Ains?
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Ruiz?
Yes, I am.
Dr. Ruiz is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the Ruiz amendment.
Amendment in the nature of substitute to HR 2281 offered by Mr. Ruiz. Strike all after the enacting clause.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak to this amendment as well as the underlying bill all at once so we can be efficient with our time since we have a lot more bills to cover. This amendment in the nature of a substitute makes minor technical changes to the Easy Medication Access and Treatment for Opioid Addiction Act as a result of agency technical assistance, which does not have any opposition. In terms of the underlying bill, Mr. Chairman, thank you for bringing it up during this committee markup. Our country, as everybody knows here, is still in the depths of an opioid crisis, which this committee has worked to address many times over the past several years. HR 2281, the Easy Medication Access and Treatment for Opioid Addiction Act, is a very simple, as the title says, it's easy and will address a very real problem that doctors face, particularly in the emergency department. Currently, the emergency department is a first area of visit for many people who come in with psychosis, with mental health problems, and in this particular topic with opioid addiction, many come even overdosed, and after we resuscitate them, they're ready for discharge. They want to get treatment. We want to connect them with follow-on care with another provider at a long-term institution for their opioid abuse disorders. But we're only allowed as emergency physicians and providers to give one dose. We can give 3 days of medically assisted treatment. The problem is that we can only dispense one dose a day. And so that makes it very difficult for people who need follow-up care who can't get it the following day, because then they have to return all the way back to the emergency department, wait their time in line. And let me tell you, as anybody knows in America, you go to an emergency department, if you're not having a heart attack or a stroke, sometimes you have to wait 4, 6, 8 hours before you get seen. So this bill is very easy to understand in the sense that it simply will allow emergency physicians to provide the 3 days course treatment upon discharge to remove the barrier that the patient has to go back into the emergency department to get that treatment, which we know if you live in a rural area or you don't have transportation or you're not able to come back as easily as other patients, then you are lost to follow-up. Not only do you not get the treatment, but it reduces your chances of finally getting off of the opioid that you're addicted to, and also risking having withdrawal symptoms, which we need to address right then and there in order to help people get into adequate treatment and finally kick that habit and that mental health disorder to the curb. So it's really a simple fix. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Dr. Ruiz. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ruiz Ains or the underlying bill? I think Bill Johnson and Dave Loebsack, your hands are still up, but I think that's from previously. So we'll move to a vote on the Ains. This is a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute introduced by Dr. Ruiz. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, HR 2281, will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Hear the chair, the ayes have it. And so the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2281 is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 2281 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 2281 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 2281 as amended is reported to the House. Chair now calls up HR 2466, the State Opioid Response Grant Authorization Act, and the clerk will report the title.
HR 2466, a bill to extend the state
Madam Clerk,
opioid.
without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is not considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute. It's Congresswoman Custer.
Okay, the gentlewoman from New Hampshire has an amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2466 offered by Ms. Custer of New Hampshire.
Without objection, the reading of the Custer amendment will be dispensed with. And Ms. Custer is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of the Ains.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so proud to co-sponsor HR 2466, the State Opioid Response Grant Authorization Act. These resources are a critical tool for New Hampshire and communities all across this country who are on the front lines of the substance use disorder crisis. The state opioid response grants help treatment providers, first responders, and families who face the incredible challenge of this epidemic every single day. As the founder and co-chair of the bipartisan opioid task force, I've heard from Granite Staters and addiction experts on how the opioid epidemic has evolved in New Hampshire and across the country, from the first wave of pain medication to heroin and fentanyl, and now the fourth wave of this crisis, stimulants. The amendment I offer today ensures the necessary flexibility to help those suffering from methamphetamine and cocaine dependency, in addition to opioid use disorder. We must continue to commit resources to turn the tide on this pandemic and support prevention, treatment, and recovery efforts. I'm pleased to offer this amendment that commits these resources through 2026, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from New Mexico for the remainder of my time.
I thank my colleague, Congresswoman Custer, and I want to recognize our colleague, Representative David Trone of Maryland, for introducing the State Opioid Response Grant Authorization Act. I urge our colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which I had the honor of introducing with Representative Ann Custer, which will create a statutory authorization for state opioid response grants our states rely on to support prevention, treatment, and recovery efforts. Back in 2016, I was proud to work with the Obama administration to introduce the Opioid and Heroin Abuse Crisis Investment Act to provide federal resources to states to address the substance abuse crisis that we all realized was devastating our communities. Democrats and Republicans came together to pass this legislation into law as part of the 21st Century Cures Act. In the years since, these grants have evolved to meet changing needs, including the rise and misuse of stimulants such as cocaine and methamphetamines. These grants currently funded a $1.5 billion per year, giving states the flexibility to meet their most pressing needs, preventing overdose deaths, making sure that there's a spot available in a treatment program for anyone seeking those treatments, making medication-assisted treatment more accessible, and investing in evidence-based prevention. In states like New Mexico, which have been hardest hit by the opioid epidemic, these grants help provide hope and save lives. I urge my colleagues to join us in making sure this important work continues, and I yield back my time.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on the Custer Ains at this point, or the underlying bill? I don't. Well, Buddy Carter, you have your hand up. Did you want to speak? You want to unmute, Buddy?
Yes, sir.
Recognize the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased that we are taking the opportunity to address the opioid crisis through legislation that will authorize the state opioid response grants and enhance access to medication-assisted treatment. I want to highlight an important action that was taken in July by the FDA to increase access to naloxone. This action recommends all healthcare professionals discuss naloxone with all patients when prescribing opioid pain relievers or medicines to treat opioid use disorders. As part of this action, the FDA is requiring opioid manufacturers to update their labeling to include information about prescribing naloxone. We have seen progress of increasing access to naloxone, but the FDA states that further increasing access to naloxone will save lives and reduce the risk of death from opioid overdose. Again, I applaud our consideration of legislation focused on responding to the opioid crisis. And I hope I can work with members of the committee to increase access to naloxone even more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't see any other hands up. So we'll proceed to vote on the cluster Ains. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2466 by Ms. Custer will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. Any of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute by Ms. Custer to HR 2466 is agreed to. Question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 2466 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 2466 as amended will signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 2466 as amended is reported to the House. The chair now calls up HR 3878, the Block, Report and Suspend Suspicious Shipments Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title.
HR 3878, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Control Act.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I believe we have an Ains from, whose hand is up? It's the manager's amendment from Mr. McKinley. Okay.
Amendment.
Thank you,
Mr. McKinley is recognized.
Yeah, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 3878 offered by Mr. McKinley of West Virginia, page 2, line 16.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Ains will be dispensed with, and Mr. McKinley is recognized for 5 minutes to speak in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for finally pivoting back to the drug problem we're experiencing in America. Last year, we experienced nearly 72,000 deaths across this country. In fact, overdose deaths are actually up 13% since last year. And in West Virginia, more people have died from drug overdoses than have died from COVID. Last Congress, this committee conducted an investigation which revealed that nearly 9 million pills were distributed in just 2 years to a single pharmacy in West Virginia. Now, nearly 2 years later, we're finally passing legislation that will address the problem that we discovered back 2 years ago. But working with Ms. Dingell from Michigan, HR 3878 would require drug wholesalers and manufacturers to begin reporting suspicious orders, and maybe we can address this problem. We're hopeful this bill will be a positive step as one more effort to address this opioid epidemic. I support the passage of the bill, and I hope that we can take care of it today. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
So moved.
I thank both you and Ranking Member Walden for including this bipartisan legislation today to help address the ongoing opioid epidemic. which remains, quite frankly, as many of my colleagues have said today, the defining public health challenge of our time. While 2018 saw a reduction in drug overdose deaths for the first time in years, over 67,000 Americans still lost their lives to drug overdoses. This COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated this crisis as people turn to it for a variety of reasons. In my home state of Michigan, EMS responses to opioid overdoses was 22% higher from April to July of this year than in 2019. Additional action is needed to address pill dumping and other dodgy practices that have perpetuated this opioid crisis. The Block, Report, and Suspend Suspicious Shipments Act would crack down on these abuses and strengthen the oversight of this opioid supply chain by mandating that drug manufacturers and distributors exercise due diligence when they receive a suspicious order for controlled substances. And this would include blocking or declining to fill a suspicious order and providing DEA with additional data and background on the indicators on the order in question. This legislation will help address the opioid crisis by making distributors and manufacturers active partners in helping to curb these abuses. I've been honored to work with my colleague, Congressman McKinley, and salute his leadership in highlighting this issue and driving action to address the role bad actors continue to play in perpetuating this opioid crisis. Every member today has had constituents, and in many of our cases, family, like myself, who've been impacted by opioid addiction. And this committee must continue to play an active role in addressing the crisis. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Dingle. Anyone else want to speak on the McKinley aims? There's someone else? All right, we're going to move to a vote then. We'll proceed to a vote on the McKinley amendment in the nature of a substitute. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a manager's amendment? Okay. This is a manager's amendment. All right. So we'll proceed to a vote on the manager's amendment. All those in favor of the manager's amendment by Mr. McKinley will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the manager's amendment is agreed to. Question now occurs on reporting HR 3878 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 3878 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed will say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 3878 as amended is reported to the House. Chair now calls up HR 4812, the Ensuring Compliance Against Drug Diversion Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title.
HR 4812, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances
Madam Clerk,
Act.
without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendments. I don't think we have any amendments. Does anyone have an amendment?
No, sir.
All right. Does anyone want to speak on the bill?
Speaking to the bill, Mr. Chairman, this is Morgan Griffith.
Okay, Morgan, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate this bill moving forward, HR 4812, and I want to thank you for allowing that to occur, and the Ranking Member Walden as well. The Ensuring Compliance Against Drug Diversion Act is a small but very important step that could play a key role in helping contain the opioid epidemic. It amends the Controlled Substances Act to prohibit the transfer of any DEA registration without written consent from the agency. An investigation performed by this committee found that the current process of transferring controlled substance dispensation licenses does not create sufficient accountability. In one instance, an opioid distributor and its pharmacy customer did not go through the appropriate process of transferring registration to a new pharmacy owner, but the mistake wasn't caught until long afterward. As a result, there was a period of time during which the DEA was unaware that the pharmacy was distributing controlled substances. Licenses to distribute an opioid are not a commodity to be freely bought and sold. The people applying for that license and who are in charge of that need to earn it. By requiring written approval from DEA before the transfer of registration, we decrease the risk of drug diversion by keeping substances out of the hands of people that have not been vetted by the appropriate regulatory agencies. I'm happy to answer any questions that people may have about the bill, but I think that thoroughly describes what it does, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me mention two things. First of all, we reached the halfway point with the bills, but I think it's going to move faster than the first half. Also, like, I don't know, 30% of the members have their hands up, but I don't think they intended to. So if your hand's up and you don't want to speak, put your hand down, because it's confusing to me as to who wants to speak. Does anyone else want to speak on this bill? Okay. If not, we'll move to final. The question now occurs on reporting HR 4812 to the full House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 4812 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all those opposed will signify by saying no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. HR 4812 is reported to the House. I still have a lot of members with their hands up electronically, though, so just check it out. If your hand's up, try to take it down so I know who really wants. 806, the Debarment Enforcement of Bad Actor Registrants Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title.
HR 4806, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Controller.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I think I saw Mr. Lauda's hand up, and he might have a manager's amendment. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. You have to unmute. Bob, we can't hear you.
There you go.
Okay. Mr. Lauda is recognized. Do you have a manager's amendment? I can't hear him. I don't know why. Is he muted or not? It says he's unmuted.
Yeah, I don't see him being.
Yeah, it's opportunities for an equitable economy.
Yeah. I would like to hear him speak because this is his bill, right?
For 10 a.m. on September 16th.
Sharon.
Later this evening, probably around 20 minutes, I will be sending the official.
There's somebody else talking who needs to mute.
I don't know if that matters. Bob tried. Well,
are you after Bob Latta, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, he doesn't indicate he's muted, but I can't hear him, and it's his bill.
And I think he's giving us a nice presentation too. He's hearing us. I saw him smile, but I don't hear him either.
No. Well, we could come back to his bill if you want.
Mr. Chairman, with that, and well, that's not his technical issue.
All right, Sharon, we'll go to, let me just make sure we have to go back to that one. Okay, so the chair now calls up HR 3797, the Medical Marijuana Research Act of 2019, and the clerk will report the title.
HR 3797, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act to make marijuana
Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I think we do have an names on this one.
Yes, sir.
And that is
this is Morgan.
Okay, Morgan. Mr. Griffith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this is the one Ms. Dingle's on as well. And so we're carrying this together. But this amendment in the nature of a substitute is the Medical Marijuana Research Act. And I'd like to thank also Ms. Dingle and my colleagues, Mr. Blumenauer and Mr. Harris. Those two have been leading on this bill for a number of years, and they have been strongly advocating its passage over the last several Congresses. It actually came about because Harris and I were debating the issue one day on the floor, and he said there's just not enough research to show that medicinal marijuana has any effect. I said, that's because there's no research. He said, well, that's a good point. So he started putting this bill in with Mr. Blumenauer. I've long supported it, and I'm thrilled to see it's finally coming before the full committee for a markup. I believe there are signs that medical marijuana can be beneficial when used in the proper setting for treatment of certain medical conditions. But the truth is, we don't really have enough research, and we don't really know what it's about. You know, when you hear people coming into your office and they talk about cooking up a tincture of marijuana, both the oil and the THC, in order to solve problems with epilepsy. When you hear people talk about how it affects them anecdotally with pain, when you know that it's been there in Virginia, actually, if the DEA would have allowed it, it's been there since 1979. In fact, it was interesting because my predecessor actually introduced the bill in Virginia in 1979 to allow medicinal marijuana for glaucoma and cancer patients, but the DEA would never let anybody prescribe it because it required a prescription. The problem is we don't have enough research to convince people that we need to go forward with this as a medicinal product. We're using all kinds of other things for it. I think it's important. And it's difficult to obtain licensure currently for conducting cannabis research and to obtain a quality product for use in that research. Many of you know that there's just one supplier right now in the United States that's authorized. This bill addresses some of the major issues currently impeding legitimate medical research on marijuana. It makes changes to the research application process and facilitates access to an increased supply of quality medical grade cannabis for research purposes. I'd like to thank the Department of Health and Human Services and the Drug Enforcement Administration for their technical assistance in developing this amendment, which adds clarity to the bill's processes and definitions. Now, I'm proud to support this bill, and I lend it my full support. But I will say this, I think this bill will get us there. But if it doesn't, then we'll come back with another bill to do research in the future, because I believe that research can answer a lot of the questions we have about using marijuana as a legitimate medicinal tool in our doctors' cabinets and in our cabinets. And with that, I will yield back or yield to Ms. Dingle, whichever way you want to do it, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Griffith, we'll let Ms. Dingle have her own time. I recognize Ms. Dingle.
Sir.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague from Virginia for all the hard work that he has been doing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Walden, again for including this bill, the Medical Marijuana Research Act, in today's markup. I think my colleague stated it very well. It's time. We don't have the data that we need, and we need to get the data. The legal status of marijuana is changing rapidly at the state level. Just this past December, sales of recreational marijuana began in my home state of Michigan, and state-level legalization initiatives are on the ballot in multiple states this year. But at the same time, the federal framework for conducting research and gaining that objective scientific data on the medicinal properties of marijuana is decades old. Currently, scientists in the United States looking to conduct research on marijuana must contend with a very heavy-handed registration process, burdensome regulatory roadblocks that greatly limit our understanding of the health effects of marijuana, or quite frankly, let a researcher have access to what they need. Researchers are limited to using marijuana that's grown at one single location, the University of Mississippi, overseen by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, which does not reflect what's commercially available in most states today. It's high time we modernize our nation's regulatory apparatus to facilitate legitimate medical research into the impacts of marijuana. The Medical Marijuana Research Act will streamline this outdated process by preventing bureaucratic roadblocks on marijuana research registration applications. It will also direct the FDA to issue guidelines on the production of marijuana and ensure that there's adequate amounts available for the research that needs to be done. It would mandate a comprehensive review of the available body of research on marijuana by the Secretary of Health and Human Services 5 years after this bill is enacted. This bipartisan amendment, which I am very honored to be leading with my colleague, Representative Griffith, you just heard from, further strengthens this legislation by ensuring that researchers are complying with the FDA drug development standards, as well as additional changes, including incorporating technical feedbacks and revisions. I want to thank my colleagues on this committee for their work on this legislation, and Representatives Blumenauer, Bishop, Harris, Lofgren, and Griffith, who've been leading this effort with us. I want to urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. It's time. You know, there are a lot of people who would benefit from the use of marijuana, but because they don't have the research or they think that it's illegal, they wouldn't. I'll try to make you laugh and see if anybody's paying attention. I begged John Dingell to try marijuana the last year, and he wouldn't because we didn't have the data. It's time. So I beg you all, please vote for passing this legislation, and may we get it over the finish line this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this is Morgan. It's my fault, but we never actually called up the aims. If we could do that so we have it properly before us. We both discussed it, but I just charged right in and didn't give you an opportunity to do that, sir.
All right. Thank you, Morgan. All right. So we'll just pause, and I'll ask the clerk to call up the amendment in the nature of a substitute from Mr. Griffith.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3797 offered by Mr. Griffith of Virginia on behalf of himself and Mrs. Dingell of Michigan. Strike all after the enacted clause.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Griffith amendment will be dispensed with. And I would now recognize Mr. Peters. I think your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So moved.
And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and your staff for marking up this important bill. And I'd like to say a few brief words in support of this bill and its intent to expand sources and forms of medical cannabis. As we've heard today, the bill will advance the work of medical cannabis research programs around the country. And I know this because of the work that's being done in my own district at the Center for Medical Cannabis Research at the University of California, San Diego. The Center for Medical Cannabis Research is a premier public research institution studying the effects of CBD and cannabis on conditions like autism, psychosis, bipolar disorder, and pain. And currently, CMCR is about to launch several new clinical trials with funding from state, federal, and philanthropic sources, but progress has been slowed because of the limited availability of medical cannabis to support the research. This bill means that we can speed the pace of scientific discovery and treatment. By way of one example, CMCR researchers are studying the potential of cannabidiol as a treatment for autism by evaluating the changes in brain function of children with severe autism, the electrophysiologic and brain imaging methods. In a novel translational approach, cells from small skin samples from the children are reprogrammed in specialized tissue culture facilities to differentiate into brain cells, which themselves produce electrical signals. There is some evidence that cells from people with autism behave differently from those without. Can CBD correct the dysfunctions inherent in such cells? Will the cells from children who do well on CBD react differently from cells of those who do not improve? And what are the molecular mechanisms of such differences? These are the fundamental questions that can only be answered when we remove the barriers stifling basic and translational cannabis research. So on behalf of the Center for Medical Cannabis Research and researchers everywhere, I want to thank the sponsors of this bill for their support of rigorous research to discover the full therapeutic potential of cannabis. And I urge this committee to pass bills like these, including legislation providing federal support for dedicated multidisciplinary medical cannabis research centers that will bolster evidence-based research on medical cannabis. I want to thank all the people who worked on this bill and urge its support. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Scott. I don't know if there's anyone else on the Republican side. I don't see anyone. I just wanted to briefly strike the last word and recognize myself in support of the bill. I just believe this bill takes us in the right direction by reducing barriers to cannabis research. In January, we heard from federal officials about the difficulty today for those wanting to conduct research with cannabis. In testimony for our legislative hearing, National Institute on Drug Abuse Director Dr. Nora Valco said barriers in the process, and I quote, present challenges to advancing cannabis research and can also be time-consuming. So the bill and the changes included in the AINS would create a less onerous registration process for those who want to advance cannabis research and encourage additional manufacturers and distributors to supply cannabis for purposes of research, making it easier for legitimate researchers to obtain products that better reflect the changing cannabis landscape. Additional research is needed if we're to better understand the benefits or risks of cannabis products. So I'm pleased we're able to work closely with the minority on the AINS offer today, and we're able to take into consideration feedback from both the Department of Health and Human Services and the DEA. And I urge my colleagues to support the AINS and the underlying bill. Does anyone else want to speak on this?
I do.
Ms. Schakowsky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, I'll be very brief. Thank you. I'd like to strike the last word. Thank you. As I mentioned in my opening statement, the state of Illinois legalized recreational marijuana on the 1st of January of this year. And in the first 12 days, there were about $20 million worth of sales. However, our research institutions, Northwestern, very famous, with a lot of fantastic world-class researchers, are not able to access any of that marijuana and have encountered many different obstacles in order to do the research that we all believe is really critical. And so I just want to thank the sponsors, the bipartisan sponsors. It's really great that we have the support for making it easier for institutions like Northwestern to do the research. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on this? All right, we're going to move to a vote on the Griffith Amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the amendment, the nature of a substitute, HR 3797, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3797 is agreed to. And the question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 3797 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 3797 as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no.
Inside of the building.
And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 3797 as amended is reported to the House.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Latta has been able to overcome his technological issues and is ready to present on his bill, I believe.
Okay, let me just, Bob, would you just say a few words so we know you're okay?
Well, I'm okay. Can you hear me?
All right, good. So the chair calls up
this morning. Thank you,
Chair calls up 4806, the Debarment Enforcement of Bad Actor Registrants Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title. Sharon?
Just getting unmuted, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
4806, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act to authorize the debarment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. The gentleman from Ohio has a manager's amendment, and I understand.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's numbered amendment number 01.
We have it.
Clerk will report the manager's amendment.
Amendment to HR 4806, offered by Mr. Latta of Ohio, page 2, strike line 14, lines 14
Madam
through
Clerk,
60.
without objection, the reading of the manager's dispensed with, and Mr. Latta is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. I offer this amendment to my bill, HR 4806, the DeBar Act, to clarify the Drug Enforcement Agency's debarment authority to be used on repeat offenders and to better align the bill's text with the language in the Controlled Substance Act. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Bob. There's so many hands up. Try to take your hand down if you don't want to speak. Does anyone want to speak on this? I don't think any of these people do. All right. We'll proceed to a vote on the manager's amendment by Mr. Latta. All those in favor of the manager's amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. The appearance of the ayes have it, and the manager's amendment is agreed to. I don't think we have anything else on this, so the question now occurs.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I strike the last word briefly?
Yes, who's speaking now?
Bob Latta.
Oh, Bob, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we battle COVID-19, opioids and substance abuse overdoses are continuing to rise. Substance abuse related deaths have risen over 13% for the same quarter compared to this time last year. There is not one solution that would simply end both crises we are facing. However, we can immediately help tackle substance abuse by taking away bad actors' opportunities to sell drugs and continue to harm Americans suffering from addiction. I introduced the Debarment Enforcement of Bad Actors Registry Act of 2019, which amends the Controlled Substance Act to give the Drug Enforcement Agency debarment authority to permanently prohibit a person or entity that has violated the CSA from being able to receive a registration to manufacture, distribute, or dispense a controlled substance. Currently, some bad actors are able to immediately reapply for a new license when their registration is revoked. The DeBar Act will close this loophole and stop bad actors from registering for a controlled substance, effectively reducing circulation of illegal substances across our nation and save lives. Mr. Chairman, I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 4806. Now I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think we have anyone else, so I'm going to move to the question, which now occurs on reporting H.R. 4806 as amended to the House. All those in favor of favorably reporting H.R. 4806 as amended will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Any of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 4806 as amended is reported to the House. The chair now calls up H.R. 3797, the medical, we already did that, all right. I gotta move forward. Let's see what we didn't get to. 25 minutes. All right, so the chair calls up H.R. 2519, the Improving Mental Health Access from the Emergency Department Act of 2019, and the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2519, a bill to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is not considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. In this case, we do have a manager's amendment from Dr. Ruiz. Dr. Ruiz, you're recognized.
Yes, I have an amendment on the desk.
The clerk will report the Ruiz amendment, the manager's amendment.
Yes, sir. Amendment to H.R. 2519 offered by Mr. Ruiz of California.
Without objection, the reading, Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the manager's amendment will be dispensed with. Dr. Ruiz, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This manager's amendment makes minor technical changes to the Improving Mental Health Access from the Emergency Department Act as a result of agency technical assistance, which does not have any opposition. In terms of the underlying bill, thank you for bringing this bill up for a vote, Mr. Chairman. It is very important that we address the emergency department boarding of behavioral health, mental health patients simply because they cannot get good coordinated follow-on care in their communities. HR 2519, the Improving Mental Health Access from the Emergency Department Act, will decrease barriers to mental health treatments for patients getting released from the emergency department by giving resources to emergency departments to arrange for that ideal, quick, warm handoff between emergency providers and mental health providers. Access to mental health treatment was already unacceptably low throughout our country when the pandemic hit, and the pandemic has put an additional strain on the system. In fact, just in March, the Disaster Distress Helpline, supported by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration, saw an 891% increase in calls compared to March of the previous year. So it is important more than ever to do what we can to help expand access to mental health treatment so that patients can get the treatments that they need. And we need to do so by removing any unnecessary barriers that might get in the way. In the emergency department, I can tell you from firsthand experience, Mr. Chairman, that sometimes I've seen patients who oftentimes come in either due to a psychosis, they're hallucinating, or they have their first psychosis of an unrevealed schizophrenia, or they have major severe mania or very severe depression, sometimes suicidal ideation, or even suicidal attempts. And they need to be evaluated by psychiatric services and provided long-term mental health care. But oftentimes the coordination and the transfer of that care is delayed. It is not uncommon that they're delayed 3 or 4 days, and they're just simply being boarded and watched over in the emergency department, adding to the overcrowding, adding to the lowering of resources for strokes and heart attacks and other type of acute emergencies, while simply waiting to be seen by a psychiatrist in a long-term care mental health facility. I saw a patient once that stayed in the emergency department for 8 days. Sometimes they stay for 10, 12 days. And every day I go back and I saw that same patient, and the status was where we have an observer there 24/7, make sure that patient doesn't harm themselves while in the care in the emergency department, but we're simply waiting to transfer the patient, either due to the lack of availability, the lack of transportation, and others. But emergency departments across our country are finding innovative ways to overcome those barriers. Despite the budgeting and the staffing shortages, they're looking at creating transportation programs. They're tracking regional inpatient bed capacities to more quickly and efficiently place their patients where they're needed. And they're also using coordinated systems, communication systems between primary care, between mental health, between emergency departments to better arrange a more effective and efficient transfer of patients to where they need to go. But oftentimes they don't always have the resources to fund these types of practices. So this bill addresses this by creating a competitive grant program for emergency departments to develop and implement processes and programs to transition and transfer their patients into more appropriate care for longer-term treatments. Emergency physicians want to help their patients find the next provider quickly and safely, and they want to make sure that they physically get there, not just leave them to navigate a confusing mental health system alone. So I urge everyone to support this important piece of legislation, which is supported by the emergency department, physicians, hospitals, mental health providers, to help patients get the mental health treatment where and when they need it. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Ruiz. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ruiz manager's amendment or the underlying bill? Hearing none, we will move to report the amendment. All those in favor of the manager's amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the Ruiz manager's amendment is agreed to. I don't think we have anything else on this other question. Now, the question now occurs on reporting HR 2519 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 2519 as amended will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 2519 as amended is reported to the House. The chair now calls up HR 4861, the Effective Suicide Screening and Assessment in the Emergency Department Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title.
HR 4861, a bill to
Madam
amend the
Clerk,
Public Health
without
Service Act.
objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is not considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I think that we have, no amendments, just recognize Mr. Bilirakis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And our nation remains in the midst of a suicide crisis, and I really appreciate Dr. Ruiz sharing his personal experiences as a physician with regard to the emergency room. Over the past several decades, the suicide rate has risen sharply, as you know, increasing by 31% since 2001, making suicide the 10th leading cause of death and claiming an estimated 47,000 lives annually. A 2016 study found that 11% of all emergency department patients exhibited suicidal ideation. However, only 3% of those patients were diagnosed by current screening tools. Furthermore, about 70% of the patients who leave the emergency department after a suicide attempt never attend their first outpatient follow-up appointment. At the same time, emergency departments, which are often the place within our healthcare system that provides care for people who are at high risk for suicide, have inconsistent protocols for screening and treating high-risk patients. For this reason, I introduced with my friend and colleague, Congressman Engel, HR 4861, the Effective Suicide Screening and Assessment in the Emergency Department Act. The bill creates a voluntary HHS grant program to assist emergency departments in developing protocols for identifying, assessing, and treating individuals at risk for suicide, with preference given to either critical access hospitals or hospitals located in a geographic area with a suicide risk that is higher than the national average. Grants last for 2 years, and grantees must submit a report annually on their efforts to improve the identification, assessment, and discharge policies for individuals who are at risk for suicide. This proactive approach is vital because emergency departments are often the first and sadly too often the only point of contact within the healthcare system for most at-risk patients for suicide, like individuals living with severe mental health conditions or substance use disorders. With the added physical, mental, emotional, and economic stress this pandemic has inflicted on American lives, there's a growing consensus on concern from public health experts and stakeholders that these stressors could lead to even more lives lost to suicide. I urge my colleagues to pass HR 4861 to further equip our health providers to recognize and assist these patients in crisis. I really appreciate, Mr. Chairman, you addressing, agending this particular bill, and hopefully we can get it on the floor quickly and passed by the Senate, signed by the President. We've got to save these lives. I hear it so often, and it's very, very sad. So I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this bill? We have no amendments, so we'll go to final. The question now occurs on reporting HR 4861 to the full House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 4861 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. Any of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 4861 is reported to the House. Chair calls up HR 1109, the Mental Health Services for Students Act of 2019. Let's report the title.
H.R. 1109, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to revise and
Madam
extend
Clerk, without
projects.
objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. On this one, I think we do have an Ains. Mr. Tonko is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can.
You can, right?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk, an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
The clerk will report the amendment. Sharon, you're muted.
Yes, sir. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1109 offered.
By Mr.
Offered by
Tonko.
Mr. Tonko of New York. Strike all after the enacting
Thank you,
clause.
Madam Clerk. Without objection, the reading of the Ains will be dispensed with, and Mr. Tonko is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief because it's been a very long session for us all. This amendment in the nature of a substitute would streamline the proposed program in the bill and would make technical and conforming changes based off of HHS feedback. The Energy and Commerce staff worked closely with the bill sponsor, my good friend Representative Grace Napolitano, to close the, or rather clear this AINS as well. I urge all members to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute and the underlying bill, which would enhance access to our mental health services in schools. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. Does anyone else want to speak on this Ains by Mr. Tonko or the underlying bill? Seeing none, we will proceed to a vote on the Tonko amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the Ains will signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the Tonko amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 1109 is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 1109 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 1109 as amended will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill, which is HR 1109 as amended, is reported to the House. The chair now calls up HR 3539, the Behavioral Intervention Guidelines Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3539, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to direct the Secretary of Health.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read. Open for amendment. In this case, we have a manager's amendment by Mr. Bilirakis, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it very much. I'm offering this manager's amendment for Dr.
All right, the clerk has the amendment. We'll report
Yes,
the
sir.
amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3539 offered by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida. Strike page 4.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the manager's amendment is dispensed with. Mr. Bilirakis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The manager's amendment makes small technical changes to the underlying bill in order to incorporate technical assistance from the Department of Health and Human Services. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again for your willingness to include this important bipartisan measure in today's markup. I'd also like to thank Mr. Ferguson for his work on this bill, and I believe Mr. Kennedy as well, and his diligence, Mr. Ferguson's diligence to help push it over the finish line. This important piece of legislation will require the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration to develop best practices for schools to establish behavioral health intervention teams. We need this so much, Mr. Chairman. With students facing pressures during these trying times, it is more important than ever that schools have guidance on how to provide behavioral health resources for their students. I thank you again for including HR 3539 in today's markup, and I urge my colleagues to support this important bill. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bilirakis. Does anyone else want to speak on the manager's amendment or the underlying bill? I don't see anyone. So we will proceed to a vote on the manager's amendment. All those in favor of the manager's amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the chair, the ayes have it. The manager's amendment is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting HR 3539 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 3539 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. In the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 3539 as amended is reported to the House. Chair now calls up HR 7293. The Suicide Training and Awareness Nationally Delivered for Universal Prevention or Stand-Up Act of 2020. The clerk will report the title.
HR 7293, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to provide best practices.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read. Open for amendment. In this case, we have an Ains. Mr. Peters is recognized for the purpose of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report the Ains.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7293 offered by Mr. Peters of California.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Ains will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, again for hosting today's full committee markup, which includes my bipartisan bill, the Suicide Training and Awareness Nationally Delivered for Universal Prevention Act, or the Stand-Up Act. And I'd like to thank Mr. Bilirakis for co-introducing this bill with me. Since 2010, suicide has been the second leading cause of death among young people between the ages of 10 and 24. Most recently, Mental Health America identified through their screening tool that youth aged 11 to 17 years old are now at higher risk of anxiety and depression. This summer, they've seen a 14% increase in youth screening for anxiety, 83% of that being moderate to severe, and 10% increase in youth screening for depression, which 80% or 90% being moderate to severe. This pandemic has already influenced the mental health of our nation's children. Students have been separated from their friends, classes are conducted online, and many young people see that the future is uncertain. These turbulent circumstances exacerbate stressors linked to mental health challenges and heighten risk of suicide. Adolescent suicide and violence against others are preventable. 70% of people who die by suicide tell someone their plans or demonstrate warning signs, and 80% of school shooters tell someone their plans prior to acting. However, both youth and adults must be able to recognize the warning signs and how they can intervene. Trainings can educate and empower students to know the signs of suicidal ideation in themselves and their peers and connect them to the care they need. The Stand-Up Act enables this to happen. The bill requires states, public schools, and tribes to implement common sense, evidence-based policies to prevent suicides in order to receive Project Aware grants, which promote youth mental health awareness among schools and communities. These evidence-based policies intend to encourage early prevention, teach warning signs, and give educators and administrators the tools to stop violence before it happens. The Stand-Up Act is backed by over 50 organizations, including Sandy Hook Promise, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the National Association of School Psychologists. I'm introducing the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which will ensure the training is culturally and linguistically appropriate, strictly in support of tribal education agencies, as well as other technical changes to the bill based on feedback we received from HHS. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for this important bipartisan legislation. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, to you and your staff, and I yield back.
Thank you, Scott. Does anyone else want to speak on either the Peters-Ains or the underlying Stand Up Act?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Scott Spillarakis. Yeah, I'd like to.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to speak on the amendment in nature of substitute. I want to thank Congressman Peters for allowing me to co-lead this with him. And it's an honor to do this on behalf of all these great organizations. And more importantly, of course, our kids, our children. There's no higher priority, in my opinion, than keeping our children safe. Since 2010, suicide has been the second leading cause of death for young Americans ages 10 through 24. From 2007 to 2015, the number of children and teens visiting the emergency room for suicide-related injuries doubled. In 2017, 517 Americans aged 10 through 14 and 6,252 aged 15 through 24 committed suicide. I mean, 6,252 between the ages of 15 and 24. This is unacceptable. Sadly, some communities like my district are among those with the highest suicide rates in the state of Florida. Research has shown that most of these young Americans tell someone that they are contemplating suicide or school violence, and 68% of the averted violence were stopped because of student reporting concerns about a threat, plot, or other concerning behavior involving a peer. HR 7293, the Suicide Training and Awareness Nationally Delivered for Universal Prevention Act, or the Stand Up Act, encourages states, tribes, and schools to create policies for student suicide prevention training utilizing SAMHSA's provided best practices, training, and technical assistance. By providing high-quality screening and prevention training to school staff and peers, threats can be identified before they materialize. And those who are at risk have an opportunity to get the mental health treatment they need. I've actually seen this in one of our local schools, Mr. Chairman. It really works. I have seen firsthand, as I said, the power of work like this through the nonprofits like Sandy Hook Promise and their Save Promise clubs. And I visited Palm Harbor University, and they demonstrated how this works. And it's really common sense. But we need this. When properly equipped, students can be empowered to prevent violence in their schools. I appreciate the bipartisan work of my colleagues, Congressman Peters, and urge my colleagues to join us in passing this critical legislation, help reverse the troubling trend of youth suicide and violence. And it's an honor to serve on this great committee. This is the kind of stuff we should focus on. Thank you very much, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on the Peters-Ains or the underlying Stand Up Act? Hearing none, we proceed to a vote on the Ains. All those in favor of the Peters Amendment in the nature of substitute to HR 7293 will signify by saying aye. Aye. Say no. The chair, the ayes have it, and therefore the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7293 is agreed to. Question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 793 as amended to the House. All those in favor of reporting HR 7293 as amended will signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed will say no. The chair, the ayes have it. HR 7293 to the House. Chair now calls up HR 5469, the Pursuing Equity in Mental Health Act of 2019, and the clerk will report the title.
HR 5469
to be recognized.
HR 5469, a bill to amend the mental health issues for youth.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I believe we have an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
This is Cardenas. I have an amendment at the desk.
Tony Cardenas, the gentleman from California, is recognized.
Thank you. The file name is H5469 FC Ains 1.
We have it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Madam Clerk, report the amendment, please.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5469 offered by Mr. Cardenas of California. Strike all after the enacting clause.
Objection, Madam Clerk. Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from California is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, the Congressional Black Caucus, otherwise known as the CBC, launched the Emergency Task Force on Black Youth Suicide and Mental Health, led by Representative Bonnie Watson-Coleman of New Jersey. This task force held several hearings, meetings, and in the district events with experts to discuss the rise in Black youth suicide and what factors may be causing it. As a result of this strong bill, the Pursuing Equity in Mental Health Act was introduced. I'm a proud co-sponsor of this bill that aims to address mental health in youth from all communities by focusing on a few key areas: scientific research, educational supports, integrated healthcare, and workforce training. While we know we have a lot of work to do to eliminate healthcare inequities that exist across racial and ethnic groups, this bill is a great step in the right direction, and I thank Representative Watson-Coleman and the CBC for their leadership. This amendment makes technical and conforming changes to the bill based on feedback from Health and Human Services, or otherwise known as HHS, and strikes sections 101 and 303 from the bill. We work with our Republican colleagues on the amendments. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, as well as the underlying bill. And again, I really appreciate the bipartisan nature in which we brought this forward, and I appreciate all the efforts from all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. So thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on the Cardenas-Ains or the underlying bill? Hearing none, we'll proceed to the vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5469 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5469 is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 5469 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 5469 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed will say no. The chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 5469 as amended is reported to the House. Chair now calls up H.R. 5572, the Family Support Services for Addiction Act of 2020. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5572, a bill to establish a grant program for family community.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I believe we have a manager's amendment.
I'm trying to raise my hand.
Rochester is going to move that. The gentlewoman is recognized.
You have it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. It's a manager's amendment to H.R. 5572, the Family Support Services for Addiction Act of 2020.
Okay.
I know I'm starting from my script.
Okay, and the clerk will report the manager's amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5572 offered by Ms. Blunt Rochester. Page 4, line
Without objection,
5.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the manager's amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Delaware is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This manager's amendment makes minor technical changes based on recommendations from the Department of Health and Human Services. It also changes the authorization level to 5 years. As a co-sponsor of this legislation, I want to reiterate my support for empowering families to help their loved ones who are living with substance use disorder, and the importance of these resources to my constituents and my state. Delaware is second in the nation for overdose deaths. And after a devastating 431 overdose deaths in 2019, we're unfortunately on track to break that record in 2020. In just the first quarter of this year, my state confirmed 112 overdose deaths. Despite the state's ongoing efforts to reduce the death toll, COVID-19 has hampered progress due to an increase in joblessness, housing, and food insecurity, and the pandemic's negative impact on mental health and access to treatment services. Now more than ever, we know that families can play a critical role in supporting loved ones living with SUD. HR 5572 would provide nonprofits and community-based organizations with grants to provide services and supports to families with loved ones seeking addiction treatment. The bill also empowers families with the knowledge they need to help loved ones seeking help or who are on the journey to recovery. It could help local nonprofits like Attack Addiction in Delaware assist families looking for more information on SUD and offer a place for healing and understanding that is free of judgment. All too often, the stigma associated with substance use disorder prevents families from receiving the compassion and help that they need. Families who have loved ones living with SUD or who have lost someone to an overdose should have access to the support services provided under this bill. I believe HR 5572 represents a strong commitment from Congress to Americans who have been profoundly impacted by SUD. I'd like to thank my colleague, Congressman David Trone from Maryland, for introducing this legislation and encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment in the bill's final package. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on the gentlewoman's, on the manager's amendment or the underlying bill? Seeing none, we will proceed for a vote on the manager's amendment. All those in favor of the manager's amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Say no. And the ayes have it, and the manager's amendment is agreed to. Now, first, supporting HR 5572 as amended by the House. Those in favor of favorably reporting HR 5572 as amended, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 5572 as amended is reported to the House. We're now close up HR 4499, the NIMHD Research Endowment Revitalization Act of 2019. The clerk will report the title.
HR 4499, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to provide that the authority of the Director of the National Institute on Minority Health.
Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I don't believe we have any amendments. Does anyone want to speak on this? Mr. Carter and Ms. Berrigan. Ms. Berrigan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So moved, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for including my bill, the NIMHD Research Endowment Revitalization Act, in today's markup. This bill will once again allow for current and former NIMHD or HRSA Centers of Excellence to be able to receive research endowment funding. The Research Endowment Program at the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities provides funding to the endowments of academic institutions across the country, such as Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta and Charles Drew University in my district. The goal of the program includes promoting minority health and health disparities research capacity and infrastructure, increasing the diversity and strength of the scientific workforce, enhancing the recruitment and retention of individuals from health disparity populations that are underrepresented in the scientific workforce. The following is a statement from Charles Drew University on why they support this legislation, and I quote, "Restoring eligibility would allow the university to continue its historic focus on research to close the gaps between the burden of illness and premature mortality experienced more commonly by communities of color, as well as other medically underserved populations as compared to the nation as a whole. It would also help to grow and enhance the university's capacity and infrastructure for health disparities research within the Urban Health Institute. I ask unanimous consent that their full letter of support be included in the record. Mr. Chairman, can I get unanimous consent?
Without objection. Without objection. Yes.
Thank you. During the current health emergency, where communities of color are once again disproportionately affected, research into health disparities is more crucial now than ever. So I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Carter, for co-leading this bill with me, as well as the other bipartisan co-sponsors, Congresswoman Kelly, Congressman Rogers, and the late John Lewis. The Senate has already passed this bill unanimously, and I'm hopeful that we can pass it here in the House so that these schools can continue this important research on minority health disparities. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. I believe Mr. Carter's hand was up as well. Mr. Carter's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time today to let me speak on this important legislation. And thank you to Congresswoman Berrigan for being a champion of this issue. Passing this legislation out of committee is very important. Since the start of the pandemic, we've seen how minority communities are greatly impacted by this virus. Now more than ever, minority academic institutions will play a big role in conducting critical research and help us to work to lessen the health disparities minority communities face. Their efforts will better prepare all of us to respond to the coronavirus and other health inequities more effectively. I urge passage of this bill out of committee, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We don't have any amendments on this. Does anyone else want to speak on the bill? Doesn't appear to be the case, so we'll just go to reporting HR 4499 to the full House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 4499 will signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 4499 is reported to the full House. Chair now calls up HR 4439, the Creating Hope Authorization Act, and report the title.
HR 4439, a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act to make permanent the authority of the Secretary of Health and Human Services to issue priority review
Madam
vouchers.
Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Now, I think I have the amendment in the nature of a substitute for this one. So I'll recognize myself for that purpose. And does the clerk have my amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report it.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4439 offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey. Strike all
Without
of the
objection, Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Ains will be dispensed with. I recognize myself for 5 minutes or less. At our July hearing on the Creating Hope Reauthorization Act, we heard robust debate between Nancy Goodman, a supporter of the Pediatric Rare Disease Priority Review Voucher PRV program, and Dr. Aaron Kesselheim of Harvard University. Dr. Kesselheim presented evidence that the PRV program has failed to provide the incentives intended by Congress when it created the program 8 years ago. In addition to Dr. Kesselheim's research, the GAO has reviewed the program and found mixed results, while drug manufacturers have argued that the PRV incentive is a consideration in determining where they will invest. GAO could not find additional evidence that the PRV is leading to pediatric drug development. Additionally, GAO reported that FDA officials have said that PRVs drain agency resources away from the FDA's public health mission. But as I mentioned at the hearing, I believe we can and should do more to expand research into treatments and cures that affect children and adolescents. But our committee has to carefully consider whether the program is tailored to achieve these ends and whether it warrants a permanent reauthorization. So after hearing from our witnesses and looking at the data, I do not believe that the evidence supports a permanent reauthorization of the PRV program, but I recognize that other members of the committee are strong supporters. and I appreciate that I was able to reach compromise with Ranking Member Walden and Mr. Butterfield, the sponsor, to support a 4-year extension. So my amendment would sunset the program after 4 more years, an extension that matches the one included in the 21st Century Cures Act. And I hope as this program continues, we'll keep a critical eye on it to ensure it's not overly taxing FDA resources and providing the incentives it promises. So I would ask all members to support the compromise we reached in this amendment in the nature of the substitute. And with that, I would yield back and ask if anyone else would like to speak.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Walden?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'd like to strike the last word on the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, I want to extend my thanks to you, Mr. Chairman, for working with us to secure this agreement for a long-term extension of the Pediatric Priority Review Voucher Program. As you know, the program, which has received bipartisan support since it was first created in 2012 with the passage of the Food, Drug Administration Safety and Innovation Act, aims to incentivize the development of therapies to treat rare pediatric diseases. The pediatric PRV program has already proven successful. In fact, 22 therapies, 22, Mr. Chairman, have been approved for the treatment of 18 rare pediatric diseases since its inception. However, we still have a long way to go. Nearly 95% of all rare diseases do not have an FDA-approved treatment, leaving many patients without options. So I have the rest of the statement for the record, Mr. Chairman. But again, thanks for your diligent work on this with us. Glad we could find agreement on this, and I support it and hope my colleagues will as well. And I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank our ranking member. I believe Mr. Butterfield, who's the sponsor, would like to be recognized. So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone, and to my colleagues for your support of this very important legislation. I am, as you certainly know, very disappointed that we cannot permanently reauthorize the act, but I'm grateful. I'm truly grateful for your agreement. Look forward to continuing to work with you and all of our colleagues. There are over 7,000 rare diseases. 50% of those impact children. Prior to the creation of the Rare Pediatric Review Voucher Program, very few companies, very few were willing to invest in treatments and cures for these conditions because the patient population for each individual condition was so very small. Since the PRV's creation in 2012 to solve this market failure, the PRV has incentivized companies to search for and to create treatments and cures for these children. We know this program is working. Of the 35 PRVs awarded by FDA, 22 of those have been for pediatric rare diseases. Drug companies are now prioritizing these conditions. The PRV program has quite literally created hope for children and their families. I believe in this program, which is why last September I introduced the Creating Hope Act with my fellow co-chairs of the Congressional Childhood Cancer Caucus, Mike McCall, Jackie Spear, and Mike Kelly, and 6 members of this very committee, members Ingle, Bill Rockers, Kelly, Hudson, Rush, and Mark Wayne Mullen. And now there are 18 members of this committee who have co-sponsored. For the program to reach its full potential, rare disease companies need the certainty that the PRV will be there by the time they are ready to go through the FDA approval process. My original bill would have achieved this by permanently reauthorizing the program. However, I'm a realist. I am pleased to get this agreement. I'm pleased that it was reached to extend the program for an additional 4 years. And I thank you, Chairman, and thank the ranking member for your leadership and your work on this program. This extension is much appreciated. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on the Ains and yes on passage.
Thank you, GK. Thank you, GK. Both
Mr. Chairman.
Buddy and Gus, are you both going to have your hand up?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for the time to speak on this bill today. In July, at a Health Subcommittee legislative hearing, I spoke in favor of permanently extending this program. It was made clear by our witness, Mrs. Nancy Goodman, that this program had been extremely effective in bringing safe and innovative drugs to market for rare pediatric diseases. I asked Mrs. Goodman if any drug brought to market through this program had been deemed unsafe, to which she answered a resounding no. It was also made clear that the FDA has no obligation to approve drugs that may be deemed a safety risk, and the agency still has the power to deny approval. Children with rare diseases need these drugs, and this program works. Although I'm pleased to see us passing an extension of this program, a permanent extension would greatly benefit the program and provide certainty to drug makers using it to help create innovative medicines. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Buddy. Mr. Bilirakis seeks recognition, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take that long, but I want to thank you and our ranking member, Mr. Walden, for this compromise. This way this legislation will move forward. And I want to thank, of course, Mr. Butterfield for sponsoring, the lead sponsor on this particular piece of legislation. He's my co-chair and the Rare Disease Caucus. So this is a real win for our children. Tragically, pediatric cancer remains the #1 disease that leads to death of American children. While survival rates have improved for some types of pediatric cancers, thousands of children are lost to cancer each year, and many more encounter life-threatening complications related to harsh chemotherapies. Children have significantly fewer treatment options than adults, and oftentimes must rely on treatment regimens developed for adults because of pediatric-specific treatments simply they don't exist, unfortunately. As the popular health care adage goes, and I quote, "Children are not little adults." And despite their significant need, pharmaceutical companies have had trouble developing treatments for pediatric cancer and rare diseases because of the small population and high costs of bringing these specific treatments to market. FDA's priority review voucher program has proven to be a boon to incentivizing the development of therapies to treat rare pediatric diseases. While progress has been made in the development of pediatric therapies, in fact, 22 therapies have been approved for the treatment of 18 rare pediatric diseases since 2012. That's progress, but there's still more work to be done. Nearly 95% of all rare diseases do not have an FDA-approved treatment, as the sponsor said, leaving many patients without options. As co-chair of the Rare Disease Caucus, I sincerely appreciate the work of my friend and colleague, again, fellow Rare Disease Caucus co-chair, Congressman Butterfield, and urge my colleagues to join us in passing the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 4439, which will extend this vital innovation lifeline for rare pediatric treatments and cures at FDA. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, again, and the ranking member for making this happen. Appreciate it, and I yield back.
Thank you, Gus. Let me just ask again, a lot of people have their virtual hand up, and so it's hard for me to see who wants to be recognized. So please look again. If your hand's up and you don't intend to, please take it down. I don't think anyone else wants to be recognized on this one. So we'll go to a vote on the Ains. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute for 4439 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4439 is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 4439 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 4439 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 4439 as amended is reported to the House. The chair now calls up HR 8134, the Consumer Product Safety Inspection Enhancement Act, and the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8134, a bill to support the Consumer Product Safety Commission's capacity to protect.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read. No amendment. On this one, I think we have, we don't have any amendments. Would anyone want to speak on the bill? I see, is that Mr. Bilirakis or Mr. Walden again, or their hands are just still up? Does anyone want to speak on the bill? Just Mr. Duncan, did you want to speak? No? I can't hear him.
I do, yes, sir.
Okay, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of the Consumer Product Safety Inspection Enhancement Act. And I want to thank Ms. Schakowsky for her work on this very important issue. As a former chairman of the House Homeland Security Oversight Management Subcommittee, I'm well aware of the important job that our CBP professionals do at the ports every day. And I believe this legislation will be an important step forward in ensuring that CPSC and CBP work together to protect America's people from unsafe imports, especially coming from the People's Republic of China. But I would be remiss if I didn't also talk at this time about another bipartisan piece of legislation that is related to this one. And that is H.R. 4150, the Justice Act, which is supported by 30 of my colleagues, including Mr. Soto of Florida. The Justice Act would amend the items that CBP can seize at the ports to include childlike sex dolls. Now, for my colleagues, this is what a childlike sex doll looks like. If you're not looking, I can provide these to you at any time. See me on the House floor. I'd love to have your support on this. My good friend, our former colleague, Jeff Landry, now the Attorney General of Louisiana, brought this to my attention. It's been spearheading efforts at the state level. And he's also alerted me to this problem. Colleagues, we actually had a case in Miami that went public last week of a mom who found out that her daughter's likeness was used as a model for a sex doll without her knowledge or consent. Her likeness was taken off social media. That's her daughter there. I blacked out the face. And look up the article. Pedophiles are using these dolls to practice, and it needs to be stopped. It has direct impact on sex trafficking here and around the world. These childlike sex dolls, anatomically correct. They've been banned in Florida and Tennessee. There's a piece of legislation in South Carolina by a good friend of mine. They've been banned in Australia and Britain. Simple search can locate them on Amazon. I was hopeful that we may be able to include the child sex doll ban in this legislation, but I understand that that would expand the scope of this bill beyond our jurisdiction, so I'm not offering it as an amendment today. But I do ask my colleagues to look into H.R. 4150, and let's ban the importation of childlike sex dolls, many with child voices, many whose likenesses have been taken from social media and represent real children. H.R. 4150, I'd encourage my colleagues to support that. Now, as to H.R. 8134, the bill we're dealing with, Ms. Schakowsky does a great job. I want to thank her for her work on this important relationship between CPSC and CBP. Critical work of protecting American citizens and businesses from substandard Chinese products. And I urge the committee to support this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman. Ms. Schakowsky, I think your hand is up. Recognize you for 5 minutes. You're the sponsor.
Yes, I wanted to thank Representative Duncan for his help on this legislation. Really what it does, it enhances the Consumer Product Safety Commission's ability to find products that really have not in the past always been investigated at the border. And so they can be dangerous, they can be fraudulent, and we don't want them to be in the United States of America. So this enhances the ability of the Consumer Product Safety Commission to be at the ports and to make sure that those products do not get into the country. So this is an important piece of legislation. I want to thank my colleagues that are co-sponsors, and I really hope that we'll pass it now. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any amendments. Does anyone else want to speak? If not, we'll move to final passage. So the question now occurs on reporting HR 8134 to the full House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 8134 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 8134 is reported to the House. The chair now calls up HR 8128, the AI for Consumer Product Safety Act. Clerk will report the title.
HR 8128, a bill to direct the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish a pilot program to explore the use of artificial intelligence in support of the consumer.
Without objection, Madam Clerk. Without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. In this case, I believe we have an Ames. Mr. McNerney has an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The gentleman from California who has an amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 8128 offered by Mr. McNerney on behalf of himself, Mr. Burgess of Texas, and Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk by co-sponsor Representatives Burgess and Guthrie. The amendment number is Tech ANS 01.
The ANS has been reported, Mr. Chairman.
Did I miss something? Did I called the bill up, right?
Yeah.
All right, and now we called up the McNerney amendment. So the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, first I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including HR 8128 and the ANS in today's markup. HR 8128 incorporates several bills, and together these bills encourage the use of emerging technologies to help keep consumers safe and will aid our consumer protection agencies with carrying out their missions. The amendment incorporates the AI for Consumer Product Safety Act. This is legislation that I authored with Ranking Member Burgess. It directs the Consumer Protection Safety Commission to establish a pilot program for the agency to use artificial intelligence in furtherance of the agency's work to protect consumers from unsafe products. For example, the CPSC could use AI to more quickly and efficiently identify consumer product hazards, which will in turn enable the agency to recall a product more quickly and possibly save lives. We've heard firsthand from the CPSC commissioners when they testified before this committee that artificial intelligence can benefit the agency's work in serving the American people. It's critical that we help federal agencies to increase AI adoption in a smart and responsible way. And I'm proud that the AI for Consumer Protection Safety Act will help further that effort. This amendment also incorporates the Blockchain Innovation Act introduced by Representatives Soto, Guthrie, and Matsui. This bill would ensure that we can use the benefits of blockchain technology to help stop scams and fraud. Additionally, the amendment incorporates the Digital Taxonomy Act from Representatives Soto and Davison. This bill will help ensure that scammers and fraudsters don't get ahead of consumers and law enforcement in the realm of blockchain and digital tokens. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment and the underlying legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McNerney. I don't see any Republican who wants to speak on it. I see Jan Schakowsky and Darren Soto, so Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized first for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate Congressman McNerney's legislation. It came out of my subcommittee. I think this is another way to protect consumers. We're certainly going to get more and more into that arena. And this legislation and the bills that it now incorporates because of the AINS, I think is a big step forward. So I definitely urge support for this legislation.
Thank the gentlewoman. Mr. Soto is next, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate us working on this critical blockchain technology aspect along with artificial intelligence. Many of you know blockchain is a fixed ledger technology that ensures business transactions, data, communications, and other information inputs cannot be altered once they're entered. Think for a moment of how the internet has revolutionized humanity. But internet can also be used to spread falsehoods and fraudulent scams, alter videos, and black market criminality. That's where blockchain technology is such a powerful tool to protect our information from cyber attacks. It ensures financial integrity, defense integrity, and data integrity. Blockchain will allow data to be collected through multiple different sources and protect massive databases that, when analyzed through quantum computing and using artificial intelligence, can help us solve some of the most complex problems facing our society. Think of complex issues such as healthcare, climate change, defense, and hunger. In an effort to find therapeutics to combat COVID-19, earlier this year, the U.S. Department of Energy worked with the CDC and HHS to use their supercomputers to analyze thousands of antivirus therapeutics and narrowed it down to 12. One of those therapeutics was remdesivir, the primary therapeutic to fight COVID-19. For supercomputing to work, the data must be trustworthy and protected, though, and that's why blockchain technology is so important. And that's why we included H.R. 8153, Blockchain Innovation Act, in this bill. The U.S. Department of Commerce will report to Congress on the state of blockchain technology in commerce, including to reduce fraud and increase security. This is critical for our multi-agency effort to boost blockchain innovation and maintain American leadership in this critical area. Cryptocurrency is also an exciting financial application for blockchain technology. It's a way to help small businesses do international transactions without having costly exchange rates and other fees. It's a way for Americans to do remittances both at home and abroad. And cryptocurrency is also incredibly secure and auditable since the transactions are on a permanent digital record. This amazing potential is why we included parts of the Digital Taxonomy Act in this bill. More specifically, we instructed FTC to submit a report and recommendations to Congress on unfair and deceptive trade practices and practices related to digital tokens. All of these will be part of our effort to try to get to a cryptocurrency center of excellence and to make sure that the United States continue to be a leader in this area. I thank my colleagues for these critical steps they're taking today, including Chair Schakowsky, Representatives McNerney, Burgess, Guthrie, and Matsui, and I yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. So we're on Mr. McNerney's AINS. Does anyone else want to speak on that or the underlying bill? If not, we'll move to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the McNerney amendment in the nature of a substitute, by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those will say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8128 is agreed to. Question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 8128 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 8128 as amended will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 8128 as amended is reported to the House. Chair now calls up H.R. 8132, the American Competitiveness of a More Product of Emerging Tech Economy or American Compete Act. Clerk will report the title.
HR 8132, a bill to require the Federal Trade Commission and the Secretary of Commerce to conduct studies and submit reports on the impact of
Madam Clerk,
artificial
without
intelligence.
objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. On this one, we don't have an amendment. Does anybody want to speak on the underlying bill? I don't think I see anybody. No? Okay.
Chairman?
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes, sir.
You would like to speak?
Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes, Mr. Rush.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling up this bill. I'm proud to have introduced this bill with my good friend and good colleague, Ms. Kathleen McMorris Rogers. And I am so pleased to see it included in today's markup. The American Complete Act requires the Department of Commerce and the FTC to undertake a series of studies on emerging technologies that represent the future of the global economy and are at the forefront of innovation. Given the role that these emerging technologies play, Mr. Chairman, and that they will continue to play, it is essential that the United States maintain its extraordinary leadership. With this bill, Mr. Chairman, we're taking exact steps to do just that. Also noteworthy, this bill contains important provisions addressing how we can use technology to better protect our constituents, whether protecting our seniors from scam artists or protecting the general public from disinformation. Technology has the potential to play a pivotal role in this ongoing fight, and our bill recognizes this fact. Mr. Chairman, let me close by saying thank once again you and Ranking Member Walden for your support on this bill, and I'm proud of the bipartisan manner in which we have approached this issue, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. I see Mr. Latta's hand is up. Mr. Latta is recognized for 5 minutes. Bob, are you?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hope we can hear me this time.
We can.
Computers.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and strike the last word. First, I would like to express my support for the Compete Act and thank the ranking member, the gentlelady from Washington, for introducing this tech-forward proposal. This package includes two of my bills, the Smart IoT Act and the Advancing Unmanned Delivery Services Act. The internet-connected devices have changed the way we live, manufacture goods, farm, and even receive health care. Therefore, it is crucial that we have the correct federal policies in place to help and not hinder this industry. The Smart IoT Act would require the Department of Commerce to study and report to Congress on the state of the Internet of Things. This bill was passed in the 115th Congress and would encourage future IoT policies to promote growth and innovation that will benefit consumers and businesses alike. I also introduced the Advancing Unmanned Delivery Services Act with my friend from Michigan, the gentlelady from the 12th District, to evaluate the many benefits contactless delivery have on our various sectors of our country. This bill would direct the Department of Commerce to examine unmanned delivery services, their impact on the United States businesses, identify potential regulatory roadblocks to the use of their services, and survey the supply chain of unmanned delivery services. This technology is especially important today as Americans depend on home delivery services to remain socially distant and mitigate the spread of coronavirus. Passage of the Compete Act would help us to safely incorporate unmanned delivery devices into our everyday lives and ensure that the United States remains a global leader in innovation. I thank the chairman and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. I believe Ms. Rogers, the gentleman from Washington, did you want to? Okay, I recognize her for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
I just thought I should just say a positive word and say thank you for your work and to the chairwoman, Jan Schurkowski, and everyone that was a part of pulling this package together. I think it's really important. I addressed it in my opening comments, and just am really pleased that we were able to reach an agreement and bring this forward today. The American Compete Act, working with Mr. Rush and others, I think this is really important to our future, that America is leading in emerging tech, winning the future, and this is going to help make the way forward. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. I don't see anyone else who wants to speak, so we'll move to final. Question now occurs on reporting HR 8132 to the full House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR?
Aye.
Aye. Those in favor of favorably reporting HR 8132 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed will say no. Any of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 8132 is reported to the House. The chair now calls up HR 2610, the Stop Senior Scams Act. The clerk will report the title.
HR 2610, a bill to establish a senior scams prevention advisory council to collect
Madam
and
Clerk,
disseminate.
without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is not considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. On this one, we do have an Ains. Who wants to speak? Who's offering Ains? Lisa, okay, the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we consider the amendment I will be offering, I want to take a moment to thank my co-lead, Mr. Wahlberg, for working with me on this important bipartisan bill. I also want to thank the committee for considering this bill in today's markup. As many of us heard in the Consumer Protection Subcommittee hearing on July 9th, senior scams remain a serious concern during the global pandemic. Scammers are targeting seniors in nursing homes and preying on older Americans that are economically insecure. By bringing the FTC, advocacy community, and industry stakeholders together, this bill will take a crucial step forward in preventing these scams by educating the public and employees of retailers and certain financial institutions to identify a scam. It's encouraging that we are considering my bill and a number of other bills to help address scams and fraud in America. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I have Mr. Wahlberg and then Ms. Kelp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support.
Tim, I apologize. Apparently, we didn't report the Ains, so let's pause and ask the clerk to report the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Madam Clerk.
Amendment in the nature of substitute to HR 2610, offered by Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Wahlberg, Mr. Hudson, and Mr. Lujan. Strike all after the
Madam
enacted
Clerk,
clause.
without objection, the reading of the amendment in the nature of substitute will be dispensed with, and now I would recognize Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment in the nature of substitute and would like to thank my colleague, Representative Blunt Rochester, as well as the committee for their hard work on this important topic and including our bill in today's markup. The digital world has increasingly become a more integral part of our lives, and sadly, seniors are often the target of scammers, fraudsters who seek to steal the earnings our seniors have spent a lifetime to achieve. Frequently, fraudsters will ask seniors to send a payment through gift cards. Retailers have been doing their part to combat these crimes. Their ability to educate their employees with best practices and training to recognize the signs of a scam can make a huge difference in stopping the scammer. The Stop Senior Scam Act builds upon the work retailers are doing by creating a federal advisory council at the FTC to help coordinate the efforts of government, consumer advocates, and industry to create a unified front against criminals targeting our most vulnerable citizens and stop this fraud before it's too late. Safeguarding vulnerable seniors needs to be a top priority, and I am pleased the committee is taking an important action to protect our older Americans, not only in Michigan, but across the country. I encourage adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Thank you. Next, we have the gentlewoman from Illinois. Robin Kelly is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to strike the last word. Thank you, Chairman Pallone, for holding this markup today, and thank you, Congresswoman Blunt-Rochester and Congressman Wahlberg, for this important legislation related to senior scams. My bill, H.R. 7699, the Protecting Seniors from Emergency Scams Act, is included in this amendment to H.R. 2610. When seniors are trying to stay healthy and avoid COVID-19, they should not have to also fear falling prey to scammers looking to profit off of a pandemic. My bill would direct the FTC to report to Congress the number and types of scams targeting seniors during the coronavirus pandemic. The legislation also requires the FTC to make recommendations on how to prevent scam targeting seniors during the COVID-19 pandemic and future emergencies. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2610 and the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. I don't see any Republican at this point, so we'll move to Mr. Lujan is recognized for 5 minutes. Ben Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the recognition, and I support the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which will add the bipartisan Protecting Indian Tribes from Scams Act to H.R. 2610. For too long, scammers have targeted tribes, tribal members, and tribal elders. Now the fear and confusion related to COVID-19 has given unscrupulous individuals new ways to swindle tribal members out of their savings and sensitive personal information. Scammers have targeted the $1,200 economic impact payment, offered false treatments for COVID-19, and attempted to sell defective personal protective equipment. This has to end. The Protecting Indian Tribes from Scams Act requires the Federal Trade Commission to conduct a study in consultation with tribes on unfair and deceptive acts and practices targeted tribes or tribal members. This report would be submitted to Congress, would include the agency's consumer education activities related to these scams, efforts to collaborate with tribes to prevent scams or pursue scammers, and enforcement actions taken by the FTC, and recommendations for legislation to prevent these scams. It's my hope that this effort will give Congress and the FTC a roadmap to better protect tribes and tribal members and hold scammers accountable. I want to thank Congressman Gianforte for partnering with me on this effort, and I urge adoption of this amendment and passage of H.R. 2610, the Fraud and Scams Reduction Act. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I thank all my colleagues for their efforts here to stop scams on American people, and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on this amendment in the nature of a substitute or the underlying bill before us?
Jan Schakowsky would.
Yes, the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say, in the time that we've been here just a little while ago, I have gotten 2 calls saying it's from the Social Security Administration and that someone has my identity, has my Social Security number, but that if I don't press 1 right now, then I will be held responsible for the things that have been my Social Security number has been used for. Another scam for seniors. I called back the number, and of course it wasn't a real number. This legislation, and including now the tribes, I think is very important to protect vulnerable groups from the very, very common scams that are there, and to empower the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, to take more responsibility. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
All right. Anyone else want to speak on the aims of the underlying bill? If not, we'll move to proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute introduced by Ms. Blunt Rochester. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute HR 610 will signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed will say no. The chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2610 is approved. The question now occurs on reporting HR 2610 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 2610 as amended will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 2610 as amended is reported to the House. The chair now calls up HR 6435, the Combating Pandemic Scams Act of 2020, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
HR 6435, a bill to direct the Federal Trade Commission to develop and disseminate information to the public about scams related to COVID-19 and for other purposes.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I don't believe we have any amendments. Does anyone want to speak on this bill? Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank you for bringing up HR 6435 today because of the positive impact it can have on the American people. It's been no surprise that we've seen a rise in fraud and criminal activity as the nation grapples with the pandemic response. Whether it's elderly individuals being preyed upon by scammers or people ordering fraudulent health products, there has been no shortage of scams impacting our constituents. That's why I introduced the Combating Pandemic Scams Act with my good friend, Congresswoman Custer, to address this issue. This bill would direct the FTC, along with other federal partners, to disseminate information about these scams to the public to better protect themselves. That information would be user-friendly, ensuring vulnerable populations such as senior citizens and those with disabilities would have the same amount of access. Federal agencies such as the FTC have been very active in going after these offenders who have targeted Americans during this pandemic. This bill will support those federal efforts and help prepare Americans to better protect themselves from these scams. I thank my colleagues for their bipartisan support of this legislation and the committee staff for their ongoing work in this space. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, has her hand up. She's recognized for 5 minutes. Annie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Carter, for the help that he has been on this bill. I want to take a moment to speak in support of HR 6435, Combating Pandemic Scams Act of 2020, along with Mr. Carter, Representative Hudson, and Blunt Rochester in introducing this legislation earlier during the pandemic. This common sense bipartisan bill directs the Federal Trade Commission, in collaboration with the Department of Justice, HHS, and Postal Service, to identify and inform the public about COVID-19 scams. During the crisis, Granite Staters have set an example for the nation by pulling together as a community and helping their neighbors. A perfect example, as chronicled in the Concord Monitor, is the way my local community rallied to cover the rent payments of Trudy Charlton, a senior facing eviction. Unthinkably, some people are trying to use this crisis to turn a quick hack. Oftentimes, these scams are targeted at the most vulnerable Americans. Bad actors have circulated false claims about free food giveaways to install malware on Americans' phones, pushed fake COVID-19 remedies, and failed to deliver PPE as promised. I commend the FTC's work to hold bad actors accountable. Our bill will build on these efforts, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else, I don't see anyone else who wants to speak on either side of the aisle. If that's the case, we'll move to a vote. Question now occurs on reporting HR 6435 to the House. All those in favor of favorably reporting HR 6435 to the full House will say aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 6435 is reported to the House. The chair now calls up HR 8121, COVID-19 Home Safety Act. The clerk will report the title.
Snow-shrouded Rockies. A fierce is now and angry.
HR 8121, a bill to require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to study the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on injuries and deaths associated with consumer products and for other purposes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I don't believe, oh yeah, we do have an Ames. Who would like to,
Cardenas, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Cardenas is offering the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the Ames.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 8121, offered by Mr. Cardenas on behalf of himself and Ms. Castor of Florida.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the COVID-19 pandemic forcing us to spend more time at home and find new activities suitable for social distancing, it's critically important that we keep track of any new trends and injuries and deaths that might be occurring. We know children are particularly vulnerable during these times as parents struggle to work remotely and supervise them at the same time. This legislation will ensure all Americans have regular updates regarding the efforts of COVID-19 on home safety, including any emerging threats. I want to also thank my colleague from the other side of the aisle, Representative Davis, for working with me on this bill. And hopefully he's getting the opportunity to practice more baseball because he sure can use the help. I'm also pleased to offer this amendment that incorporates another important piece of legislation led by Representative Castors and Upton on rebuilding the tourism and travel industry, which has struggled tremendously in recent months. This legislation will make sure we have a full accounting of how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the travel and tourism industry, so we know how we can support it and all the workers who have been hit tremendously by this pandemic. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, as well as the underlying bill. And I want to thank all of my colleagues for their endurance today and all of their heartfelt work. I thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Do we have a Republican that wants to speak? If not, I'm going to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. The amendment in the nature of this the substitute includes my bipartisan bill, HR 8122, the Protecting Tourism in the United States Act. And I want to thank Congressman Fred Upton, who's my partner in introducing this piece of legislation, and thank Representative Cardenas for including it in his amendment. Representative Soto and Representative Bilirakis can attest that the travel and tourism industry is central to the economic well-being of the families we represent and our communities in Florida. But I know we're not alone. Many of you represent communities that rely on travel and tourism, and you all understand the economic pain that this extended pandemic has wrought. COVID-19 simply has devastated the travel and tourism industry, with more than 1/3 of the jobs in that sector having been lost since March. Hotels, restaurants, attractions, businesses large and small, and all who work in those fields are reeling And so my bill aims to boost our neighbors who work in travel and tourism and the businesses in the struggling industry by directing the Department of Commerce to study the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the travel and tourism sector. The bill directs the Department of Commerce to complete an interim study within 3 months of enactment to ensure that we get the data quickly. We need to understand the true scope of COVID-19's impact on the tourism economy so that we can respond with adequate relief. I know you all are hearing the same thing I'm hearing back home. The best thing we can do is develop a comprehensive plan to control the virus. Then the economy can come back, people can travel safely, schools can open safely. But until that happens, we must work to prevent and respond the economic fallout. So thank you, Chairman Pallone, for including my bill in the markup, and I encourage all of you to support my bill and Representative Cardena's amendment. I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else want to speak on the Ains or the underlying bill? Hearing none or seeing none, we'll move to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute by Mr. Cardenas. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 8121 will signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed will say no. And opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And so the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 8121 is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 8121 as amended to the House, to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 8121 as amended will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. In the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 8121 is reported to the House. Got two more, maybe only one more.
Got some gifts for you there. How you doing?
Two more. All right, the chair calls up HR 4447, the Expanding Access to Sustainable Energy Act of 2019, and the clerk will report the title.
HR 4447, a bill to establish an energy storage and microgrid grant and technical assistance program.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. In this case, we do have an Ains who seeks to be recognized for that. Mr. Upton is recognized. Mr. Upton or Mr. Upton first? Okay. Is it your Ains, Fred? I can't hear him.
You need to unmute Mr. Upton. Unmute your microphone.
On it. It's very brief. It's very brief.
Oh, wait a minute, we have to report it first, Fred. I'm sorry. So the clerk will report the Ains by Mr. Upton.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4447.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Apparently the Ains is Mr. O'Halloran.
Okay.
And let's report that.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4447 offered by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona. Strike all after the enacting clause.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Is Mr. O'Halloran seek to be recognized?
Yes, he does, Mr. Chairman.
All right, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone, Chairman Rush, ranking members Walden and Upton. I'm pleased to see House HR 4447, the Expanding Access to Sustainable Energy Act, receive the full Energy and Commerce Committee's consideration today. This legislation requires the Department of Energy to establish a targeted grant and technical assistance program to assist electric cooperatives serving communities throughout rural America to evaluate and design various energy storage technologies and microgrid projects.
the carbon-free energy future we all strive to and will require innovation and new cutting-edge technologies to maximize the growth of clean and renewable energy. Like many rural areas across America, Arizona is home to 16 rural electric cooperatives. I believe this legislation will go a long way to helping move Arizona and our nation towards a cleaner energy future. My amendment is in the nature of a substitute, makes technical and conforming changes brought forward by DOE and shareholders to the underlying bill. I'd like to issue a sincere thank you to Congressman Mullen of Oklahoma, Congressman Lamb of Pennsylvania, and Congressman Norman of South Carolina for working with me in a bipartisan manner to advance this legislation to where it stands today. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment in the nature of a substitute as well as the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I see Mr. Upton is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take 5 minutes. That is for sure. The evening is late. I want to congratulate Mr. Halloran as well as Mullen and others. This is a credit to our committee. This is bipartisan. Yes, this AINS is only technical and conforming changes to the bill. It does authorize $5 million annually for the program from fiscal year 20 through 25. It's going to provide grants and technical assistance to rural electric cooperatives or nonprofit entities. It's going to have a number of different rural electric cooperatives to assist with designing and demonstrating energy storage. Very important as we move ahead as a nation. And I just want to compliment the committee staff, the members. We need to get this done by voice and get to our last and final bill momentarily. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Fred. Chairman Rush, did you want to comment on this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you, and I want to thank all my colleagues. I know we're winding down now, and I'll be brief. Mr. Chairman, emerging energy technologies are vital to ensuring abundant, clean, and efficient energy throughout the nation. While the nation has made great strides to explore the promise of these technologies, their availability within all of our communities is a challenge that we must address. That is why I applaud my colleagues, Congressman O'Halloran and Congressman Mullen, for their bill H.R. 4447, the Expanding Access to Sustainable Energy Act of 2019. Through this bill, a grant program will be established within the Department of Energy to support rural communities in creating energy storage projects in partnership with rural energy providers, namely rural electric cooperatives and other nonprofits. Grant programs such as this are essential to providing communities with limited access to renewable energy resources and delivering savings to consumers in these very same communities. Once again, I commend my colleagues. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to comment on the O'Halloran-Ains or the underlying bill? If not, we'll go to a vote on the Ains. All those in favor of Mr. O'Halloran's amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4447 will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Say no. The chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4447 is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 4447 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 4447 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no.
Call the previous question.
The ayes have it, and HR 4447 as amended is reported to the full House. We have one more bill. The chair calls up HR 8159, the Department of Energy Organization and Management Improvement Act. The clerk will report the title.
HR 8159, a bill to require the Secretary of Energy to review and report periodically on measures and recommendations to improve general management of the Department of Energy, to implement reforms and to ensure continuous improvement.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I don't believe we have an amendment. I'll recognize myself to speak on the bill quickly. HR 8159, which I introduced as Ranking Member Walden, will strengthen the Secretary of Energy's role in managing the nation's nuclear security mission. The bill requires two critical reports analyzing DOE management and how it can be more effective. The bill also upholds the important longstanding principle of civilian, not military, control over the nuclear weapons stockpile by greater integrating National Nuclear Security Administration personnel under the authority of the Secretary of Energy. It's critical that the Secretary of Energy, regardless of administration, have clear control over this agency that has repeatedly gone rogue in its efforts to undermine these principles and the Secretary's authority over it. So I want to thank Ranking Member Walden for his leadership on this important issue, for working with me on this bill. I recommend that all my colleagues support this important legislation. I yield back, and I would imagine Greg would like to speak on this, and the Ranking Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HR 8159, the Department of Energy Organization and Management Improvement Act, which I introduced with you, will serve to put the Department of Energy on a path toward improved management across all of its missions. This includes carrying out the Secretary of Energy's responsibilities for the nuclear deterrent, its most critical national security mission. When the Secretary of Energy testified before our Energy panel in mid-July of this year, he spoke about his profound responsibilities for ensuring the nation's nuclear weapons deterrent and efforts among some in Congress to undermine his responsibilities by diminishing his control over budget formulation for the National Nuclear Security Administration, the component of DOE that's responsible for the department's defense programs. As I noted at the time, managing the department's a tough, complicated job, but the upshot is the tremendous benefits for the nation. And the key ingredient for success is the innovative science and engineering capabilities fostered through a cohesive Department of Energy enterprise involving all of its components and the multidisciplinary teamwork that emerges from that. This synergy among the weapons program, science programs, and other components is critical for success. It's clear from our perch on the Energy and Commerce Committee that enhancing this synergy is essential for success of the department and for its contribution to the nation. And the key is to enhance, not to diminish, the essential authority of the Secretary to carry out his or her responsibilities to the President of the United States. To manage the department effectively toward that goal, the Secretary must have staff that have authority to act on his or her behalf. This is especially true of so-called mission support offices that should operate on a department-wide basis, such as the General Counsel or management or the Chief Financial Officer or Chief Information Officer, to name just a few. So these mission support offices help establish and implement the Secretary's department-wide policies and ensure departmental leaders can carry out their operations consistent with the Secretary's directives. HR 8159 will improve the Secretary's ability to carry out his or her responsibilities by strengthening the mission support on behalf of the Secretary across the department. The bill requires the Secretary to submit to the Energy and Commerce Committee a review every 2 years that evaluates department-wide mission support programs, that describes impediments to effective management, and that makes recommendations to improve the management. It requires the Secretary to develop a strategic plan for the continuous improvement in departmental management and to provide a schedule for updating department-wide management orders. Finally, the bill removes the restriction in the NNSA that inhibited mission support personnel from working department-wide on behalf of the Secretary, and clarifies that all National Nuclear Security Administration and contractor personnel, as with all other departmental personnel, are responsible to and subject to the authority, direction, and control of the Secretary of Energy. This provision enables the Secretary's legal, budgetary, and other mission support offices to operate more effectively across the DOE enterprise. This maintains all the benefits of NNSA structure to the NNSA administrator can focus more on effectively executing his or her operational responsibilities, and serves to ensure the Secretary can more effectively be held accountable for all the functions of the department. It also restores the Secretary for the Secretary the conventional management tools available to other cabinet secretaries, including HHS and the Department of Defense, and will help reduce management disputes we've seen between NNSA and DOE over the years. Our duty on this committee and in Congress is to make sure the Secretary has the tools and authorities he or she needs to execute the department's mission. Our goal is to maximize the benefits of the DOE enterprise to the nation, and this bill is a solid step in that direction, and I urge support of H.R. 8159, and I yield back the remaining 18 seconds.
I want to thank Mr. Walden for working with me on this bill. I don't know if I see Mr. Upton's hand is up. The ranking member of the Energy Subcommittee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm only going to take less than a minute. It's so important that both you and Greg could lead this effort to strengthen the relationship between our committee and the Department of Energy. This is one of the most important functions that our committee oversees. And that working relationship is key. And the bipartisan support that you and Greg have shown on this with our staffs is essential to getting this bill across the finish line. So I want to commend the two of you, but I also know that for future years, this only helps our committee as we oversee a very important national defense function with whichever administration is there. So I applaud the two of you and would urge all of my colleagues to vote for this. And if it wasn't at the end of the day, I'd call for a roll call vote and make this 53-0. But with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Fred. I think that Chairman Rush also has his hand up.
Chairman,
Bobby, you recognize?
I move to strike the last word.
Yes, you're recognized, Mr. Rush.
Mr. Chairman, I also want to join the chorus of congratulating you and Ranking Member Walden for putting forth this extraordinary bill, the Department of Energy Organizations and Management Improvement Act. Mr. Chairman, through this important legislation, this very committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, continues to demonstrate its regard for bipartisanship and the significance of its jurisdictional authority. The National Nuclear Security Administration is a semi-autonomous entity within the DOE's umbrella tasked with maintaining civilian control over the nuclear weapons stockpile with the Secretary's oversight. H.R. 8159 amends the Department of Energy's Organizational Act to reinforce this structure to support the department as a whole in its continued effort to fulfill this essential work. Therefore, I want to again thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member once more for your efforts to solidify these very principles, these important principles. And I, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. The last bill on the day shall be the first, and the first bill shall be last. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you for those religious thoughts. I appreciate it. Does anyone else want to speak on this bill? I see Mr. Doyle is like hands are moving. The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 8159 to the full House. All those in favor of favorably reporting H.R. 8159 will signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and HR 8159 is reported to the House. Now, before we adjourn, let me say without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bills consistent with the actions taken by the committee today. I want to thank all the members on both sides of the aisle. I want to thank the committee staff on both sides of the aisle for all they did to prepare this today. It's not easy to put together 38 bills that, for the most part, have had a consensus on a bipartisan basis. So thank you all. Let me particularly thank those who stuck with us the entire it's almost 8 hours, including Mr. Doyle, who's still with us the entire time.
Oh my God.
Let me just say that we have some UC requests. It's unanimous consent to enter the following documents into the record. The letter from the Chamber of Commerce in support of HR 8132, letter from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention in support of HR 4861, letter from the Animal Welfare Institute in support of HR 1754, letter from the Emergency Nurses Association in support of HR 4861, letter from Neuro in support of HR 8132, letter from 55 National Mental Health and Educational Nonprofits in support of HR 7293, letter from the Mental Health Liaison Group in support of HR 4861, letter from Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science in support of HR 4499, letter from the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association in support of HR 4447, letter from the American Lung Association and others in support of HR 8158, letter from Representatives Thompson, DeGette, and Johnson in support of HR 5373, letter from Representatives Thompson and Katko in support of HR 945, letter from the American College of Emergency Physicians in support of HR 3797, letter from the American Dental Association in support of HR 1379, letter from the American Society of Plastic Surgeons in support of HR 1379, letter from National Health Organizations in support of HR 884, and finally, statement from Representative Bilirakis on the Transplant Act. As unanimous consent to enter those into the record without objection, so ordered. Thank you all again for this 8-hour markup, and the committee stands adjourned.
Well done.